チームだと思うので、どう立ち向かうのかっていうのをこの1週間考えて練習してきました。
USG 戦ももちろん見たんですけど、僕らだったらあんな風にはならないな、全然不安はないですね。
実際序盤は USG にも勝ったということは、中盤の動きをどうにかできればまだ勝つチャンスがあるんじゃないかって思ってます。
アチャモン選手には前のシーズンでちょっと無理にソロキルを狙って逆にソロキルされてしまうというちょっとアクシデントが起こってしまったので、今回はちょっと1キルぐらいハンデを上げてもいいのかな。
もらえるとこはもらって、そんな余裕があるんだったら勝たせてもらいます。
向かうところ敵なしの一人前の人、どこでもダラの、ボットレーンの2人がキャリーしてくれるのかな。
どのくらい戦えるのか、どのくらい成長してるのかっていうのを試していきたいです。
Welcome everyone once again to the LJL Week 2 Day 2 today. This is your host Joshua Joshi Howard coming at you live from Seattle, Washington. We're going to be bringing you all the action tonight for all of the games that we're going to be having today. We have two great matchups. The first one is going to be Rampage versus Rascal Jester, as you see on your scene, and later on we'll get to see Detonation Focus Me taking on Unsold Stuff Gaming. Now, these are three of the strongest teams in the LJL. Last year, they only dropped sets to each other. All three teams ended up going 8-2 on the regular season. And tonight, that's really the matchup that we are really looking forward to, is Detonation Focus Me versus Unsold Stuff Gaming. But that's not to discount Rascal Jester at all. Rascal Jester has been a mainstay of the Japanese scene for a long time, and despite only taking, they went 3-7 on the last split, which was great. They were able to maintain dominance over the lowest teams, and they were even able to take a couple of games off of the top teams. And last week, we saw them take a game off of Unsold Stuff Gaming, matching their record for most of the lower teams in a single week that they had achieved over the entire first split. But now we're going to be seeing them play up against Rampage, who many people are predicting to be the top team in the Japanese league for the summer split. Most of our I love Dara win, I love it. But most of our international viewers are mostly familiar with Rampage from their tenure at the most recent mid-season invitational, where they did not have necessarily a strong showing. They did manage to pick up a single win up against the Oceanic Direwolves, but unfortunately they did not manage to take anything else off of any of the other teams. They had a couple strong performances against both the Red Canids and, oh boy, escaping me, I believe it was Supermassive Esports from Turkey and Brazil, but unfortunately they weren't able to pull it through. But they have not needed to make any changes to their roster. They've been a very strong team altogether, with a number of stars on the team, particularly Tussle and Yutori Moyashi in the jungle and at the ADC. And those are the people we're really going to need to look at tonight to see if they can really push through the rest of this split. On the other hand, of course, Rascal Jester, last time we saw them do really well, it was really off of the back of their jungler Wyvern, does not play Ivern, at least not yet, but he had a great time. He was able to get massive leads up against Unsold Stuff Gaming's jungler Neo, and just really push through, get massive leads for himself. Unfortunately, in at least one of the games, they weren't able to carry that through into lead on all of the members of the team. It was just a lead coming up for Wyvern in that jungle, and if he can continue to pressure for the rest of his team, get gold leads on other members, pick up objectives so that the gold becomes more multiplicative with itself, we can easily see them coming through and really winning a lot more games. For now, though, they are playing up against the number 1 seed. It'll be interesting to see how it is that they adapt to the different meta that Rampage brings as opposed to Unsold Stuff. Unsold Stuff brings a lot more of a dancing style of team fights, whereas Rampage, they've learned a little bit. Even in their couple of games that we've seen this split, we can tell that they're a little bit more confident, a little bit more aggressive, a little bit more decisive in their shot calling than what we were used to seeing in the spring split. And that's that international experience that they are really starting to bring really starting to bring to bear on the Japanese scene. Of course, we have not yet seen them play against any of the other top tier teams. Last week they played up against Burning Core, who is really dominated by only 2 players, Mei Z and Hollis. They were really able to shut it down. Yesterday we actually saw Burning Core take on 7th Heaven, and it was really interesting to watch the draft phases. Japan is a region that is largely focused on the imports, almost entirely from Korea actually, to really be the stars of their team. And we're really seeing this with the bans. Yesterday, of the 15 bans that each team had, roughly 12 to 13 of them were all focused on 2 players. And that was Burning Core's Hollis, who we saw a Zed No Blanc ban every single game, both against Rampage and against 7th Heaven now. And almost all the bans from Burning Core were towards the jungler. But that's not the match we're going to be talking about today. We're talking about Rascal, Jester, and Rampage, and the first ban coming out is going to be Orianna, which is not a surprising ban. Orianna has been a strong pick throughout the world recently because it's just very safe. It's a good first pick. You can do anything you want with it, and it allows you so many team compositions. But Lavier here on Rascal Jester has shown that he has a more unusual champion pool. In his last set, he did play Aurelion Sol, Anivia, and Orianna. And if you can just remove Aurelion Sol, something that a lot of teams aren't really practiced with, just like we see, Huhi in North America, other teams haven't built around it. They're not used to playing with it, and by extension, many of them aren't used to playing against it. And we just see his champion pool, things they aren't used to playing, just banned out. If you can shut that down, you'll see what else, how deep does the rabbit hole of Lavier's champion pool really go. But for now, all 3 bans being focused at the solo laners of Rampage, meaning that we're likely going to see a very first pick, Zac, and that is not surprising. North America and Diamond Plus solo queue has over 100%, 120% ban rate on that champion. And here we see it come through, and across the world, nobody's been letting Zac through simply because of how dangerous it is. And Rampage could have made a very, very large drafting mistake, as they are still playing on the patch 7.10, where Zac is a complete monster. In return, they get a Galio and a Thresh, who are a couple of strong champions, but you're not picking up the Lee Sin, you're not picking up, a couple of the other power picks that you could potentially pick up, and you're really, you're giving away something like a Gragas that's probably going to go over to Achimomo, as well as some of the power pick ADCs. Ashe, Varus, Caitlyn are all particularly strong right now on 7.10, and it's really important to get those early picks for yourself. Yutori Miyashi has tended to favor a couple more aggressive ADCs, something like that Caitlyn, something like that Lucian, so he might not be as worried about it. But he is going to go for that Xayah, which is something we haven't been seeing a whole lot internationally. We've seen a little bit of it in North America. Zeros actually was playing for it in last set. That Burning Core is playing up against Rampage, and now we'll have to see if Yutori, one of the best ADCs in Japan, is really able to do anything with this champion. But with that, we do go to the second phase of bans. It is going to be the Braum as the first one coming out from Rampage, and that's not really surprising. You reduce the options available to the other team, and I wouldn't really be surprised if we started seeing a lot more bans focused on towards Tussle and Romney, who are both, they don't necessarily have the largest champion pool. Tussle has a large one, but Romney, we have long criticized him for not having a very large champion pool. We haven't seen the Syndra ban yet. I mean, he had over half of his games last split played, another half of them at the midseason invitational band as well, and he has not picked a champion yet. So they either have something that they're getting ready to pull out, give him the counter pick up against whatever it is that Lavia chooses to pick up, or we'll have to see him something on much more comfortable. The Orianna is banned out, the Talia is banned out. He hasn't played Anivia or Aurelion Sol, and the Cassin isn't something he's played either, but we have seen some fantastic LeBlanc play from this guy as well, and we see that from his solo queue accounts, particularly in Korea, a lot as well, simply because it has so much strong carry potential. But right now, we're going to have to see what it is they do choose to pick up. They're looking for a jungler. Whoa. I would really like to see this Ivern. They do finally lock that in. That is not something we see a lot of in Japan. Neo on Unsold Stuff was one of the only people who was playing Ivern in Japan, and we criticized them at MSI. They didn't have this in their champion pool. They had to ban it away every time. They couldn't first pick it, and so it limited their drafting options significantly. And in exchange, we are going to see a couple more tanky supports being picked up. Japan has long had this loving relationship with Tahm Kench. He's been a popular top laner. Evie played it at MSI. It's been a common flex. You see Dar play it. You see Evie play it. We saw Utapon play it. We saw Vivid play it. It's something that everyone in Japan, where that's a reasonable option, they do pick it up. And the Syndra is another call out towards Ramune. He has not yet picked his champion, and this is his signature champion. If Lavia can show, hey, I can play our champion, but better, this is going to be a huge, huge boost to the team of Rascal Jester. But Rampage does finally have that counter pick for Ramune, and we haven't seen a whole lot. He's only really played about 4 champions, and they're all banned out. I wouldn't be surprised if we did end up seeing that LeBlanc getting a secondary. Kennen. Ugh. Of course. What could we be thinking? We've been seeing so much of this internationally. The Galio mid just being such a strong option. It has tons of wave clear early game, plenty of early game damage, and you can flex it there. Evie hasn't necessarily had the most success on these carry top laners though, but Kennen against that Gragas is a great matchup, and I'm excited to see exactly what he is that they are able to do. I really hope they do trade that. I don't want to see a Thresh jungle coming out from Tesla. That's not really something that really makes a whole lot of sense in my mind. Now, with the 20-second mark coming up, we're probably going to see something coming up with a new champion select. I know in a lot of other regions they do have an issue with that, where if you don't trade your champions before the 20-second mark, you do end up potentially losing a ban unless they can prove that there's a technical issue with it. But for right now, I do like their composition overall. We're starting to see a lot of this internationally with the 2 supports. You know, in this case, it's the Ivern and the Thresh. And to a lesser extent, the Galio really helping out the double ADC composition coming out from Kennen and Xayah, who both do tons of damage. And Evie and that split push on that Kennen should have plenty of pressure on the rest of the map. On the other hand, they did give away the Zac, and that Zac is such a huge playmaker. He's able to jump in on anyone he wants to, basically with impunity, because he's so tanky. All he needs is 2 items before he becomes nearly unkillable. The Cinderhulk, and it could be the Spirit Visage, which was buffed, which now has 30% healing increase across everything, and that includes blobs, where he's able to stabilize in the jungle at a higher health than he was before the Spirit Visage changes. But he has such a strong ability to engage for his team, and he's definitely a lot safer as well, as he's able to, you know, if something gets too dangerous, Tahm Kench will eat him, take him away, and he'll just be completely fine, and he's got at least 2 or 3 lives that he's able to rely on consistently. And it does look like the pause coming out, it does look like something was going incorrectly with that, with a champion select. We're likely going to see a new one with the same picks and bans. So it is going to be a couple extra moments before we are able to get into the game. But we will really have to see Lavier really stepping up to really be the strong Syndra that we really need him to be if Rascal Jester want to, you know, have a chance against some of these better teams. He needs to show that he can play the meta. Playing Aurelion Sol, playing Anivia is great, but if you only have to play these unusual champions, other teams will be able to quickly pick up on that and really shut you down. So we'll have to see how they do adapt over the rest of the game, but for now, it is just going to be an early advantage potentially for Rascal Jester simply on the strength of their composition. But if they do let the game go past that 25, 30, 35 minute marks, it's going to get a lot scarier as you have to deal with 3-item Kennen, the Blade of the Ruin King. I actually call this the Yordle build to a decent extent. You know, the Blade of the Ruin King, Ruin's Hurricane, and Frozen Mallet. You can build it on so many Yordles. The most obvious one is Kennen, who we see it on almost every top laner. But Lulu can build it. Teemo can build it. We've seen Reckless build it on Tristana as well in EU, and even to a lesser extent, you see a little bit more of that coming out from characters like Gnar, who still go for the Blade of the Ruin King and the Frozen Mallet in a number of the games as well. So, pretty much every Yordle except for like Kled and Rumble, who are both melee. But as we start to move forward, it is going to be a very dangerous thing. You have the Zaya who does tons of damage, builds that Essence Reaver, that Ruinous Hurricane, and with all the extra crit damage on the Blade Caller, she should be in a fantastic spot to really dish out these team fights. Really, we're going to start to see a lot more pressure early in the game. I'd like to see Wyvern go for some early invades with the help of that Gragas, the early shove that he is able to provide, as well as the Syndra. And if they can get a lot of pressure down onto this Ivern early and potentially counter jungle. Ivern likes to go into the enemy's jungle, potentially pick up a 2-buff, potentially 3-buffing your opponent. It would be a great thing if they were able to find him out, or even just keep Zac even in terms of all the buffs and everything else that they are able to pick up. But let's take a look. Anything interesting happening in the Twitterverse right now? It doesn't look like it. People are talking about, the different things. People are talking a little bit about the different things that champions or the players are playing. Ramune mid, doing some very interesting things, and Evi, definitely one of the more popular players in Japan for the most part. He seems very personable, very active on Twitter, very interested in what everything that's going on. And it'll be really cool. It's really cool to just watch him talk in some of his interviews. He's very polite, very much that archetype of a very nice person. And it's really cool to see him play in the LGL, where he does have a much more forceful personality and is able to really move around. You see him come out on flanks all the time, catch out the enemy backline, and really start some good fights. But that's not the kind of role he's going to be playing for us in this first game. Cannon does a little bit of that with the Slicing Maelstrom, is able to get stuns on a lot of members, but unless he's going for an AP build, which we haven't seen in competitive in such a long time, it'll be difficult to really see, the same style of play really working out for him. Hopefully they're able to adapt. Hopefully they've been able to pick up some of the strategies the rest of the world has been pioneering over the past couple of weeks, over the past couple of games, and really bring it to Japan. A couple of other things that we tend to see in Japan, or rather don't tend to see in Japan, that we often see internationally, is, they weren't playing the Kennen for a long time. They weren't playing the Rumble. They weren't playing the Ivern. They've had limited uses for the Jarvan, who is now starting to draw a little bit of bans, as we saw there. Evi trying to shift his playstyle is what that says to me. Both the Jarvan and the Fiora banned out there, which are both, Jarvan's a great, great synergy with something like that Orianna, or even the Syndra, just able to go in, set everybody up in a small area, so it's much easier to hit all that AoE. But, yeah, the champions that Japan hasn't been playing are potentially more interesting than what they are playing, because the really only big things that they play that we haven't seen internationally has been that Tahm Kench, mostly as a top laner, actually. So it'll be interesting to see what it is that they are able to do everywhere else. In terms of the individual lane matchups, it is going to be really interesting to see how Yutori and Dara match up against the Rascal Jester bot lane of Noah and Yuki. Yutori Miyashi and Dara, they have a strong laning phase, not necessarily the best in Japan. They at least go even almost all of the time, but where they really start to shine is after the laning phase is over, after a couple of towers have gone down. You see Yutori go to a side lane and really start to build up huge CS advantages, and eventually come to that 20-25 minute team fight, 50 CS up on your opponent, even in gold otherwise, and just, that's an easy, extra zeal, extra BF sword that he is able to bring to bear, and just have massive team fight presence. Meanwhile, since he's off in a side lane, it does allow Dara to roam a lot more, help potentially the weaker mid lane that Ramune often brings. He's not a particularly confident or aggressive laner. He is much more interested in going even, which was interesting to watch on the Syndra last season. He wasn't necessarily able to build the individual leads that you might expect on that champion, and is much more prone to going something like that cleanse or that barrier than many of the other international mid laners that we've been seeing. It was actually a huge deal last night to watch Gung in China playing up against Dan Gaming. He went with that Ignite Syndra. he ended up getting punished for it, but it's just the kind of aggression you're able to see. Bjergsen's much more interested in that. Fager's much more interested in that. Pertz, again, all these strong mid laners are favoring that ignite for the most part. Sometimes an exhaust as well, but it's not something that Ramne necessarily has the confidence to do. He's much more interested in those defensive summoner spells. Let's take a look. Anything else interesting from these two compositions? Not a whole lot. The Gragas has just been a very safe pick, just as we've seen with Galio, and it'd be really interesting to see. I'm sure for anybody who's been playing for more than about a season and a half, we all remember the days of AP Gragas, and it's not, I don't want to say it's a good build, but it's definitely something that you can still do, even though it's not quite as meta. It still does a lot of damage, especially if you get ahead early. The explosive cask layered on with the body slam, and if you have a Lich Bane on that W proc on your next auto attack, it will just one-shot the backline, and you just become, instead of a tank, you still are relatively tanky because of the damage reduction provided by your W, but you also become a pseudo-assassin ready to just blow apart the enemy team and just single out a single member and remove them from the game. But that's not what we see in Japan. I would love to see it, and with the Galio shifting mid as tanks start, or as the first tank starts heading mid lane, it'll be an interesting thing to see, what will Riot do to push that? Will Riot allow Galio to stay in the mid lane? Will they start pushing other tanks to be playable in the mid lane? Will that Gragas become a mid laner again, just able to play up against Galio while we see a rise of the carry top laners? Things like that Jarvan, things like that Fiora, things like this Kennen are starting to become more popular. And if they're able to continue doing that, push that, if they like what they see with more of that, it could be a very interesting world 2017. At the same time, though, they are starting to limit a lot of the other things that are going on. While we do see perhaps the most open meta that we've seen in a long time, we're seeing the Xayah coming out in the ADC. We're seeing things like Kalista being played last night. Who was it? Excuse me. It was Zeros, the former ADC of Detonation Focus Me, the current ADC of Burning Core. He's able to play that Kalista, something that we're starting to see a little bit more internationally. Tristana is starting to make a comeback, particularly being pushed by players like Reckless in EU. But, there's so much openness in most of our positions, except for the support right now. Really, we're seeing Lulu being banned out, or being picked or banned, Khamra being picked or banned, Thresh being picked or banned, and then after that, you're really left with Zyra, and to a lesser extent, we're still seeing some Braum come out as well. And, simply because of that, there's only those two tiers of supports that we see. We often see tons of junglers banned out, and after the changes to Rek'Sai, when we'll get to see all the play on 7.11, we'll get to see a lot more. But yesterday, we saw 5 jungle bans being targeted at the jungler for 7th Heaven. We saw the Lee Sin, the Zac, the Elise, the Kha'Zix, the Graves band, and eventually we just ended up settling on Savage's Rengar, which had some great success yesterday, but it's just, there's so many options for people to fall back on, and the junglers have, they're used to having a large champion pool because it gets attacked all the time. Mid laners are used to this. Top laners are now, they're starting to get a little bit more lax. They are able to have, a large champion pool, as we see things like the Jarvan, the Kennen, the Camille for a while, the Fiora. We're starting to see Renekton make a comeback again, especially, I imagine we'll see it more on 7.11 after they undo all of the weird changes they made to him in terms of his on animation canceling. Where they, in the 7.11 patch notes, they basically said, hey guys, we screwed up. We're going to go back and undo all of that so you can be where he was before as an animation canceling champion. But, yeah, I don't know. Very interesting spot in the meta right now. Riot's doing overall a fantastic job in terms of their champion balance. There are much fewer champions that are unplayable right now than I believe at any other point in my history of playing League of Legends, since I've been playing, in the middle of Season 2, almost everything is viable. There's not the same kind of trinity of ADCs as we're used to saying. The trinity of, it used to be Corki, Graves, Israel, 2 Triforce champions in Graves who was able to have the true grip passive, able to power through all of the early damage they were bringing and just power through everything. But hey, we're back. We finished up the champion select, back with all the same picks and bans. It looks like they've solved the trading issue. We'll give it one more look. Tussle and Dara do manage to trade this time, so we're going to be getting into game in just a moment. Hooray! We get to see Rascal, Jester, and Rampage play. It's gonna be a treat for everyone. So the Tom Kench. Nothing particularly interesting coming out from the summer spells. The biggest thing that we do see is Ramene's choice to go for that teleport in the mid lane, which is really, really good for the rest of Rampage. If he's more confident on that champion, at least to the point of, hey, I'm not going to die, it means he can stay in lane for a lot longer. It means he can have more global presence. It means he can move around, use that grand entrance to give huge amounts of damage reduction to whatever target it is that does need it. And there we go. All of our players lined up. So Tussle and Dara, 2 of the strongest players in the LJL, both Korean imports, and they're doing a fantastic job for Rampage. They really took them. Rampage has been one of the 2 teams in Japan that has always been at the top of the league, tied with Detonation Focus Me, ever since it was the Japan Premier League. I believe it was in 2013 where they started that up. Detonation Focus Me and Rampage have been trading back and forth, and Rampage is looking to be in a very good spot. But we're going to be loading into the Rift in just a moment right now as Rampage and Rascal Jester move into their lanes. I think. Let's go. I hope we don't have another tactical pause. Okay, cool. We're going to be moving in right here. It's going to be great. I really love this opening that the Japanese production team has put together for us. Moving around, just seeing the beautiful Summoner's Rift that has been put together over the past couple of years, ever since the Rift update. And we are seeing, one of the interesting things that we've been seeing recently on 7.10 is just how strong Doran's Shield has been allowed to become with the miniature Spectre's Cowl passive that it has built onto it. Anybody with a damage over time effect, something like that Cassiopeia, something like that Rumble, that Singed in particular, were nerfed a little bit if your opponent did choose to go for that Doran Shield, simply because if you didn't do more than a couple damage per second, it just out-healed the damage you would put on them. And unless you were willing to take much more extended trades, the Doran Shield would just power through anything you were hoping to do. And right now, Gragas doesn't have the ability to go for particularly extended trades. And there we see the Twitter vote coming in. Rampage with a 79%. And that is no surprise to anybody who's been following the Japanese scene for any length of time. Rampage, probably the favorites for the split, and definitely the favorites for this game. Nothing particularly interesting coming out from the starts other than the Doran Shield on Kennen. A very good option, giving him the ability to sustain through any damage that Aoyama tries to put on him. And Lavier is going to help Wyvern out here with those Raptors. Very good start. Tussle doesn't need the same kind of help from the rest of his team. Just going to be able to pick up. Oh, he's not going to smite that blue buff or red buff. I wonder where he's going to go. They did put a ward down onto Wyvern's blue buff, and it looks like Tussle is going to be heading over there, pings towards it, and that means that Evi's going to have to push against Aoyama early in this lane, and it looks like Tussle's going to be able to do it pretty much uncontested. He is spotted out by that ward, does smite it, but that means that Wyvern will have the opportunity to try and trade that blue buff, really negating the advantage that Tussle could have built up on that, and we do see him heading towards that own blue buff, so it'll be interesting to see exactly what it is that Rampage does to try and deny that. It doesn't matter if you pick up the buff if your opponent is just able to pick it up on their own. And right now, Yutori and Dara have not pushed up in the lane all that much, so it is going to be probably should be a clean steal. Here comes Tussle, realizes that Wyvern is there and is going to try and stop it. He does have the red buff, pushes down bushes, but we're already finding the exhaust goes down onto Noah, forced to blow the heal. That's the first summoner coming out, and there comes the Devour coming out of Yuki. It should be fine. He's forced to flash out, and it's not quite done yet. Dara's going to look for that flay, does manage to find it. Yuki does not have his flash. He's rooted up once again. That should be first blood in just a moment. Does go first blood over to Yutori Moyashi, and that is massive. That is not the person you want to be giving gold over to, especially this early in the game. He's going Adorn Shield. All your other lanes are going even or better right now. Wyvern doesn't manage to pick up the blue buff, and overall, that's a huge swing in momentum and gold already over to Rampage, and we're only 3.5 minutes in. Well, Romney is going aggressive right here into Syndra, not going to be able to find a whole lot, and we do see a pause coming out once again. I wonder what this pause could be about. We didn't see anything. Uh-oh. Noah seems to be having some connection issues this early in the game. That could potentially be a remake, depending on how it is the Japanese administrators do choose to go about it. But right now, it's very interesting to see how quickly this game really turned on its head. We saw Yuki trying to head up towards the blue buff, try and help out. Oh, yeah, it is a Rascal Jester pause. So Noah does disconnect from the game. He will be coming back later on, we're sure, but what it'll do to the game state could be very surprising. Yuki did start moving up towards the blue buff, leaving Noah alone, where he did get hit by the death sentence from Dara. And we all saw exactly what happened after that. They were simply able to chase it down. Yuki wasn't able to flash far enough or flash over the wall to really get both of their members to safety. And with all 4 of the summoners down, and I believe it was only the exhaust being blown by Dara to get that first kill, if the game state stays as it is, it will be absolutely massive for Rampage as they really start to build up an early lead, hit those item spikes earlier, and really start to push around and really take advantage of the fact that they have a later scaling comp. They won't necessarily need to do a whole lot, but they'll have the option to, which is very important in League of Legends, especially at this level of play. You can do a lot of different things if you just have a gold advantage. You push them around, pick up early dragons, pick up the Rift Herald, both of which are in many ways win more conditions. They're things that you are able to get if you're ahead pretty much for free, and if you can get the first one, it means you can get the second one, get the third one, and really just snowball out of control. And Yutori, we'd said he doesn't necessarily have the strongest laning phase, but if you give him a lead, that, you know, middling skill laning phase jumps up to something that could really take over the game really quickly. He's not on necessarily the same kind of playmaking ADC as we necessarily saw him last split, where we saw a lot of Lucian, a lot of Jhin who are able to just find someone out, two-shot them, dash around the fight, and do pretty much whatever they want, or that Varus who just does insane damage during team fights. Zarya does comparable damage in team fights to Varus, but she is a lot more rear-loaded than Varus is what we're used to, and we are getting back in the game. It doesn't look like whatever bug or latency issue we were seeing is going to be going into a remake, and we are sitting here at 1,000 gold lead on Rampage at under the 4-minute mark, and that's going to be absolutely huge as we start to see where the gold starts to go. 8 CS lead. Romney is getting poked out quite hard, doesn't have to flash away, but Yuki's also in a bad spot right now here in the bot lane as Yutori just picks up the last couple of CS. We're probably going to see a back cycle coming out from them pretty soon. Pick up the pieces to whatever item it is that they choose to go for first. We've been seeing a large trend in... Ooh, he's going to back before getting full health, just trying to push Lavier out of lane. He gets the essentially free back, picks up that Dark Seal, make that corrupting potion even stronger than it already is. But in the ADCs, we've been seeing a lot of focus more towards the critical strike builds from ADCs, especially with characters like Caitlyn. They focus towards the Infinity Edge into the Zeal items, and Zarya, there's a bit of a split in the community as to whether or not it is best to pick up Blade of the Ruin King or the Essence Reaver. And I think for the most part at the competitive level they are leaning towards that Essence Reaver due to the huge pressure that it provides with the cooldowns, with the critical strike, and really everything else. And there we do see the strength. Oh, wait, no, he's not level 5 yet. Who am I talking about? But yeah, that's a strong difference there, all right. We see the biggest difference in KDA really being between Yuki and Dara, and I think that's largely simply because Dara doesn't die a whole lot. Last split, Yutori and Dara had basically no deaths throughout the entire split. It wasn't unusual for Yutori to go deathless in a series, and if I remember correctly, in the playoffs he died, I believe, a total of like 4 times over 5 games. No, he died 5 times over 5 games against Unsold Stuff. 3 of them being in the same game where it was against a Vi and Camille back at the height of Camille's power. You know, they both just press R. Romney is going in, forces Lavier's flash out early. And while he is a little bit behind in CS, that is going to be another forced back, and we're going to need to see Wyvern moving around and really helping out the rest of his team, because right now he has what is considered the strongest pick in the game, but not necessarily able to do anything with it yet. And we are going to see Yutori opting for that BF sword, going towards that Essence Reaver, and potentially an Infinity Edge later on. But nothing surprising coming out from our builds right now. Evie is opting to go for the early Wit's End as opposed to the Blade of the Ruin King first. Both of them are strong items, definitely going to increase your damage, but the difference is he's trying to reduce the damage in the first place rather than sustain off of it, which will be an interesting choice, especially up against Imo's triple Doran's Ring build. He's going to have tons of built-in sustain and tons of mana sustain now, so it's going to be difficult to force him out of lane simply because he's effectively an energy champion. He doesn't run out of mana. He has tons of mana sustain. He's got tons of AP for the price right now, and even though Evie is starting to build up a small CS advantage, you know, it's definitely something that they are going to have to work on if they want to extend that. No surprise here, Romane also picking up that Negatron cloak in the mid lane. I don't imagine he's going for the Wit's End like his top lane counterpart, but oh man, Tussle is going to pick up another buff. That is the 4th buff he's picked up from Wyvern, and the 2nd one in Wyvern's jungle. Wyvern gets a good idea of this. They're pinging towards it, but they do see Tussle heading towards his own red buff already, and it's just too dangerous for Wyvern to go in there alone with the way that his lanes are currently arranged. Lavier doesn't have his flash available. Romane has his ultimate. He can get there much faster than that Syndra can, pretty much regardless. And we are going to see Romane heading down towards that bottom side of the jungle, picks up that red buff, but lots of fighting here in the bot lane. Yutori Mayashi is getting a lot of damage down to Yuki, but the gray health is going to heal him up rather effectively. And with the Bilgewater Cutlass built onto Noah, it's going to be harder to push him out than it was before. But here we see Tussle coming in, lots of damage being put onto Lavia. There's a flash coming out from Romane. He's going to be able to get a lot of damage. Tussle is forced out by the unleashed power, but there's the power of Wyvern Zac coming in, doing tons of damage to both of them as he pulls them together. But Daisy's still in the mix of everything. Romane is pushed low. He doesn't have his flash, but Dar's here first. He's going to be able to help the rest of his team, and that is going to be a 2nd kill going over to Rampage. This time going over to support. Flashes forward, gets the death sentence onto Syndra, and that's going to be another kill. Romane picks one up. That's one on both members of the bot lane and the mid lane right now for Rampage, and that's huge. They're sitting on a 2,000 gold with a team that scales better, and right now they're already ahead. This gold lead that says 2,000 is much more effectively something like a 3,000-4,000 gold lead, simply to the synergy that their champions provide to each other, as opposed to what we see from Rascal Jester. Wyvern still has a flash, but he did not have the Let's Bounce. We're going to take a look at that one more time. Romane flashes forward, gets onto Lavier, and Tussle moves forward, but that shield coming out is so effective. He doesn't necessarily go down right away, and even though Wyvern is in a good spot to potentially get onto Tussle, he's knocked up by Romane and then knocked up immediately after by Daisy, and by the time that Dara gets here, we're almost at, the fight's already done. Lavier does pick that up, but it's not going to matter after that. He's already gone down. He doesn't have his flash available, and now with Lavier's blue buff being put onto Romane, it's in a very dangerous spot for this Syndra. No flash and potentially a strong repeat gank coming out from Tussle. And with all these buffs being picked up, by Tussle. He's able to hand them over to all of his solo laners, and the sustain that will come out of that for Evie is going to really match and potentially push him over the edge as he's dealing with Atyamomo. And right now they're both still 0-0-0. Atyamomo did have to blow his flash earlier. We didn't get to see what that was all about. So it'll hopefully, Death Sentence lands onto Yuki, but the Devour is going to pull him out. Wall unfortunately wasted there by Dara, but I'd say it would be worth, but Devour is not that long of a cooldown, nowhere near as long as Dara's Wall, so that is a lot of all-in power reduced there in the bot lane for Rampage. And potentially a bit of an overstep. Good damage going over onto Yutori Moyashi, who is now sitting on the Caulfield's Warhammer as well. And that is going to be doing so much more damage, especially in short trades, and I guess even in longer trades as well, up against Noah's Ashe. But Noah's Ashe will be able to sustain through these fights, and we do see some good damage being put down onto Yutori, rooting Yuki up, not going to be forced to blow anything. But the sustain that's coming out of the Bilgewater Cutlass could potentially push them over the top right now, as there's only a fairly small lead being built up in that lane. Partly from Dara's long extended roam that was matched way too late by Noah and Yuki. But Tussle is going to be in a very strong spot. 3 assists for him, building towards that early redemption. One of the things that's been so strong about Ivern for a long time is just how cheap his build is. It's a strong build. You'll see things like the Locket, like the Redemption, like the Ardent Sensor being built onto this champion. And all these items are support items. You know, supports are known for not getting a lot of gold. Ramen is going to go in, getting a little bit more damage onto Lavia, probably taking a turret shot for his troubles. But Wyvern is being forced out of his own jungle fairly significantly. Tussle seems to be living here a lot more than his own. And there comes Daisy getting a good root onto Wyvern, getting not quite a knockup, but they are doing a good job of denying the vision and just putting the fear into Wyvern as they build up so much control over this dragon. Right now, it's simply going to be a matter of time with the Earth Dragon, one of the most highly rated dragons by many professional players, simply to the objective pressure that it creates. It'll be very strong if Tussle is able to pick that up for his team with the help of Yutori, with the help of Ramune, potentially even with a roam down of Evie, who has now completed that Wit's End. But Rampage is, like we said earlier, is happy to rest on their laurels for a little bit. They don't need to build a strong advantage in any of their lanes. If they're even, they're ahead. When they're ahead, they're massively ahead. And if they just wait it out till they hit a couple of these power spikes, Wyvern is going to spot out that ward and should be good to go on that end. But Rascal Jester needs to be the one making plays. We see Atyamomo moving in, trying to get a good bearing of where Tussle is, but he's on the opposite side of the map. They get a couple of pings towards him. They do pick up the Krugs right now. And Yutori with a completed Essence Reaver. Dara's here, gets the flay onto Yuki and the Death Sentence. He does have his flash available and is forced to flash out. The Blade Collar comes out, roots him up one more time. Noah's trying to put damage back, but it's not particularly effective. And Ramune will be faster on the collapse if they do choose to head down that direction. Unfortunately, they do see Wyvern there, so they won't be able to dive right now. Wyvern is at one of his early power spikes, as he does have that early level in Let's Bounce and is building towards that Cinderhulk, but they'll be more than happy with the amount of damage they're able to get onto this bot lane turret by themselves. And right now, big advantages in terms of turret pressure and CS starting to be built up by Rampage across the map. Only about 8 in both the mid lane. Here comes Lavia getting caught up once again. He does have his flash available, but that's just more than half of his health bar taken just from Tussle showing up. Ramune just saying, hey, how's it going? Have some gusting winds. And with that Abyssal Scepter already built onto him, Lavia is not doing a whole lot of damage to him, but Ramune is doing plenty of damage in return. Those early levels in that Q, in that E, are going to be really good for the rest of his movement. And Wyvern is just struggling. Evie and Atyamomo are going at it really hard right here. Both ultimates committed. Both of them have their flashes available, but that Wit's End is doing so much damage. He flashes out, but the Q does land onto that minion, and missing the stun, that should be Atyamomo being fine. But it does raise the question, where is the rest of Rampage? They're going to be able to come up and really pressure Atyamomo off this turret. Will Evi able to do that on his own? He has his flash available, and here we go. Grand Entrance comes out. The damage reduction going on to Evi. Ramne is starting to take up the turret, but Wyvern's here as well, trying to put damage back onto the rest of the team. He gets the double knockup, and Atyamomo was still alive, and Ramne and Evi are not in a good spot. The Unleashed Power goes down, does pick up the cannon. Ramne should be next as he starts to take down these turret shots, and that's a huge turn back in the other direction. Wyvern's going to need to land this Q if he wants to do anything to tussle, but they're more than happy with that. And with the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, Rampage's bot lane is in a fantastic spot, potentially push down onto Rascal Jester as well. They've already taken half the turret, and with both of their ultimates available and all of their summoners, they want to be able to do something, because they're going to take potentially a lot of damage onto their top lane turret right here at around the 15-minute mark. And the first turret gold is still available. The flay goes on to Noah. He's rooted up by the Blade Caller. He's going to go down very quickly. The wall gets up. Yuki is able to devour him a little bit, but the passive coming out from Yutori, he does manage to pick it up. He does not have the Blade Caller. He does. I'm lying, and he gets barely. Yuki is barely able to use that great health to keep himself alive, and this should reward Rampage with the first turret gold onto their bot lane. Not necessarily off of this wave. They're getting a lot of damage, but they'll be able to push out this next one, and they should be able to do that. That's more than just a kill. That's about two and a half kills going down here onto Rampage. And I wonder if Dara is going to give the solo gold over to Yutori. It doesn't look like he is. That's a huge gold swing going over in favor of Rampage. Ramne is looking for Lavier once again. Gets some good damage with that early Abyssal Scepter, really amplifying his damage. And we just see, between the damage reduction on his W and the resistances and the natural magic resistance shield, he's not taking a lot of damage at all. And while we do see that Atyamomo picked up at least one assist against all of the aggression top lane, he's still down about 30 CS right now to Evi. Evi with that early Wit's End, and it looks like he's building toward, could be either the Ruins Hurricane or the Blade of the Ruin King. Both are solid options. He's going to be able to pick up this red buff and start pressuring even further. With the first turret down, we're likely going to see a lot more movement. Tussle is caught out by Wyvern. The Let's Bounce comes out, takes him and Daisy farther into the enemy team, but the Grand Entrance gives him so much damage reduction, comes in, knocks up Lavi, and that is going to be the first kill of this fight. Wyvern is forced to flash out. Devour should be available for Yuki in a moment, but Rampage are going to call it quits and head towards the Dragon instead, as well as getting tons of damage down here towards the mid lane. There's at least Atyamomo's teleport forced out here, but he's already down to half health right now, and where's Yutori going? It looks like they are trying to find something. Just going to get a couple of wards for their troubles. But this is a huge power spike for Rampage. They finish items onto all of their members. They're getting vision over all of Rascal Jester's red side jungle. And if they're going to get good damage onto this turret as well, as we see 3 members down there. And Yutori Miyashi does an insane amount of damage with the Zeal and the Essence Reaver he's picked up. And, there's nothing to scoff at either coming out from Tussle with these ranged auto attacks. And that is going to be the second bot lane turret, as the second turret of the game to fall. There's tons of damage being put down in the mid lane. But right now, Wyvern is looking for opportunity to go into Evi, is just going to lightning rush away. So he'll be okay. And with the jungler on the top side, that's just going to give more resources over to Rampage as they do pick up this Earth Dragon. And right now, with a 5,000 gold lead, they are firmly in control of this game. At this point in the game, we do have to ask ourselves, what can Rascal Jester do to keep themselves in the game? And, well, the answer is they need to find fights where they are man advantage. They have Zac, who's still a strong pick at 1-1-1. He's still up in CS, trying to get this Rift Herald. If they can find a lane to really start snowballing, they could potentially have a counter to Yutori Miyashi. And the real answer to that, well, there's two. One of them is get Atyamomo strong enough to really jump in and knock Yutori Miyashi back into the rest of the team, where it doesn't necessarily matter if he has a couple of supports, if he's going to be focused by Ashe, if he's going to be devoured by Yuki, if he's going to be hit by the unleashed power from Lavier. He's going to go down. But Atyamomo is looking to be in a rough spot right now. He's already being pushed up. He's going to be put up against this cannon in the longest lane. Bot lane doesn't have any turrets for him to fall back to until the inhibitor turret, and it's just going to be dangerous for him to really move anywhere. He's not going to be able to create pressure on the map as he builds towards this Iceborne Gauntlet. And unfortunately, it's a little bit too late on the rest of the team. There's already lots of MR items coming out for Rampage. We see the Mikhails, we see the Abyssal Scepter, we see the Wit's End. Ramne flashes forward, gets a taunt onto Lavier. The death sentence is going to be your actual death sentence as another kill. 3-0-0 killing spree onto Utomayashi, and they're going to get another turret here as a 5-man stack from Rampage is going to get them all these objectives. The Rift Herald is still sitting in Wyvern's inventory. That's only going to last for a couple of minutes. He is going to have to use it somewhere, and he doesn't have a good spot to put it right now. He's looking for an engage. He's going up. The elastic slingshot is flayed away by Wyvern. He's going to be in a bad spot. The Devour is going to pull Yuki and Wyvern back towards them. Wall's not quite going to connect, but Evie around the side is getting a lot of damage onto Atyamomo. And the elastic slingshot round 2 coming in does get taunted up. Utomiyashi uses a great ultimate, but he's going to get let's bounce back into the rest of the team as Evie comes in doing tons of damage to Noah. And even though Utomiyashi's in the middle of the team, it doesn't matter. Nobody is able to focus him down, and the rest of Rampage is going to be able to do whatever they want, as we see Daisy just kind of lounging around there. Come on, Daisy. It's supposed to be a Daisy Stampede, not a Daisy recliner chair. But that was it was a neat idea for Rascal Jester. The first elastic slingshot could have been fantastic, but they also chose to fight a man down. Lavier was nowhere to be seen during most of that, having died previously, and he just came back at the very end, and I believe actually died again in the course of that fight. And right now, Wyvern is the only member of Rascal Jester that is decently strong at all, and you kind of expect that from one of the star players on one of the strongest champions in the game. But here we go. We still have Lavier dead. Wyvern chooses to go in, does get taunted up by Ramne, and is stuck, taking tons of damage. The Devour saves him from a lot, and Yuki's not going to take a whole lot of damage. But here he sees, it's like, I see round 2. He goes in, elastic screenshot one more time, but the engage has already started, and with the ultimate coming out of Utomiyashi, dodging the immediate stun, Noah's stunned up by the slicing maelstrom, not able to get any damage back onto anyone, and Rampage is able to pick and choose their targets as they please, and they chose everyone. I would like one of every animal, please. This is Noah's Ark, and we're all going on a ride as the flood of Rampage just comes up and really takes control of the game. Ramne is too tanky to kill. He has that Warmogs. What are they going to do? Oh, Wyvern is choosing to put down the Rift Herald in the mid lane. Ramne is not going to be doing necessarily kind of damage to stop it, but he's not too worried about it. It's going to get some good damage, taking, a good half of the turret immediately. That's probably the most I've seen just about ever. Tussle is stunned up by the Enchanted Crystal Arrow so that Noah and Yuki can just walk away. They do get the mid turret, so it's not a perfect game, but it wasn't already. They had a couple of kills under their belts, as Ramne and Evie do end up falling in the ill-fated dive earlier. But it's a very, very difficult spot for Rascal Jester, and now they need to start looking towards what can they do in Game 2? What did they do wrong? I think the biggest thing is they didn't necessarily expect Tussle to bring out this Ivern, and he's been having a fantastic game. He's been getting so many buffs for his teammates. We've seen, at the early game we saw at least 4 buffs being taken by Tussle. And right now, here comes Wyvern. He's trying to get a little bit, is going to get the knockback onto Yutori, but it doesn't matter. The Grand Entrance is going to get him so much damage reduction, and you don't necessarily want to bring Evie and the rest of the people into your team. That's a triple kill going over to Xayah already. That's a quadra kill going over to Utomiyashi Xayah. And at this point, if this was solo queue, we'd all be surrendering. We'd be throwing out that FF. They are just looking for Atyamomo, trying to find him. Not going to be able to do so, but they are going to start pushing down this inhibitor turret at 24 minutes. This is one of the earliest base objectives taken in the Japanese league at this point, and with over a 12k gold lead on Rampage, picking up the first inhibitor with a Mountain Drake. The next dragon hasn't even spawned yet. It's spawning in 20 seconds. Rampage is moving fast. They're moving decisively, and it's very, very effective right now. And definitely very aggressive builds coming out from their team, and that's not really particularly surprising with how effective it has been so far. Infinity Edge comes out as a third item at 25 minutes for Yutori, having previously sat on the Essence Reaver and the increased burst offered by the Static Shiv. But the Blade of the Ruin King and the Wit's End built onto Evi before picking up the increased split push power provided by the Ruin's Hurricane, and he's building towards that Frozen Mallet, just saying, hey, yeah, I do damage. I have Frozen Mallet. You're going to have to flash if you want to survive. And a lot of those flashes are going to be down. Noah and Yuki's are coming up soon. Wyverns is not. And Lavier he's going to be in a tough spot. He's playing Syndra in this game. He's 1-4-1, having to pick up that Void Staff as a second item. Not an ideal item. Syndra's much prefer going for an early Leandries, an early Loon's Echo, and Romney looking for him one more time. Not a fun spot to be Rascal Jester in this game. And ultimately, we can't be too surprised. Wyvern's looking here. Elastic Slingshot is going to land onto Ramune. He's going to go for the knockup. He gets Utori and Ramune again, pulling them back into the enemy team, but there's no focus damage going back onto them. Dara and Ramune are free to fire in the front lane. Utori Miyashi picks up the first one, picks up the second one in just a moment, and Lavia has got nowhere to run right now, and that's going to be another double kill going over to Utori Miyashi. Another one picked up by Evi. 10-0-3 on this teleport coming out, just going to push in these super minions, and they are going to be pushing for the game, having picked up the second Mountain Dragon. Ramune gets flash forward, gets onto Noah, tons of damage going on, and the Slicing Maelstrom comes across, but doesn't even pick up the assist. But who cares? You got the entire team in the enemy base. 26 minutes, getting a first Nexus turret. The second Nexus turret is going to go down. In Japan, you are looking fine tonight. That was some League of Legends like we haven't seen come out in a long time. Quick, decisive, powerful, aggressive, and it works. And it's because of the Ivern that Tuss was playing in this game. He enabled his team so incredibly hard, picking up so many buffs, reducing the threat that Wyvern... Oh man, that's a tongue twister. Ivern and Wyvern, but reducing the threat that Wyvern presented on that Zac. Just saying, hey, you don't clear your own jungle clear enough, so that means I get both jungles. Both jungles are Tussel's jungles in this game. And Rampage blows through Rascal Jester in the first game. And Rascal Jester, they're really going to have to go back to the drawing board. They did potentially fall to the bait of that Zac. And while it's potentially a very dangerous, it's a gambit more than a bait, shall we say. It's definitely a gambit played by Rampage saying, hey, we believe in Tussle. We believe he's better than Wyvern. We believe that he is going to take down all the threat provided by that monster of a champion. And because of that, we're going to give Utori and Evi all of the tools they need to be successful. We've criticized a couple of other teams in the LJL previously for not providing the resources they need to on the carries on their team, but Rampage did that, and they did it in spades. Once again, this is Joshua Joshi Howard coming at you live from Seattle, Washington. That was Game 1, a dominating performance from Rampage over Rascal Jester. We're going to be getting into Game 2 in just a couple minutes, but until then, thanks for watching, and we'll be back.
日は LJL2017 サマースピリットラウンド2 Day 2の模様をお送りしております。さあレボルさん、ゲーム1ランページ圧倒的と序盤から
Welcome back and thanks for watching once again. This is your host Joshua Joshi Howard coming at you live, bringing you all of the LJL action. If you were watching during the break, you might have noticed a small sound coming in there, and I do have to talk about that real quick. For anybody who enjoys Broadway or anything like that, there's been a very famous musical that's been making the rounds recently, Hamilton by Lin-Manuel Miranda, and people have been able to listen to the soundtrack for a while now, but I just was informed of a really high quality bootleg of the live play coming out on YouTube. So I did have to find a download link for that. Unfortunately, I have to wait until after the broadcast to download that so we can, have this quality time together. But I have to say I'm excited. I have not yet had an opportunity to see the play because it's not here in Seattle yet. We only have it in New York. But that's not important right now. We're going to get back into the LJL action, and realistically, Rampage had a fantastic first game. A couple of key points that we were able to see from that was potentially the bait on the Zac. Looking back, I really liked Rampage's draft. They purposefully left the Zac open, something for Rascal Jester to pick up, knowing that Tussle would be able to punish the relatively weak or slow but high sustained clear that champion has. And it'll be interesting to see if Rascal Jester are willing to make the same kind of gambit. Tussle is one of the strongest junglers in the LJL and was, one of the stars of the team at MSI, keeping them in much longer than they had any right to be. It'll be interesting to see if Rascal Jester are willing to give him the chance on the Zac. I'm going to lean towards no, simply because he's so good, and they're even drawing the Iron ban. But right now, it's going to be interesting to see what the last ban for Rampage is. They banned the Elise out against Wyvern last time, and it wouldn't be surprising to see the same thing. Tussle has tons of opportunities to do things, but Rampage are actually opting to ban the Zac as the blue side. The blue side is not where you usually see this ban. It's something that you want to see coming up from the red side, simply because they are forced to ban it if they don't want to give it over to the first pick, and that means Rascal Jester is going to ban away this Thresh. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw something like, I was going to say the Lee Sin or the Elise, the two junglers right below Zac in terms of how powerful they are internationally. We see them everywhere, and immediately we see Wyvern moving towards that Lee Sin. One of these, these are both incredibly safe, incredibly powerful junglers. They don't tell you anything about the other team's team composition because they can both choose their fights so well. Lee Sin hits that resonating strike. As much as your mind, or as much as your body is telling you yes to follow it, at this level of play, your mind does have a little bit more impact on exactly what it is you're doing. You don't have to follow the cue. Elise, with the new plants, is able to repel so freely relative to how she was before. Before, it used to just be any champions and some jungle camps, but now there's a plant up, you're free to go. That blast cone is going to be a great spot for you to go. And right now we're looking at much more standard compositions. Rampage, while they are a very strong team, almost cheesed Rascal Jester last game. They really got that strong pick. We do see the Ashe coming out and the Misfortune coming out for Yutori and Dara, and that's not a surprise at all. For anyone who remembers, the surge of Misfortune support, it was specifically against Zyra as a champion. The passive on Misfortune's auto attacks, getting extra damage on any target that they're not haven't previously auto attacked, which is all plants, means that if you and your ADC both auto attack the plant at the same time, that plant not only doesn't do any damage but dies immediately, and you really limit the poke that Zyra is able to provide, while providing plenty of your own with the double up and the make it rain, doing tons of damage back to Zyra that she can't really compete with. It'll be interesting to see exactly what it is that Rascal Jester chooses to do. Right now, we've seen very standard strategies. Both teams have picked their jungler and their bot lanes, but that means that the solo lanes are going to get focused very heavily with these bans and these picks, and it guarantees both team at least one counter pick depending on how it is they choose to draft. Things like that Fizz, like the Galio, are the big ones. To a lesser extent, characters like Jace are flexed between the top lane and the mid lane, and potentially denying your opponent a strong counter pick in those lanes. But they're not particularly common in Japan, and the Fiora and Orianna are banned out against Ramune, while the Taliyah is the third ban we're seeing up against Lavia, and while it'll be interesting to see what the last ban is, it's probably going to be another one targeted at him, simply because he's, one of the stronger rookies. And again, 4 mid laners, a total of 5 mid laners, 6 if you count Galio, being banned out in this game. And it's exciting on the one hand. Gragas is going to be picked up. That's definitely going to, not quite locked yet, but likely going to be picked up as a very strong, safe blind pick for Atyamomo. But it says to me that Ramune's champion pool is expanding. I didn't say that, but we're seeing a lot of different things picked up. Jarvan is going to be hovered here, which is often paired with things like that Taliyah and the Orianna, but both of them are already banned in this game. So it'll be interesting to see what it is he chooses to pick up for that. Most of the meta mid laners are gone, but there are still things like that Victor, which we're seeing a little bit in NA as a kind of fallback, a tier below of the mid laners. But the LeBlanc, we talked about this earlier. This is something that Ramune liked to play. It's one of the few champions he's been very confident on, and it's such a strong blind pick in the meta right now, especially when you're going to be putting the pressure on the rookie of Lavia, seeing exactly what it is he chooses to pick. Now, a lot of different places like to play the Swain. They like to play the Cassiopeia as 2 of the strongest counter picks up against LeBlanc, and I wouldn't be surprised if Lavia has at least one of those in his back pocket. We haven't seen him play either of them yet, but he is going to opt for that Kassadin, just going to fight fire with fire, going to be jumping onto everyone. And Rampage, this is one of the most aggressive compositions we've seen come out of them pretty much ever. Everyone's going to be able to do tons of damage. You got the Jarvan, you got the LeBlanc. You're going to be locking people up for the Misfortune bullet time coming across the team, and tons of early game damage, tons of scaling. Well, not actually great scaling, but they'll do a fantastic job in the mid game. As they start to deal, they'll be able to fight so much, and both teams are actually looking to do that. The only true tank in this game going to be Atyamomo's Gragas, who, if he is able to get an early lead up against Evi's Jarvan, which was banned out against him in game 1, it'll be huge. It'll be a huge advantage for the team if he's able to have that front line provided. Peace sign, Dara. He knows the camera's on him, and that's one of the things I really like about Rampage. They're used to being in the spotlight so much. They just have these little plays with the camera that you don't necessarily see coming out from the other teams. Nobody on Rascal Jester is going to give us a peace sign, but Dara's like, yeah, I know, I'm cool. I helped win that game. But we're going to be jumping in one more time to the Rift. No need for a long pause series coming out here, simply due to the the mishap in Champion Select last time. We're going to be able to load right into the Rift, and just these team comps are going to have so much power in the mid game. Between the 15 and 25 minute mark, everybody gets their first item and a half. First item and a half on everyone. Going to be tons of poke coming out from that Varus, from that Ashe, but not necessarily a whole lot of wave clear from either side. So whoever gets this lead in the mid game with those early item spikes, able to push through, pick up potentially a couple mountain dragons, ocean dragons, or cloud dragons to really rotate around and really get those structures much more quickly, is going to have a huge advantage as we start moving into the later stages of the game. But once again, we only see the 2 Doran shields coming out, which is an interesting choice. I would have potentially expected a Doran shield coming out from Lavia's Kassadin, simply because he's playing against LeBlanc, who is going to have that range advantage, is going to be able to put down a lot of auto attacks, and really just have a strong presence early in the game. But the Dark Seal does a very similar thing, able to sustain in a different way. The Dark Seal and the refillable potion does increase his ability, or does increase the potency of those potions, and really keep him healthy for a lot longer. I have to say, I really like the Godfist Lee Sin skin. while it's not necessarily as flashy as some of the other legendary skins that we've seen, it's just it's cool and it knows it, and it just runs around and just has these ridiculously over the top voice lines that you wouldn't see on almost anything else. But this is another thing we tend to see a lot in lots of damage going on to Yuki there so early in the game. Wow, and 2 CS already picked up by Utomayashi coming off of those plants. Not going to be a big deal in terms of the gold, but it is going to inflate his stats a little bit. Right now, Wyvern and Atumomo choosing to start at that red buff, and the rest of Rampage is just going to go back to their respective lanes. Nothing particularly surprising coming out from any of these masteries. Both ADCs opting for the Fervor, a little more late game damage and team fight presence as opposed to that, the lane sustain right here. But the Fervor is also coming out from Evie. Now there's a lot of different options available for Jarvan. That's one of the more popular ones, especially because he does become such a strong tank with the Titanic Hydra, with the Black Cleaver, and he's going to sustain a long time, which means he's going to get a lot of auto attacks and a lot of free AD. We are seeing, look at how low Yuki is already in this lane. Having to burn through potions so quickly and not having any presence, gonna back already at the 2.5 minute mark. That's gonna put Noah in a very awkward spot until Yuki's able to come back, pick up that control ward. But he's gonna lose a lot of CS, take a lot of poke. That Thunderlord's coming out from Dard, doing a little bit of work onto Noah, but that Dorn Shield, again, paying dividends. Such a strong item. Lots of, just a Billy bump. These two manly men are just going to, they're in the locker room up here in the top lane. They just want to say hello to each other, and they're going to be bumping into each other for a while now. They're just going to be bumping back, and wow, that sounds really awkward. I'm going to stop using that whip. But Ramane is going to be jumping in onto Lavier there, getting a lot of damage, but taking a lot in return. And Tussle here, not going to spot out Wyvern quite yet, but it's going to steal away some of his jungle. And that might be enough. Wyvern is looking for some good pressure onto Tussle. He does spot him out. Doesn't land the Resonating Strike quite yet. Does land it on, and this could be very big. That Blast Cone is going to send them both over the wall, and Tussle is in a very bad spot. Is forced to flash away from Lavier, but there he goes. He flashes forward, and that's the double buffs onto the mid laner. Wyvern also finds Evie, follows him over the wall with the Resonating Strike, and he still has the flash. This is a fantastic situation for Rascal Jester. You can't afford to give Kassadin double buffs and that early kill. He's a champion who's renowned for a weak laning phase, and if you give him that laning phase for free, there's not a whole lot you can do after it. And ooh, look at that, taking no damage, is gonna throw out that Q that's silence. I can't remember the name of it at the moment, but it's the magic damage shield's going to prevent anything from Ramane right now, and even with a more confident play on such a strong split push, such a strong early to mid game champion, it's going to be a very bad spot for Ramane, especially as this wave is going to freeze and push towards the red side, going to potentially deny a lot of CS off of him, as well as both mid laners do choose to teleport into the mid lane. Blasting Wand already picked up by Kassadin, just going straight for a damage portion of the Rod of Ages, just completely ignoring the Catalyst, saying, hey, I have the red buff and the blue buff, you can't fight me at all. And it's a huge advantage. Wyvern is here in the wings as well, still has the blue buff, no longer has the red buff to threaten, but look at that, just able to put so much damage. Wyvern is going to come in. Ramane did use his W already. He's not going to have to flash. The Resonating Strike does not land, and now Tussle's back here trying to get a little bit back, and Dara's even moving up as well. Ramane could make another bait move by moving in with that distortion, try and get Lavier to go in forward, but without the flash, without the Rift Walk, I don't expect it to be too successful, and we see Dara heading right back down to the bot lane. And overall, right now, other than that kill and the double buffs being put onto the Kassadin, giving him that experience and gold advantage in the mid lane, the biggest thing we need to look at is how the bot lane is going to shape up. Utomayashi does already have a 15 CS lead. I don't know about that one. It's some good damage onto Lavier, but you really do need to get that early right now, especially since Lavier just hit level 6. He's going to have so much more all-in potential over the next couple of minutes, and especially until Ramane gets his own ultimate available. But Yutori Mayashi is sitting at a 15 CS lead over Noah, and that comes almost entirely due to the early pressure that Dara and Yutori were able to put onto Yuki, forcing him to back out and leaving Noah in a 1v2 situation. Lots of damage starting to get traded back. Still here in the mid lane, Ramane is running much lower on CS, and there he goes, forced to flash out by Lavier. The force pulse barely missing. And that's a ton of pressure being put down here as well. Lavier is going to have a lot more roam pressure. He's going to be able to push up, deny more CS from that LeBlanc, and LeBlanc's going to be put decently far behind in a position where they aren't necessarily going to be able to split push up against Lavier's Kassadin. And that's not something you can have. The Hextech Gunblade build that a lot of LeBlancs have been favoring, including Ramane, is designed to split push because you're able to just sustain any damage. You know, if anybody comes and tries to 1v1 you, you'll just clear a couple of waves with the Sigil of Malice, and you'll be good. You'll be back to full health in no time. But if you're going to be late, if you don't have that in time, it's going to be a much more difficult spot. And right now, Evi is putting damage onto Atyamomo, but we talked a little bit earlier about the triple Doran's Ring build that many tanks are favoring up here in the top lane. Ramane is getting aggressed on by Lavier, lots of damage. The double chain's coming out one more time, not going to be able to do a whole lot of damage. He's going to go aggressive one more time. One more Sigil of Malice proc could be all it takes, but both junglers are sitting here in the wings. Both of them are waiting for the opposing mid laner to make a mistake. Both of these mid laners are very mobile at this point in the game. But without any flashes, Ramane is potentially moving a bit too close. Tussle is on the other side, taking away Rascal Jester's blue buff. And it looks like both of them, Ramane is posturing so aggressively. And while this is good, while the confidence he's displaying is fantastic for an otherwise fairly passive player, it is potentially going to get him in trouble. And here we see Evi coming down, knows that Wyvern is going to try and counter the blue steal by Tussle, but as a whole, Rampage moving a little bit better as his team and narrowing down the gold lead presented. But here comes Wyvern. Lavier goes forward, the W comes in, but Wyvern flashes forward, lands the ultimate and the resonating strike, and that's going to be another kill here in the duo between Lavier and Wyvern, and that's going to be very dangerous. But Evi uses the Cataclysm here, and Atyamomo, the explosive cast does not knock him out. The second knock-up comes out from Evi, and this fervor is stacking up huge. One more Q should be all it takes. Ooh, he chooses to throw the flag, not the drag, and flashes forward, takes so much damage from the minion, he's gonna go down. He's cracking up, Atyamomo's cracking up. They both know how ridiculously bold that was, and unfortunately, it's not going to pay off at this point. And that was not the move that Evi needed to make. The rest of his team is, a little bit behind, but not so much. And here comes the bullet time coming out from Dara. Tons of damage going on to Yuki. Forces both the heal and the flash out of him. Chains of Corruption was committed by Noah as well to make sure Dara and Yutori don't do anything more. But Tussle's down here to try and pressure this turret off. Yuki is still only level 5, does not have the ultimate available, but here comes the teleport coming out, double teleport coming out, but they're all canceled, and quite wisely, I think. As soon as they saw the teleport coming in, there was actually a triple teleport coming in. Ramane's was committed, Atyamomo's, and Lavier's, but none of them finished. But we do see Wyvern down here. Tussle is already back in a potentially dangerous spot. That pink ward's going to give Yutori and Dara a lot of safety. Oh, he goes over, does land the resonating strike. There's no ultimates on Yutori or Dara, so that could be much more scary as they move around. Just going to get some good damage onto Wyvern, but Yuki now has that ultimate. Not going to be nearly as easy to force out again. But without the flash and without the heal, it is going to be much more easy to kill him next time. And as Yutori does go back, never mind, he hasn't backed yet, but they're both sitting on the same items down here in the bottom lane, the Bilgewater Cullis and the Dorn Shield. It is going to be a much larger lead as he goes back, picks up the rest of the pieces for the Blade of the Ruin King. And potentially, much more damage coming out from Dara as well. But Wyvern's coming in here, is going to be able to pick up this Mountain Dragon. Should be pretty easy to do on his own. You know, he does have the kill, does pick it up. The Mountain Dragon's going to give them a lot more pressure. We mentioned this before the game started. That's going to be something that they need to pick up in order to get this lead. And with a little under 1,000 gold lead, the first Mountain Dragon, and a good lead onto your mid laner and your jungler, both who have strong peaks here in this mid game, it's going to be a fantastic spot. And Ramne is struggling right now to deal with the Mercury Treads built up by Lavier already. He does not have the AP or the penetration to get through all the defenses that he is starting to build. The Ruby Crystal, the Mercury Treads, and simply the Dark Seal and the Refillable Potion all doing plenty of work. And that means Evie is going to try and come down here. Just because you have the Mercury Treads doesn't mean you're going to be able to do anything. It's the physical damage. And here comes Evie, not going to commit. Oh, he does commit the Cataclysm. The chains are on him. That forces Lavier's flash. But he's got plenty more of those. It's called the Rift Walk. And while that is good pressure, and going to get a little more CS onto Ramne, keeping the deficit as small as possible, he is still down 15 CS at the 12-minute mark. And we're going to see more pressure coming in. Tussle's going to get spotted out by this pink ward, is going to be able to take that back. Wyvern's not in a good spot to deal with it. But Rascal Jester is looking in a much stronger position than they were in game 1. Now that we also saw this, we got to talk a little bit about what happened in their last set against Unsold Stuff Gaming. They did have a large lead on their jungler. Wyvern started the game 4-0-1 on the Elise. You know, one of the strongest junglers that we talk about so often, but he, again, was not able to transfer that lead to the important carries on the rest of his team. And they ended up paying for it, and honestly, it looked like the team, just as a whole, forgot how to team fight. Unsold Stuff was down around 5,000 gold at the time that they started moving in. Rascal Jester picked up a dragon, but as they retreated, lost 3 members, and as the gold narrowed, Unsold Stuff very quickly came back into a position of just being able to destroy any team fight simply off of the power of their individual play. We do see Evie roaming down a lot more, trying to help out his mid laner, but he's also struggling a little bit as Ramne does force another Rift Walk out of his opposing mid laner, and man, those two names are kind of a tongue twister to say right after each other, Ramne and Lavier. But the Hawkshot is going to spot out Wyvern. They do see him, and this bot lane is going very low, nearly a 35 CS lead right now for Yutori over Noah. And that's only going to get larger if this turret does go down. Wyvern is still hanging out down there. Ramne is going in onto Kassadin, but here comes Tussle. He's going to need to land a stun. Ramne is taken very low. He does land the stun. He's going to be able to Rift Walk over this wall. Will they be able to continue? Tussle flashes forward, has the red buff. Lavier is just going to be able to walk out of that. Not enough damage, not able to get that next auto attack. And a little bit over aggression coming out from the Elise, and that could be very dangerous as Wyvern's going to come in here. He does a lot more damage at this point in the game. The Warrior Enchantment doesn't need more AP to scale because it's not an extra AP ratio. It just is its own AD ratio. The Chain of Corruption goes down onto your Tomoyashi as all ultimates down here in the bot lane are committed, and both heals as well as Yutori's flash. That was a big mystic by Yutori, and while he's going to be safe right now, he still has plenty of lifesteal and should be alright after that. It'll push back the timing on this first turret a little bit farther, and look at that damage that they're starting to put back onto the bot lane right now. Yutori is getting a lot of damage put back onto him though, but Tussle is here. This should be the beginning of the end of this turret right now. They are going to take the first one, and it'll really be telling to see how it is that they adjust the gold, and they are going to share it amongst all 3 of these members, and it looks like they're going to start trying to push for a second one. That's not something we see very often, especially before a full completed item. We do see Noah going back, completing the Blade of the Ruin King, and wow, is going to be pushing in even farther. And that's some really unfortunate stats there for Noah, not picking up a single kill or assist in the last set that they had. I find that a little bit hard to believe. I'll have to check my notes on that one at some point, because ADC with nothing at all is scary, and he definitely did. I imagine those must be stats from the last time or from the previous game that these two teams played, where Utormiyashi went absolutely massive. I don't believe he died, and at least 10-0-3 was the last score I specifically remember, which does sound much more reasonable, as he did do massive amounts of damage, whereas Noah was struggling to stay relevant for a lot of it. But we do hit the first turret destruction. Ramune is sent down to the bottom lane, and the bottom lane is sent to the mid lane to try and deal with this cast and prevent him from getting too far ahead in the 1v1. And with ultimates available again for Utoria and Dara, they are going to start threatening Lavier, especially with Tussle in the mid lane, but they are going to end up trading it for this bot lane turret. Ramune is not strong enough, does not have the wave clear to deal with this. Resonating Strike misses, and that is just going to be a very quick counter turret, as the gold again swings in favor of Rascal Jester. With the 3 kills and only a 400 gold lead, it is showing exactly why Rampage is one of the stronger teams. Oh, Enchanted Crystal Era does not land. Going to easily Riftwalk out of that one. Has his flash available once more, and he's going to be just fine. But we are starting to see, such a small advantage on Rascal Jester could manifest into something big. Tussle is kicked back into the team, and that is going to be another death onto that Elise, as Wyvern finds an easy pick. No flash on Tussle, and they are going to be rewarded with not only the kill gold, but also this Infernal Drake, unless some miracle comes out from Ramune, and it will not. The Mountain Dragon and the Infernal Dragon coming for Rascal Jester, and they are going to be making a case very soon for being able to hang with these top teams in the league. Wyvern taking away this red buff again, and the story of the junglers over the course of this set is starting to tell the story of the entire game. Ramune is getting caught up by Wyvern. There's no kick on that Lee Sin anymore, but it's still enough to scare Ramune away. Right now, up in the top lane, we do take a look. We do see the Titanic Hydra being completed onto Evi's Jarvan, not yet picking up any of the components for that Black Cleaver, not getting the armor shred against the Iceborne Gauntlet that Atyamomo has already completed. Just getting a lot of armor, not yet worried about the magic damage provided by Tussle and Ramune, especially at this point in the game. The 2 AP damage threats are combined at 0, 3, and 0, and behind in CS in the LeBlanc-Cassian matchup simply because of the early missteps. Tussle, there was a very interesting, in their set last week against Burning Core, we saw how nuttily aggressive he was early in the game, and he ended up paying for it. And against Burning Core, it didn't matter that much, but against Rascal Jester, it is showing to be a much more impactful thing here, as Ramune is getting aggressed on by Lavia using the second Rift Walk. He is going to be able to distortion away, but Rampage is starting to look for a strong engage right now. They do have the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. If they land onto someone like Noah or Yuki, there's the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. There comes the bullet time and the stun. He's got nowhere to run, but he's not taking enough damage yet, and here comes the teleport as the Chains of Corruption. The second teleport. Wyvern goes in, kicks Utori back onto the other side. He is forced to use the flash and is the first one to go down in this fight. Tussle's going to follow him very soon. Wyvern's in a tough spot, and Evie goes in, picks up a counter kill. Tussle is actually still alive, but I don't think he's got a whole lot left for this world. Atyamomo does miss the thing, but it's a 2 for 2 right now. Or a 2 for 1. Tussle is still running around. There's no mana left on Lavier. He does not have his flash, and while this cocoon comes out, he should be alright. Ramene's back. In such a messy fight, a 400 gold lead for Rascal Jester when all is said and done. But Tussle does make it out alive, and that's exactly what we were talking about this at the beginning of the game. He's able to pick and choose his fights much better than many of the junglers, and that's why he's such a strong character right now. And we see even creeps get creeped block by that the flag coming out from Jarvan. But ultimately, still a fairly sloppy team fight, and we did see that there's not enough damage coming out from Rampage yet. They did get the stun onto Yuki. They got the bullet time across him as well, and he only got brought down to about half health. And eventually, it was just Ramune who was able to come in, make a confident play, pick up Zyra, and I'm sure we're going to see a replay in a couple of moments to just really take a look at what exactly happened, because Yutori Mayashi got kicked in, not able to have the impact in the fight that he necessarily wanted to, especially since he's half a Zeal item up on Noah right now, and that's going to be really, that could have been really impactful. But we're going to see it one more time. They're looking around. There's no vision on Rampage. They do get the stun onto Yuki, but the Chains of Corruption comes back, and Yutori Mayashi was not in range to auto attack Yuki due to the Chains of Corruption, and the kick puts him in a very bad spot. He flashes, but he just puts the team in a very bad spot for AoE as Tussle uses the... Oh, here we go, another fight. Another bullet time going on to Yuki. Lots of damage getting put onto him. Evie's going to try and find him. He does not have the Cataclysm. He had already used it in that fight. But that's a lot of pressure that Rampage is generating for themselves simply by moving as a 5-man unit and using all of the engagement tools that they have available to them. And they are going to get this mid lane turret and take a gold lead in this game. They're currently about 600 gold up after that, and with the next dragon spawning about a minute and a half, Rampage is going to be in a good spot. They've opened up the center of the map, and they can really start doing a lot more. And the Titanic Hydra doing a lot for the wave clear, but it is going to get traded down to Atumomo, and we are dead even in gold, ladies and gentlemen. Really, the big story here being that CS lead that Yutori is slowly starting to build up, and he's not even being sent to the side lanes, where we often see him slowly build it up. He does have the Quicksilver Sash to help him get out of the Chains of Corruption, and a little bit of CC from the rest of the team. The root coming out from Yuki, and Ramune getting jumped on by Lavier, and that's a very scary spot to be. We see that Ramune is not yet in a spot where he can split push effectively against a 2-item Kassadin, sitting on that Lichbane and that Rod of Ages, and a 6-stack Dark Seal, making that effective gold on that item much higher than it would otherwise be. And Dara moving towards that Black Cleaver, not a surprise at all on that champion at all. And it's going to be, amplify both his damage and the damage coming out from both Ev and Yutori significantly. Again, Yutori chooses to go, Lavia does find Ramune getting a lot of damage down on him, being forced to use all these chains. But here comes a teleport coming out from Evie. Lavia still has his flash, but he's going to choose to Rift Walk onto Ramune. Goes in, gets a lot of damage, dodges the Flag and Drag combo, but the Cataclysm, you can't dodge that, and that is a 1-for-1 when all is said and done. But definitely something in favor of Rampage, as they do pick up not only Lavia's flash, but also the assist gold. And right now, it is in a big situation. Lavia is much more key to the team than Ramune is at the moment. And with the teleport coming in, there's a much stronger 4-man unit coming out of Rampage, getting good damage onto Atumomo with the Enchanted Crystal Arrows coming across. But the Zyra ultimate is going to be a fantastic disengage, as Atumomo is going to flash out of there. And Rampage is in a fantastic spot if they do choose to go towards this Mountain Drake, even up that first advantage, and reducing the gold lead, or the effective gold lead being built up by Rascal Jester. They do choose to move down here, getting some good chunking onto it. But here comes the teleport. Lavier is back up. Ramune is going to match the teleport as well. They get the knock up onto Lavier. He's going to have to Rift Walk out. There's no Cataclysm left to follow it. But the team is split right now. Ramune goes in, gets a lot of damage onto Noah. He gets stunned up again in the bullet time. Yutori Mayashi flashes forward, gets the first kill onto the opposing ADC. And that is massive. The gold lead here that we were seeing previously is not going to matter if you're going to be missing one of your primary damage dealers. You're going to have to look to Wyvern and Lavia if they want to try and get anything off of this, but they are going to cede that objective. And some fantastic team fighting, some recognizing that even though it's ultimately 5-on-5, if you can find a localized 4-on-3, that can be good enough. And they do find it. They find Noah. He still has his Chains of Corruption available, but with the lack of Zyra ultimate and Atumomo forced out at relatively low health, it's putting them in a fantastic spot. They pick up the objective, and that's the kind of team fighting that we expect to see and are happy to see off of these top level teams in the Japanese league. couple more items coming out. We do see the 2 black cleavers being built by the top laner and the support coming out from Evi and Dara. That's going to be a huge boon to their damage overall. It boosts both their damage as well as the damage coming out, particularly from Yutori, who in many cases is the primary carry of Rampage. And if you can just, give him all the tools he needs to be successful, it's going to be great. But with his flash down right now, it puts him in a very dangerous spot. He's not going to be able to flash the explosive cask. He's not going to be able to flash the Dragon's Rage. And if they put him in the enemy team, it doesn't matter if he's enabled incredibly hard. He's not going to be able to survive. He doesn't have the Ivor, and he doesn't have the Dark Passage coming from the Thresh this time to make up for that. But they are finding Tussle. Banshee's Veil is going to stop the Resonating Strike. And right now, Rascal Jester does see, they do have a man advantage right now, especially since Evi is in the bottom lane without a teleport available right now. They're either not willing to push that advantage or unaware that he has no teleport at the moment. And that's something that, I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt. They do recognize that he does not have a teleport, but they aren't confident enough to necessarily go for that. Stun misses. Cocoon is going to let Wyvern just walk right out, and Rampage is going to be able to clean up all the vision here around the Baron. And it's going to be a very good spot for Rampage overall. They are starting to build up this gold lead at around the 27-minute mark for what was actually a pretty quiet early or mid-game right here from Rascal Jester while they had the gold lead. As we move into the later parts of the mid-game, as people start to hit those 2 items, they're going to be in a much, fights will be much more decisive. Every fight matters a lot more. Tussle is going to be looking for the Cocoon, doesn't find it onto Wyvern. But there is, again, this is just the trading of vision that we tend to see from Japan at this point in the game. One team moves in, sets up all kinds of vision. The other, as they move out, the other team moves in, sweeps everything out, kills all the control wards, and puts themselves in effectively a neutral position afterwards. And I don't expect to see a whole lot of action from these 2 teams until the next dragon spawns in about 4 minutes or so. And really, what will happen will likely be the next key point is to see whether or not Ramune is finally strong enough now that he's picked up his second item to go toe-to-toe with this Kassadin, who is going to be very important to the success for Rascal Jester. If he can split push successfully, he can keep Ramune out of the fight. But if he can also jump onto Yutori, who is still that fairly immobile Ashe ADC, if he can jump onto that, it'll be a fantastic spot for them to really push through these fights. And we've seen this play before by Rampage. The pink ward comes out. Wyvern does get spotted out, is stunned up. The Enchanted Crystal Arrow does force the flash out of the Lee Sin, but Ramune is being forced out super hard by Lavier. We see the teleport coming in from Evi and the counter teleport coming in from Ayumomo. And Rampage is going to be a little bit faster to the draw right now, but it's not going to matter if you're already down a member. Ramune is back in base. He's not yet have his teleport up. Ben Tussle is going to be in a dangerous spot right here. The body slam is not going to land, but the first cask is. Evi's going to be jumping onto Lavier, but there goes Tussle. That's the first one. That's a couple of ultimates committed. Cataclysm is used onto Kassadin. That's not the target you really want to be using that on. And with the jungler dead, Rascal Jester is saying, this is our time. We're going to move towards the Baron, potentially try and bait out Ramune. As he does come in, he does find a couple of members, does not get hit by the Resonating Strike, but Rascal Jester is actually hanging with these top level teams incredibly well off of the power of Wyvern right now. And he's in such a strong position, has the Black Cleaver and the Hex Drinker completed, not going to be taking any magic damage whatsoever. And with no ultimates really available for Rampage, it's going to be a difficult time for them to deal with this split push by Lavier. They can't get a good engage. Ramune is going to come around the side, get some good damage onto Yuki. There comes a flag and drag out of Evi. They might be able to finalize the kill, but they don't. Yuki's going to be able to walk back. The explosive cask is going to push Ramune in the wrong direction. Lavier is going to try and follow him after the distortion, but Evi is in a bad spot. No ultimates available. Oh man, there's so many things going on around the fight. It's incredibly split, but ultimately nothing lands. Everybody is going to be able to walk around. A couple blinking red health bars, and with the dragon spawning in 20 seconds, both teams are going to want to back and go back to the dragon and do the exact same thing. Couple of items are starting to come out. We see many more control wards on the side of Rascal Jester's inventory than we see in Rampage, and that's a couple of different things that could be coming out. One is the a little bit better team cohesion, a little more focus on that vision, but at the same time, a lot of it's getting swept out. Yuki's taking a lot of damage. Yutori Miyashi's in a bad spot. He is hit by that Chains of Corruption. The explosive cask is going to land onto him, but he is still alive. The exhaust is not going to be enough. He does finally go down to the Cassidon, and here we go. Here comes Ramune back around the side, and it is a 3 for 2 so far. Evie's going to be on the wrong side of everything. Misses the flash over the wall. He's going to have to go for some kind of escape, but against a Cassidon, there's not a lot of escaping to be done. And Tossel currently 0-4-3, one of the first to fall in that fight, and that's going to be a huge positioning advantage for Rascal Jester. They are going to be rewarded with this mid lane turret, but not a lot of gold. Even with that mid lane turret opening up the map significantly, it does get traded back, and they're only 200 gold ahead, as the Cloud Drake is going to sit untouched. Right now, that is going to be a second turret in the mid lane going down very quickly from the Mountain Drake. But it's a dangerous spot for Rampage as they start to move around. We go back into this replay. Yutori is very low. He is caught up a little bit. Unfortunately, gets hit by a lot of CC after he uses the Quicksilver Sash. And Dara tries to be the second ADC, but he's not in a strong enough position to do so. There's no ultimates left available, and Ramen is like, "Peace, Evie. I'm sorry, you're not in a position where I can do a whole lot for you." Evie choosing to try and escape potentially could have found, a good aggression onto Noah, who had already used the flash, had already used the heal, but not able to do so. We do see the Infinity Edge coming out from Yutori Moyashi as well. Going to be doing a huge amount of damage in these team fights if he is able to stay alive. There is no exhaust on Dara. His Quicksilver Slash is back up, but he does not have the flash. He does not have the heal, and there's no locket coming out from the team or anything that will really help him. There's no redemption. He's really on his own for the most part, and normally that's okay. You see that in a lot of teams in this kind of composition, where the Jarvan and the LeBlanc are able to provide so much threat that the ADC kind of goes ignored, and that's kind of what we're seeing a little bit with Noah in this game. He's 1-1-5, but really it's because of how much damage and how much threat Wyvern and Lavia are providing to the backline that Rampage, Varus isn't doing the same amount of damage as these frontliners are, so they have to focus down the front lane. They have to keep Yutori alive. They have to help keep Dara alive as well as one of the secondary damage threats. And now we finally see Rascal Jester starting to move in to pick up this Cloud Drake, help them move around a little bit faster, get to that Baron in record time, and they do secure that for themselves. We talked a little bit earlier about the kind of CSing that Yutori does, and right now he's getting very close to that 100 CS lead up over his opponent, and with a couple of backs getting spotted out from Rascal Jester, Rampage do manage to sweep out the Baron Vision once again, get a little bit ahead in that. Last Whisper coming out for Yutori. We do finally see a third item on Ramune, a third item in the Gargoyle Stone Plate coming out for Evie as well. Such a good item on that champion, just being able to reduce so much damage. It is, I've mentioned this a little bit before, but Zyrene probably put it best. If you double your health, just consider everything to be 50% damage reduction, because when you go back, you stay at the same percentage health here at the beginning, not the same raw health. And that's a fantastic spot to be in. Tussle going for a much more aggressive build on this Elise than you might otherwise expect from a player who's 0-4. We do see the Banshee's Veil and the Leandre's coming out, so he's still doing some hefty damage, but it's not the much more tanky build we saw. Yumomo is finding Dara here, gonna get a lot of damage onto him. The teleport is coming out, but Yutori Miyashi is forced into the back, or into the rest of the team, and that is gonna be going over to Noah as Lavia is trying to find more onto Ramune and Tussle. Not going to be able to do a whole lot, but they are going to be able to move into this mid lane and start taking down this first inhibitor turret 10 minutes later than Rampage did last game. But the fact that Rascal Jester is able to do this to Rampage at all is a testament to their improvement over the over the last split. And right now they are going to finally secure that, create pressure for themselves, and it looks like, just like many solo queue teams, they're going to be heading directly to the Baron afterwards. They should be able to secure that for themselves, or at least all his vision. Yutori will not be alive for 15 more seconds, and Rampage are still in a position where they feel like they need to contest this. Tussle comes out, gonna try and throw it. Evie goes in, immediately cataclysms the entire team. The bullet time comes across the entire team. Yuki is very low. Dara's on the backside, but that is the first kill going over to Rampage, and the Tussle secures the Baron for the team, and that is absolutely massive. While the kill helps out, if you can deny that from the rest of the team, that's going to give you so much pressure coming up very soon. It is going to be on 3 members as we see the Enchanted Crystal Arrow coming out, hitting Noah towards the end of that fight. But an interesting build coming out from Dara. He is going to be opting for the Hex Drinker, or the Maw of Malmortius, as his next item, and he really is going to be another damage threat in the rest of this game. He's got the Black Cleaver, he's got the Maw of Malmortius that he'll be finishing very soon, and both he and Yuki are going to be doing a lot of damage. But let's take another look at that team fight, and Evie is being a man. The engagement for his team, he jumps in and gets 3 members with a Cataclysm, doing great damage to all of them. Meanwhile, everybody else is trying to focus down Tussle, but he is just going to be auto-attacking and picking up that Baron. Does secure it for himself, getting that extra damage from the Smite, because Wyvern was nowhere near the Baron. He was looking to turn. The rest of his team wanted to secure the Baron, and that miscommunication is putting Rampage in a spot where they're only 2,000 gold down at 38 minutes. The largest thing separating these two teams is the extra Infernal and Cloud Drakes available to Rascal Jester, and now they're going to try and turn the same strategy that Rampage were doing on its head. But Evie's finding Lavier doing a lot of damage, is going to use that Cataclysm. There's no flash on Lavier, but the Rift Walk is at such a low cooldown at this point. Evie, with that Guardian's Angel, is going to do a lot of damage, looking for Wyvern right now, and just chunking everybody out with that 10% maximum health auto attack passive he has available to him. Looking again for Lavier here, and Ramune is likely going to be in a good spot to start split pushing now that he has that Seeker's Arm Guard built up, and they're going to be starting to force out a lot of these players with the Baron buff right now. They are going to be looking for a lot of damage onto this mid turret. Lavier, this is a very bad spot for Rampage right now. Aoyumomo's coming around the back, the explosive cask available. There is a flash on Yutori Miyashi, but he flashes late, and he is taken down. Dara's getting good bullet time damage across the rest of the team. Noah's going to be falling in just a moment. He does. It's a 2 for 2 right now. Evie is forced into that Guardian's Angel and is going to be able to flash out. Ramune is going to be able to distortion away, but it's going to be a long chase if Rascal Jester do choose to do anything, as they do rout Rampage with that team fight. And there is still a Baron buff, I believe, on Ramune down in that bottom lane, as we see him pushing that out. But stalling the Baron buff and trading even is something that Rascal Jester is alright with doing. They should be able to do a little bit more since they're ahead. They do have that extra Infernal Dragon, which is amplifying all of the gold, the small gold lead that they have to a much larger. But I'm going to take a look one more time as Aoyumomo comes around. Yutori Miyashi is in a dangerous spot and does not flash. He instead uses the Quicksilver Sash without any CS, or without any crowd control onto him, and as Dara goes into the middle of the enemy team, it is just backlines largely traded during that team fight. Yutori and Dara traded for Wyvern and and Noah, as Yuki does manage to walk out of that alive. But it's also super difficult for Rampage to... Ramune's getting found out by by Aoyumomo. Not a whole lot going out right there. Resonating Strike being distortioned away from. but it's a very difficult task for Rampage to lock down Lavier's cast-in. They only have the Cocoon and the Enchanted Crystal Arrow and a little bit of the Ethereal Chains coming out from Ramune to really lock him down. Otherwise, they don't have the point-and-click CC that you might want. They don't have the Binding Roots, and Evie does have his teleport. He is looking to back first right now, and the Elder Dragon is down to half. Evie's going to teleport onto the backside. Ramune thinks he can take a fight with Lavi. The Enchanted Crystal Arrow goes down onto him. He's super low, and he's so much gold on the team that they have to back out from this dragon. Tussle and Dara are looking to potentially finish it, and Evie's on the backside. He has another Cataclysm, but Lavi is going to try and back and teleport back into this team fight full health. This is such a tense moment right now. Evie is on the side. We're going to have to see where Lavier chooses to teleport to. They are clearing out this vision as the Elder Dragon is sitting at 5,000 health. We're getting into Smite range very soon. It's going down, and it does go over to Tussle once again, getting another Smite. Yamomo on the backside is taking a lot of damage, but Lavi is in onto the back. Does Zonia's up, completely negating the bullet time, but he does finally go down. Evie gets the Cataclysm, but there's no bullet time left to follow it up. Yutori's going to be able to get a whole lot of damage down. He gets one, he gets two. That's a third kill for Yutori Mayashi as Ramune fancies more. He thinks he can find Yuki. Does get stunned up, or torn up, but it's not going to be a whole lot more. Noah and Yuki are going to be able to walk away. Ramune is going to try and chase them out, stopping the backs as we see so often. They do manage to finally back, but it is going to be at the cost of their mid lane inhibitor. And it looks like Rampage are looking to go for a little bit more. There aren't ultimates on to either Zyra or Varus. They have the Elder Dragon, they have the Mountain Dragon, and they're going on to the first Nexus turret. That's the first one. Evie misses the flag and drag onto Noah. They try and get more damage. They do get so much damage onto Yuki. He's going to fall in just a moment. Yutori picks up another one for himself. That's a second Nexus turret, and only Noah alive. Evie jumps in, and that's a second game in favor of Rampage, and that's just how close that game was for the entirety of it. One mistake, Tussle just getting another Smite steal. He got the Baron, he got the Elder Dragon, and just putting his team on his back. We talk about a lot of different junglers, one of the more famous ones being Meteos, right? He had that game of Lee Sin. He does nothing for the entire game, but he finds one kick, one smite, one stun, and that's all you need to do to turn the game on its head and really bring that rest of the game home. The decisive shot calling, yes, we can go for it. Noah and Yuki don't have ultimates. We have everything we need, and I don't really know what to say. Tussle is by far the MVP of that match. The Ivern play, completely shutting down Wyvern, securing that Baron, securing the Elder Dragon, moving around, helping out all of his team, even though he fell so far behind in Game 2, 0-4 at one point in the game against Wyvern's Lee Sin. But again, we didn't see necessarily Wyvern being able to transfer his advantage to the rest of his teammates. It's great that you're fed on Lee Sin. It's great that you're fed on Elise. You need to be able to put that gold onto your ADC because they're the ones who are going to be carrying after the 30-minute mark. We come in here, the teams do shake hands, and Evie, with that little smile, he remembers all the little things that happened in that game, and it's just such a huge testament to the mentality of Rampage and these top teams, no matter what region you're from. If you can maintain your composure, go through those team fights, realize all these little things need to work out in your favor, and be able to execute upon them, it's going to be enough to push you through. And right now, Rampage is sitting at 2-0 sets, 4-0 in games on the summer split. And we're going to take a look one more time as Tussle does end up taking this. We see Lavier going a bit too far forward on the team. He does nullify the bullet time, but there we go. The smite and the venomous bite are going to be enough, and Lavier is here in the back trying to find Yutori and Dara. The exhaust gets put down on him, and the bullet time gets a little bit of Yamomo and Wyvern, but not enough as he comes out of the Zonias and this Cataclysm. Yutori Miyashi with that, what's the term? Ranger's Focus, going to get so many auto attacks down onto the members, even though he doesn't have the Ruin's Hurricane, opting instead for, I believe it was the Phantom Dancer and the Static Shiv. He's going to be doing enough damage across all of those members to really bring them down. And Evie with that Gargoyle Stone play is going to be strong enough that he was not able to get brought down. Noah and Yuki not able to do the same kind of consistent high damage to him that the Misfortune and the Ash were able to bring out in that last game. And that was our first set of the day, ladies and gentlemen. Rampage versus Rascal Jester, going 2-0 to the expected team. They went to MSI. They got second in the spring split regular season and first in the playoffs. And right now they're making day. Yeah, of course. We are, of course, casting here from Seattle, Washington. It's potentially the worst place in the world to be casting Japan from, as we're just now hitting, getting done with the first set. We got another one coming up in just a moment. Unsold Stuff Gaming versus Detonation Focus Me. They're going to be watching this. They're going to be seeing Rampage, and they're not going to be playing them for a couple more weeks, but they do have to think about everything that they're doing, and potentially bringing out the Zach, the Zach Iron Cheese this early into the season against Rascal Jester. Of course, it might not be a valid drafting strategy later in the season, simply because Zach is almost definitely going to get nerfed by the time that they are going to be playing against these other teams. But it's a fantastic movement, fantastic strategies coming out from them. And Ramene's LeBlanc is the other thing. We did get to see him be much more aggressive overall, and it was pretty good for the most part. Unfortunately, he just got put in such a terrible position to start the game. Having double buffs on your lane opponent can be so oppressive, and unfortunately, he wasn't able to come across that. And Lavia is showing to be, a very strong player in his own right, doing a good job of competing against players like Remind on Unsold Stuff, and now showing that he can go toe-to-toe with Ramene as well and really help out the rest of his team. But of course, no surprise here, a 16.0 and a 1.6 KDA. I think it's just, the decimal place couldn't decide where it wanted to be throughout this series, but he is going to have such a huge impact on this game, enabling everybody else and really just pulling out the clutch factor that you really need to see at the higher levels of play. As the gap narrows within your region, you do just have to be able to make these small adjustments, make these small plays, that small mechanical decision, that that small movement, taking a little bit less damage here so you can put out a little bit more later. And he really showed that he can do that. The one thing that we do need to talk about Tussle, though, as we go forward later into other sets, is he needs to rein down the early game aggression a little bit, or be a little bit smarter than that. It's a little bit reckless. We are going to get an interview with him here right now. Unfortunately, I won't be able to translate any of that for you. By the time I figure out what they're saying, it's already going to be over. So we're going to take a quick break for now, let you guys listen to that, and we'll be back in probably about 10-15 minutes as we get into our set 2 of the evening. Don't go anywhere. This is Joshua Joshi Howard. We'll be back.
できたので満足しているんですけれども、2戦目はちょっとうまくいかなくて、ちょっと残念だったなと思ってます。
もっとなんというんでしょうか、楽にではないですけれども、自分たちのペースで勝っていきたかったと、そういうことですかね。
그러니까 첫 번째 경기도 두 번째 경기도 제 생각에는 5데스 이상은 하고 싶지 않았었어요.
最初の試合も2戦目も、自分の考えとしては、5デッドはしたくなかったっていうことなんですね。
ちょっと意外だったんですけど、このゲームもどのくらいのスコアで終えたいとか、そういうのは結構いつも考えてやってたりするんですかね。
얼마 킬 스코어 내고 싶다 그런 건 생각해 본 적은 없었어요.
キルスコアを伸ばしたいとかそういうことは考えたことはなかったです。
なるほど。その上で今日ゲームの、ドラフトの変化が少し気になったんですね。今までタッスル選手といえばリーシンのピックをチーム全体でも優先して取るようなイメージがあったんですけれども、今日は1 戦目はアイバーン、そして2戦目はエリスを取るというところ、ちょっと意外というか新しい変化だなと思ったんですけど、あれはどういう狙いだったんでしょうか。
저희가 팀적으로 뱀픽에서 준비한 게 있었는데 그때 첫 픽으로 리신을 뽑기보단 앨리스 쪽이 더 맞는 것 같다고 해서 앨리스를 뽑았던 것 같아요.
チームとして今日はバンピックで準備していたものがあって、リーシンよりもエリスを優先したいということで取りました。
新しい自分たちのカードを試したということなんですね。なるほど。そしてそのゲーム内容なんですけれども、特に2戦目、まさしくランページを救ったのはタッスル選手のバロンスティール、そしてエルダードラゴンの取り合いで勝ったことだと思うんですが、非常に難しいシーン、一体どういう話をしながら睨み合い連携を取っていたんでしょうか。
그때 별로 얘기는 없었고 그냥 다 카사딘 이렇게 했는데 저는 이제 바론이랑 드래곤 피만 계속 보고 있었어요. 그래서 그냥 어떻게 될지 모르겠다면서 플래시 큐 썼는데 그 먹여버린 것 같아요 저한테.
あの時は特に話はしてなかったんですね。でみんなカサディンとか言ってたんですけど、僕はもうドラゴンしか見てなかったんですね。それで取ったって感じです。
なるほど。エルダードラゴンを取れた時のその瞬間の気持ちっていうのを教えてもらってもいいですか。
エルダードラゴン取った時にはこれは勝ったかな。
勝利を確信したということですね。ありがとうございます。それでは最後になりますけれども、見ている皆さん、ファンの皆さんに向かって、コメントをお願いします。
두 번째 경기도 첫 번째 경기처럼 좀 깔끔한 경기력 보여드리고 싶었는데 그러지 못해서 너무 아쉽고 다음 USC전에서는 좀 더 좋은 모습 보여드리려고 노력할게요.
2戦目も最初の試合みたいにうまくやりたかったんですけれども、ちょっとそうやってできなくて残念でした。で次の USG 戦はもっと良いところをお見せしたいと思います。そのために努力をしたいと思います。
ありがとうございました。見事勝利したランページからタッスル選手のインタビューでした。それでは実況席にお返しいたします。
カズレオさんありがとうございました。いやエルダードレイクスティールした時は勝利を確信したと
あの瞬間だけ日本語で答えていたのがちょっと面白かったですね。
喋りたかったんでしょうね。
そうですね。あとはやはりかなり理想としては高いものを持っている、そんな中で2戦目苦しんだというのは彼にとって修正のポイントになると思いますが、1戦目の完成度をさらに上回ってくるかもしれないとなると、ランページ今シーズンまたやはり強いなというのをひしひしと感じるようなインタビュー内容でもありましたね。
あとはドラフトかなり自分たちで用意してきたというのも印象に残りましたね。
リーシンではなく他のジャングラーを優先したということで、やはりランページ全体としてもチャンピオンプールを広げていく、もしくは戦略の幅を広げていくことに対してチャレンジしているということのようですからね。
サマーはいろいろなチャンピオンが見れるチャンスでもあるのかもしれません。
そうですね。
さあそれでは一度ですねインターバルに入らせていただきます。インターバル後はラウンド2マッチ3アンソールドスタッフゲーミング VS デトネーションフォーカスミーの試合をお送りいたします。放送再開は19時35分19時35分頃を予定しております。それでは一旦失礼いたします。ただしレベル6にはなっていないが Q がものすごく強いぞ。さあ2人ぶっ飛ばしましたが、それでもラムネが硬い。さらにはアイバンやこれはアルティメットによってノックアップしている。さあパッシブ発動中、そこになぜかダラが寄っている。どこでもダラがまた発動している。ダラが切る。さらにはウラッシーフックダブルキルはランページ。さあそのミッドサイドからさあスライムを打ってからのアルティメット手前に飛ばしてからの、いやただここに英雄降臨ノックアップ3番だ。ラムネが救世主となっている。そのまま1キル獲得はランページ。仕掛けたのはラスカルジェスターサイドなんですがカウンターエンゲージが完璧に効いています。さあさらにはエビに対応しているのはあちまももう一度タワー下で仕掛けましたが、いやここゆとりもよしきっちりアルティメットで反応している。そこからの大嵐を展開。さあタワーダイブになりましたが、これで2キル獲得。そのまま3キルにつなげるのはランページです。さらにはリデンプションノーデッドで抑えます。もう一度ワイバン仕掛けましたが、さあどうなる。ここにフレイ。いやーただカウンターエンゲージのランページの構成にエンゲージが刺さりません。さらには電撃の大嵐前に出て、これで一気に4キル獲得はなんとランページ。トリプルキルはゆとりもやし、いやクワドラキルいい笑みですね。
やっぱここ球取りたかったところですかね。
さあタッスル仕掛けてワードキック完璧です。ただ帰り道 勝利したのはランページとなりました。
チームだと思ってるんで、セロスさんがミッドを抑え込んでくれて勝てるんじゃないかなって思ってます。
必ず上位に来るチームでとても強いチームだと思ってます。
ハルツ選手はなんか個人的にすごい好きなプレイヤーなんですよね。なんかこう堅実さがあって彼こそプロっていう感じのプレイヤーなんで
素直に嬉しいですね
ハルツさんが堅実なプレイヤーなら超アグレッシブにプレイしていってそれを崩していきたいなって思ってます。
BFM だとやっぱりユタポン選手ですね。だいぶ昔の LJL からずっとユタポンさんを見てきてうまいプレイヤーだっていうのは有名なので、個人的にもうまいプレイヤーだと思ってるので、いつも通りのプレーを自分は心がけてミスをしないようにしたいと思ってます。
前回 USG と戦った時スプリングスプリット 1,2 で負けてしまっていたので、今回はこの変わったデートニションフォーカス2で 2-0 で下したいと思ってます。
2マインドとネフに引っ張られることなく、少しずつ自分のやりたいことをできるように頑張りたいと思います。
皆様こんばんは。本日は LJL2017 サマースピリットラウンド2デイ2の模様をお送りしております。さあレボルさん、楽しみなマッチアップがついに来たと、言うべきでしょう。
そうですね、ユタポン選手がかなり強気な発言をしていましたが、一方でアレス選手は彼らしい堅実なコメントで返していましたけどね、ここの対決非常に楽しみですね。
個人的にはホラーアイズで共演したということもあって、
Alright, sorry for the little delay, everyone there. Welcome back to LJL Week 2, Day 2. We're going to be getting into Detonation Focus Me versus Unsold Stuff Gaming very shortly. This is your host, Joshua Joshi Howard, coming at you live from Seattle, Washington. It's currently about 3:30 in the morning right now. And again, Seattle might be the worst possible place to be casting Japan from, but we're bringing it to you anyway. Currently, I'm all you got. If you don't speak Japanese and you only speak English, you're in the right place, because we're in a great spot to really bring all the action to you, and we're going to get two of the top teams from the spring split coming at each other right here. Unsold Stuff Gaming has not had really any changes to their roster since then. They have signed all the players that they were running last split, with Neo and Remind being the two imports on that team, and they're really doing a fantastic job overall. On the other hand, Detonation Focus Me did see a large change in the way that their roster works. Utapon had his, I believe that's his fourth roster, or not roster swap, but position swap. He started as an ADC, and that's where he got famous. He moved to the top lane, moved back to the ADC, moved to the top lane, and now he's back to where he started as the ADC. And as well, Paz used to be the top laner for a long time before moving to the jungle, and now he's back into the top lane. And who did they replace Paz with? Well, they replaced him with Steel, the former jungler for KT Rolster, and most recently having come from the challenger scene in Europe, playing for Team Millennium. So, we saw Detonation Focus Me last week with this new roster, and it looked a little bit shaky. They did ultimately go 2-0 up against 7th Heaven, but it was not anywhere near as clean as we might have hoped. We really saw the aggression coming out from Paz, able to get a solo kill onto Satori and really push forward, earning his team the Baron and really taking all the objectives in the base and really pushing through. Of course, we did see some great play coming out from Savage, Brock, and Rokenya as well, on the other hand, who are all individually strong players, and 7th Heaven actually looking to be a much stronger team this split than they were last split. USG, on the other hand, did actually drop a game to the team that we saw playing just earlier, Rascal Jester, and honestly, this loss can be almost entirely pegged on to Neo. Neo early drafted Evelyn, I believe it was the 3rd pick for the team, and it fell behind so hard to Wyvern, who we saw was such a pivotal member of the Rascal Jester roster, getting so far ahead, ending the game 9-1-6, helping Noah out ended 4-0-4. Atumomo didn't die either. Lavier on the Railing Soul, he tried time and time again to go ball lane and pick up kills, and eventually, they have to work, but here we go. We see Unsold Stuff Gaming first banning Zac. They don't want to see that on Steel, and that makes a lot of sense. That's an incredibly powerful jungle. We've seen Steel last week on the Sejuani, another tank-style jungler, partly because it's banned away from them, but also that Galio. That Galio has been such a strong flex pick, and really hasn't seen nearly as much top lane play here in Japan as it has around the world. Atumomo played it last week a little bit, but it didn't necessarily have the same kind of effect they would want it to as when they've been playing it in the mid lane. Saros has had had a great performance on it. Ramune just had a great performance on it, and the power to move it wherever you want, and even just be like, hey, we don't know what we want to do with this yet. We just know we want this champion because it's strong, is something that they're going to take off the table. On the other hand, Lee Sin and Syndra being bound out away from Unsold Stuff. Remind is a fantastic player for the team, and he really has some crazy lane dominance, and later on is able to get tons of damage onto whatever member he wants, as well as the Ivern. Neo was one of the few players in Japan that had picked up the Ivern last split, and he really helped bring his team into a great spot for really the rest of spring. And right now, Detonation Focus Me, without having seen it a whole lot, is going to be banning that away. And it does mean the Oppamen does get to grab the Zyra for Enti. Now, this is a little bit interesting. A couple of the major junglers have already been banned out. Lee Sin, Ivern, and the Zac, and no surprise, Paz is hovering over that Elise, who is the last of the top tier of junglers available in the game right now. And it's going to be something great. You want to put Steel on something comfortable, Steel on something that he is able to really carry through this game, because he is a quite capable player, and they're going to back it up with a Caitlyn coming up for Utapon. Caitlyn, 7.10 is a little bit of a last hurrah for Caitlyn. She's incredibly strong on that patch, with the Runes still stacking up the headshot incredibly quickly. And Utapon, being such an aggressive ADC in the bot lane, is able to build up those early leads, hit those Zeal item spikes much earlier. It's going to be a fantastic pick for him, just having lane dominance provided by the incredible range that character provides. Neo's going through a lot of things. USG throwing up their hands as like, what's kind of going on? They do end up locking in that Jace, but I would not be surprised if we saw a remake here, as USG, especially Neo, there's like, I don't know about that one. They're smiling though, so it'll be interesting to see what exactly goes on. Remind has not locked anything in quite yet. They do have the Jace and they do have the Ashe. And the referee in the background looks to be talking to Neo. We're definitely going to be seeing a remake in just a couple of moments, I have no doubt. But the Jace pick, it's a solid pick. It's something that you can flex into the top lane and the mid lane, and yeah, there we go. Cut away to Eyes and Revel, our counterparts over in Japan. Yeah, so it'll be interesting to see exactly what will happen, how they choose to go about that drafting phase, because on the face of it, I did not like the early draft picks coming out from USG. The Zyra is a very odd thing to focus, especially when so many supports are still available. You still have the Karma, you still have the Lulu, you still have the Thresh was banned away, but with so many options available to you, getting the Zyra is not the kind of early pick you necessarily want, unless there's a strategy that USG can really show us that we aren't necessarily familiar with. The first banning Zac as the blue side is also a very interesting choice. By banning it first, you relieve a lot of pressure on the red side, saying, hey, you're going to be able to get your bans the same way you wanted, and now you kind of have an extra ban, because we've talked a little bit about how the power of Zac on 7.10 means that it is going to draw a ban from the red side, simply because you absolutely have to. Zac provides so much power, unless you're trying to cheese it, like Rampage did in Game 1 versus Rascal Jester, and just steal away all of his camps and put him super far behind. It's not going to, you're going to have difficulty dealing with it. And we've seen Cuz, I believe it was LG Cuz, played it incredibly effectively last week, where when coupled with the Thresh with the Dark Passage, he can jump in with the Elastic Slingshot, go so far, and then just take a Lantern out, and he's totally fine. He's not punished for making incredibly aggressive moves. On top of that, he's just an incredibly powerful jungler. He stays very healthy in the jungle relative to what he used to, simply because he gets an extra blob every time he uses that Q. So he gets a little more health regen, especially once he has the Spirit Visage. And he's just so powerful. He's able to do whatever he wants. He comes in, has incredible gank pressure, farms incredibly well, and then he moves into the late game and becomes an incredible tank with so much CC available. Getting the new Let's Bounce, just getting everybody on the team into one spot, you set up for an incredible wombo combo, which before you kind of denied wombo combos a little bit from your own team. You know, it was not unusual to see people go in with a Zac Jarvan, bounce people outside of the Cataclysm, bounce people outside of the Bullet Time, bounce people outside of the Shockwave. But now that all of this is available together and just putting it all in the same spot, it's in a much stronger team fight position than it was even before, when he was already a fantastic team fighter. But banning it away first means that you're choosing to give up a ban on your own, and unless it's sending a message, which we didn't necessarily see coming out from USG so far, it's not necessarily the most effective thing to do. And I'd like to see them, if they have the option, to go back and change their bans and force Detonation Focus Me to ban that out against you. It's a free ban. You don't need to worry about it. And with Neo being able to play a variety of champions, even that Evelynn, which he had a very poor game on, you don't bring that kind of thing out at this level of play unless you're confident in that champion. And ultimately, it was a very bad game, but it was just a bad game. Even still, players like Remind and Heretti were able to do a pretty good job of shoring up their weaknesses presented in that game. Remind had some great shockwaves, which eventually pushed through and won them the game versus Rascal Jester. Heretti just very safe, and Heretti was if Yutori was the best ADC in spring, which I would very much make the argument that he was, Heretti was a little bit of a kryptonite. We saw during the playoffs, actually, that against Heretti and Anti's Karma, Yutori was not able to build up CS advantages and was actually behind in lane, something we're not necessarily really used to seeing from Rampage's bot lane. Dara and Yutori are just so incredibly powerful, but Heretti and Anti are able to stand up to that bot lane. Now the question really remains, will they be able to stand up to Utapon and Vivid? As Utapon is a much more aggressive, much more lane-dominant style of player, and given something like that, Caitlyn is going to be very dangerous for them to deal with, simply because Heretti is a little bit more passive, a little bit more Yutori style, just wants to farm it out, wants to be able to build an advantage in the mid-game and come to team fights ahead. Utapon is like, nah, I'm just going to get the advantage right now, going to force you out of lane. And we saw last week, he actually played the Kog'Maw and just had complete control over wherever his lane opponent was going. Yeah, he just was able to bully out Rokenya, went 4-0-5 on Kog'Maw, completely deathless with only the Lulu, which, saying only Lulu is a little bit of a misnomer. Lulu is an incredibly strong champion, but pushing around Rokenya, just completely able to do whatever it was he felt like, and just go super aggressive whenever he wanted to. Caitlyn does a very similar thing, scales very hard, and just has a much stronger early game, at the expense of a much weaker mid game right now. In USG, we're going to be getting back into it. This is not the first time we've had a champion select problem today. For anybody who's been watching, we did see a similar issue with Rampage, I believe it was. They were unable to trade their champions toward the end of the champion select, and we did end up having a remake of the champion select there. Hopefully whatever issues we have on this server will be getting fixed shortly, as I would like to be able to get into games as quickly as possible, as it is nearing 4 a.m. here in Seattle. I love staying up, I love casting the LJL, but I also love sleep. But it's a good thing that we have caffeine. But it looks like the pause is coming to an end, and we will be getting back into Champion Select in just a moment as Eyes and Revel joke about whatever it is. Man, having a co-caster is really nice. I just have to say, if anybody is shoutcasting and is not used to, shoutcasting on your own, it's much, much more draining. You have to keep up the energy all on your own. You have to come up with all the talking points on your own. Whereas with a co-caster, you can lead a lot of questions. But we are going back into the pick and ban, and we do see that Ash Zyra picked up a very common, a very standard bot lane coming out from Unsold Stuff, as well as the Jarvan pick being covered here for Oppaman. He did not play that last week. I don't believe. No, he definitely did. He definitely did, and it just looks like the notes I had written down had not properly selected the Jarvan for it, because it looks like he played Aatrox, but I know that's incorrect. He had some fantastic, absolutely fantastic Cataclysms last game, but we also see the Jace coming down here, picked by Saros, but that could very easily be going over to Paz. Paz is a much more aggressive top laner than what we're often used to seeing in Japan. And with the Reminds Orianna being banned out, that's not a surprise at all. Jarvan Orianna, one of the strongest combinations of champions right now in the meta. The Cataclysm combined with the Shockwave is going to get everyone in one spot, do a crap ton of physical and magical damage to them all at the same time. And we're just going to see a lot more focus right here. But Jace is a very good pick right here in the draft because it can be flexed to the top lane or the mid lane. And we're really going to see Vivid's pick at the end. I'm sure Utapone, as their fourth pick, is going to grab a support for Vivid in just a moment. And with the Tahm Kench banned out against him, it's not really surprising, but potentially not the strongest ban. He still has the Karma. He still has the Lulu available. And now we are going to... this Jace could be potentially flexed. It's not the greatest thing against Jarvan, but it can definitely hold its own, especially with the early damage that it provides. But it could also simply be going over to Saros, and I'd be surprised if we saw this Warwick locked. I don't believe we've seen a lot of Warwick throughout the rest of the world, but it is locked in, and that's almost definitely going to be in the jungle with Antis locking in that Cassiopeia for Remind. The ball is in DFM's court as to exactly what it is they want to play against this interesting composition brought out. And I do like the Warwick pick so far, but it will really depend on what they want. Paz looks like he's thinking about what he wants to play, meaning that this Jace is almost definitely going over to Saros, and it is going to be the Kennen up in the top lane. So, interesting composition coming out from DFM. Doesn't have a whole lot of engage tools. Is going to rely a lot more on the strong sieging potential it has between the Jace, the Caitlyn, and the Karma. Whereas on the other hand, USG is looking to fight. They have the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, they have Warwick's ultimate, and just a flag and drag into Cataclysm that Jarvan provides, and they can start a fight pretty much whenever they want to. So DFM needs to have a lead with the poke composition they've built up, or they need to find some good picks before they go anywhere. We are going to be loading into the Rift in just a moment. USG versus DFM, everyone. These is going to be a close series between these two teams, two very strong teams. As we see the coaches meeting up in the mid lane. Not the mid lane, in the middle of the stage. And they're going to be going right into the Rift. I like Vivid's hair. It kind of reminds me of my own hair, actually. I actually dyed my hair very blonde back in high school. Would not recommend. I'm not going to show pictures, but it's a it was a fun time to be alive. But here we go. Utapone very close to the camera there, actually. He's a tall guy. I don't think he's that tall, though. Maybe he's just leaning forward. For anybody who watches other esports as well, you'll see like a huge difference. You'll watch Counter-Strike players, and they'll have their face right up to the monitor. It helps with reaction times or something, or vision or whatever. I don't really know, but they do it anyway. But here we go. Now Warwick coming out for Neo in the jungle. We're going to have to see if he can get some good ultimates on people, lock them down, and force out those early Quicksilver sashes from the rest of the team. It's not something you can cleanse, I believe. It definitely wasn't something you used to be able to, but right now, Saros is going to be running the cleanse anyway. He's got a very strong champion there in the mid lane, potentially looking for an early advantage, starting with that longsword and a bunch of Dorn's shields coming out here in the top lane as well. Both Paz and Opperman wanting to really reduce the amount of damage they take, as they both are not quite certain of their ability to solo kill the enemy team. Nothing particularly exciting coming out right now. We do see a lot more. Whenever there's a Zyra in the game, you'll see a lot of people heading down to the bot lane immediately. See if they can poke Zyra out, because otherwise she's just going to get her seeds, her little children, out on the entire rest of the field, and that's exactly what they're doing right now, as we see Utapon and Vivid just trying to step on them, get a little bit of gold into their pockets by killing the plants, but they're taking a decent amount of damage in return. We already see a good chunk of Vivid's health being taken down, but look at that. The voting between these two teams is very, very even. Both, all of the Twitterverse does know that these teams are pretty close, especially based on what they were last season. And look at that damage getting put down onto Reddy, and that's just the aggression that Utapon really brings. Enti only has the one ability, and if you can kill the plants early, it's not going to be nearly as effective. But Steel is going to be starting up his blue buff on his own. Neo does have a leash, so he'll be a little bit ahead in terms of running around the jungle. And with that fervor of battle is going to be a very interesting choice. It means he's looking to do a little bit more damage, not have the same kind of sustain if he had gone with something such as the Warlord's Bloodlust or the Grasp of the Undying and longer fights. And it implies to me that he's going to be looking for a much more aggressive early build. In solo queue, you often see the Warwick building directly into the Tiamat, completely skipping out on the jungle item for a long time, simply going for that early damage and that early sustain provided by that item. Otherwise, Steel going for a fairly standard buff to buff start. Right here, potentially looking for an early gank towards the top lane. Opperman pushed into his own turret, but right now, look at the difference in that KDA. USG, really focusing a little bit more towards the top in the ADC, but DNG just having an immense KDA on Steel and Utapon for that last series, as they both went effectively deathless. And just having so many kills on both of those members, it's no surprise that they have some of the best KDAs in the entire LJL right now. And already, Utapon having a 10 CS lead at only 3 minutes up against her ready. And look at the power that this Karma Caitlyn lane is really bringing down. Enti is not able to contest with the amount of damage they do, simply because of how well Utapon and Vivid are doing at killing those plants as soon as they spawn. But at the same time, the mid lane, Saros is facing a lot of trouble against this Cassiopeia. Steel is here, though, is going to not land the cocoon, but some good damage getting put down onto her mind. Just popping in, the accelerated shock blast is going to get him a little bit more freedom in this lane as Neo pops down here to the bottom lane. But remind, as soon as Steel leaves, goes right back to shoving Saros into the mid lane. Neo does get spotted out there by a ward, and still Utapon and Vivid are just building up a large lead so early in the game. And this aggression, both here and in the top lane, Paz is pushing Opperman around, and as Opperman starts to run out of mana, the individual laning power of DFM could potentially carry them very far in this game. Yeah, again, look at how much pressure they put on. Enti throws out the Q, doesn't do a whole lot with it, and Utapon and Vivid just run away from the plants. Hey, it doesn't matter if you put down those plants. They're not going to follow us at all. We're just going to come in and auto-attack you, and I really like the way that Utapon and Vivid are moving around as a unit just to get pressure down on everybody. Right now, we are just going to see Neo getting this Scuttle Crab and potentially finding a good gank onto the rest of the team. He does not spot out Steel here, but that ward will spot him in just a moment as they start to move around. DFM have a good idea of where he is at the moment, but Saros is struggling right now. He's down about a little over 10 CS, about 12 against Remind's Cassiopeia, and we saw a little bit of the strength of Cassiopeia, especially at MSI, where Faker was bringing that out against whose LeBlanc was it? Was it the Gigabyte Marines? I believe it was the Marines mid laner who's just had so much trouble just getting anywhere near the minion wave earlier. Steel does not deal with that control ward. I wonder if he saw it. That's one of the things that no matter what rank you get to, if you're not paying attention to where that stuff is, it's not going to matter that you saw it. You're going to have to pick something up later on. But right now, Steel is still in Neo's jungle, taking away all those camps. And even though he knows that he's in vision, he's still going to continue doing so anyway. Neo's going to trade it back for the other Raptor camp. But that's not going to be a surprise to Steel whatsoever. You do see these people moving around very comfortably in each other's jungles. Steel does see the Krugs up and is going to take that as well, but gets spotted out once again by a ward. And this one could be much more dangerous. Endy's going to come back and try and harass him off of that. And a good spot right here. He does manage to smite away a little bit. Neo's not 6 yet, but Saros does have both the health and mana advantage over Remind, finally getting a little bit more out of that, but still struggling. Over 10 CS down, and a similar story down in the bot lane and in the top lane. And the CS discrepancies in this game are absolutely staggering, honestly, for how early we are in the game. 15 CS up in the top lane, 10 CS in the mid lane, and 10 CS down in the bot lane as well. Just the individual laning power of these players, this is kind of what you start to expect when you got these strong teams coming at each other, just really going for it, and they both are competing to stand at the top. If one team is able to get the 2-0 here, they're going to be stand right alongside Rampage with a 4-0 record, 2-0 in sets, and just stand tall at the top. But Neo is going to find this red buff here for Steel, or away from Steel, steal it from Steel, and have it stolen. Alright, I'll stop. But Steel's not going to be able to deal with it real quick. Neo does grab that, does hit that level 6, and is going to be in a fantastic spot to begin ganking. He does opt for the Tracker's Knife, getting that extra vision down, so not quite the same as what you'd see in solo queue, and is just going to go back and pick up his own blue buff and be a very happy camper as Remind comes over, picks it up, and he's going to be in a good spot to start dealing with Jace. And right now, Opperman is also very happy with the way that things are starting to shape up. Paz is in a little bit of a power trough right now, as Opperman does have his ultimate available, and Steel knows that. It wouldn't be surprising at all if Opperman were to go aggressive very soon, especially if they don't have a good idea where Neo is. They do spot him out moving into the bottom side of the jungle, and that could be the go button up here in the top lane, as Steel has a great turret diving possibility with that champion, and knowing that he's there, they are going to have to back out, and we'll see Opperman's teleport up to this top lane very soon in all likelihood to try and make sure that Paz and Steel do not put too much damage down onto the turret. And yeah, he does pick up the Tiamat, head up north. That's not going to be any surprise at all. Neo's finding another pink ward here in the jungle, and the gold is starting to mount in both directions. The CS lead for Utapon is part of it is from the plants. That has not been changed quite yet, and the two ADCs are neck and neck in terms of their itemization. Utapon opting for the early Mercury treads. Actually, a very interesting decision, but it does make sense, especially coming out of the Enchanted Crystal era that's going to be coming out, the Binding Roots coming out from Zyra, and the magic damage just being provided by Remind and Enti. So, an interesting choice, especially with the strength of Ninja Tabi right now in the meta, but ultimately they are still right next to each other in terms of power. Uh-oh, Neo gets ulted. There's 2 flashes coming out, and he's just going to go down. No chance to repel in that Noxious Poison. And that is going to be the first blood going over to Remind, not the player you want to be giving gold over to. Even though Saros is a very strong player here in the mid lane, Remind is in a very strong position. He's up 16 CS, and that's actual CS, not plant CS. Now with the first blood, Saros is going to be in a rough position. He's going to be building towards that, towards the Yomu's Ghost Blade, but he's going to be behind at this point. He's going to be significantly behind, and he's going to have to rely on the rest of the team to really help push them through the mid game. Jace will snowball incredibly hard if he gets ahead, but you know, in order to snowball, you need to be ahead. And right now, Neo is just going to be looking around. Steel is in the area once again, but Saros does not have a whole lot of mana to do anything with. Steel and Neo finding each other a little bit, but not a whole lot of damage coming out of that. One of the strengths that Jace often has in a lot of lanes is the ability to get a lot of mana back off of the W he has. The static field on the hammer form will get a lot of mana back every time you auto attack something, but he doesn't have the opportunity to do so in this lane. As if he tries to get anywhere near the creeps in his hammer form, he's just gonna get assaulted by tons of poisons by the twin fangs coming out of Remind. And because of that, he's much more likely to run out of mana in this game than he necessarily would against a lot of other mid laners. Hawkshot is coming out, does spot out Steel a little bit, as well as the ward he just put down. But Utapon, Enchanted Crystal Arrow does land upon him, is forced to flash out, even with the Mercury Treads. But it is enough to keep him in a good spot, still taking a good chunk of damage from these plants provided by Enti's ultimate. But still a danger spot. You don't want to be forced to use your summoners defensively like that, especially as that player. He likes to be able to move forward with that flash, with the ultimates available. And right now, we are starting to stabilize in just about all of our lanes, as Paz and Opman. The CS lead has not changed significantly there. It's maybe slightly growing towards Paz once again, but the same thing can be said in the mid lane and in the bot lane. But we aren't going to see significant breakpoints in the rest of this game until we start to get towards these dragon fights. And with the first one being a Cloud, neither team is super worried about a Cloud Dragon. If anybody, it would definitely be USG trying to get it onto that Warwick, onto Opperman's Jarvan, so they can get into these team fights and force fights more freely. But until then, these teams are just going to seem to be very contented with the way that the lanes are going right now, with the slight advantages being built up. And as long as Steel doesn't get caught out again and give more advantages over to USG, it is going to slowly, we're just going to slowly hit the late game where both teams are pretty comfortable overall. We've seen plenty of Warwicks have super strong later games, simply because they get very far ahead, become nearly unkillable, the sustain tank almost, and how much damage and how much sustain they do provide. We are going to see the blue buff heading over to Saros here in a moment, but that is going to give Neo and Remind an opportunity to start heading up towards this top lane, knowing that there will be no response from Detonation Focus Me, and Paz is very much aware of this, knows that he won't have any support, and Opperman moving forward is going to be able to do things. But this is what happens when these two teams play against each other. They match each other move for move. You know, when you go to take your blue, you see movement by the other team, and everybody's spotting each other out with wards right now. It does throw down the control ward, but if you make a move, I'll make a move, and because of that, we'll get to both trade all these different objectives. And they're not even major objectives yet. They are such small advantages. Getting a ward down here, getting a ward down there, picking up this blue buff, picking up these raptors is very important. Neo missing that ward with the sweeper a little bit, so he is spotted out, but it is enough to persuade Steel to stay away from the bot lane turret, not in a safe position to go under that turret, especially with the teleport back up from Opperman. right now. And this blue buff is going to help Saros quite a bit. Even though he's standing in this poison, he is sitting on that completed Ghost Blade, and Steel with the high mobility is going to come here and force Remind back a little bit. But Enti is also in the area, and both these teams are just roaming around, and this is the kind of play we want to see. Steel not landing the Cocoon, just getting a little bit of damage onto Enti. The Hawk Shot comes out, dissuading the teams from really doing anything. It's like, hey, I see you. And right now, just the game is very much settled into a small position where any single error by either of these teams could blow this game wide open. Viserys is doing better for himself overall. While he's still not in a great position, he does have a full completed item. Going to be building towards a Hex Drinker in a moment, I'm very sure, just to reduce all the magic damage coming out of Enti. Uh-oh. Paz is getting aggressed on the Cataclysm, does go down. There's a Slicing Maelstrom, but he's forced to flash out. Gets a stun onto his opponent. But here comes Neo. He does have his Flash and Ultimate available. Not going to be enough. Forces the Yomus out of Saros, actually. And Steel, now knowing where his opponent is, and knowing that Optimum does not have an Ultimate available, is going to be hovering around this top lane right here. Paz has already gotten back to full health with that Blade of the Ruined King, and they're going to try and take down this turret, and they should be successful in doing so. First turret going down right here in favor of Detonation Focus Me. Good gold, taking the gold lead in this game. But that also, with the jungler and the top lane on the other side of the map, opens up an opportunity for Unsold Stuff to really try and find an opening here. Neo is looking around the back. He could very easily come in onto Saros in just a moment, and he is coming around. He does not land the ultimate. That was actually really weird to watch. It didn't look like it went the way it wanted to, but Paz and Steel around here, they get the ultimate, or the stun down onto him, and here comes Saros getting not enough damage through the damage reduction, but he does end up going down as Remind does take him down. Doesn't even need to use his Flash or his Ignite. And what an odd chain of events is Saros is just not able to power through. Utapon and everybody is here except for Neo, who is back to sustaining back up in the jungle. But ultimately, Saros does end up going down, blows both summoners, and is going to be in a very dangerous position in the next couple of minutes without either of that. With Remind starting to get much larger, he has the completed Rod of Ages, the Tear of the God is starting to stack up, and he's going to go back, likely build towards a Morellonomicon as well, so he'll have plenty of damage, plenty of burst against this Jace, who is not opting for a Hex Drinker, is instead opting directly for the Black Cleaver, knowing he'll get the blue buffs, but in a dangerous spot in terms of his, in terms of his life. He doesn't have any resistances. He's relying on the raw stats and the health provided by the Black Cleaver and the extra armor and magic resist presented by the Mercury Hammer. But Paz is starting to grow a larger and larger lead, and we've seen time and time again why Kennen is banned at the professional scene so often, simply because it provides so much split push power. And Paz, in the last couple of games we've seen him play, has done that very effectively. He's been able to push against, he pushed against Satri with plenty of power, and even got a couple of solo kills under the inhibitor turret. Right now, though, Neo and Remind are going to start up this Rift Herald, and they should do it pretty dang fast. Neo is, or Warwick could solo this very quick, or very easily, not necessarily quickly, but with Remind coming up, Remind's Cassiopeia is always very good at taking down objectives, simply because the repeated Twin Fangs. And Saros' turret being gone, he needs to be even more careful than before, especially now with no summoners, and Neo could be anywhere with that ultimate once again. Cloud Dragon still hasn't been taken yet. Neither team is really putting a lot of effort towards it. There's not that much vision in the area either. Both teams contented to just, trade these objectives, get a couple of turrets, and just let their lanes continue to, to do what they're doing. Trading away the Jace, though, is not something I'm a big fan of. And this is interesting. They're going to start the 20-minute Baron simply because they have the power of the Cassiopeia and the Warwick. They're not going to be taking that much damage, but DFM have some idea of what's going on. They're pinging towards it, and they're taking a lot of damage. Neo is already down to half, misses the ultimate once again. The Slicing Maelstrom is going to stun him up, but the Cataclysm is going to keep Paz in the same spot. That's a single kill going over to Saros as Paz gets traded back, but there's the ultimate coming out, and Steel goes down as well. That is a 3-0 Cassiopeia. She is going to be a huge problem for DFM, and right now Remind is showing exactly why he is the prime star of Unsold Stuff Gaming. Well, it was a good job of DFM to move down and actually contest that Baron, having an idea of what's going on. Hey, we don't see anybody. Hey, where could they possibly be? Oh, wait, they have a really good objective team. It's a very unfortunate result overall, as they do give another kill over to the mid lane. And he does have the Seraph starting to stack up. And right now, we do see this arrow coming on. This arrow is actually huge, being sent out by Hereti, hitting Steel, facing the wrong, or he is facing the wrong direction for the stun, but it doesn't matter. Just getting the extra damage from the Cryptic Gaze, or Petrifying Gaze, out is going to be enough, as he just stands in poison, unable to move, and just twin-fanged down. Now, spiders have some pretty strong fangs, but they're nothing when compared to the snake coming out of Remind. We do see, it's an interesting thing right now, as on 7-11, the patch that's live for everybody around the world, Ruin's Hurricane did get nerfed, particularly for Caitlyn, but already teams here are shifting away from it. We've seen Static Shiv built by Utori earlier, and now it's being built by Utapon as well, despite how strong Ruin's Hurricane still is on this patch. And there we see the Rift Herald coming into great effect. Neo does finally use it in the bot lane, does manage to secure the second turret of the game for Unsold Stuff. And here again, Neo and Enti are finding their way around behind Utapon and Steel. Teleport coming out. Steel is caught up once again, does have his flash, is going to have to use the repel and try and get away, but he's going to be taken down in just a moment. That's a 4th kill going over to Remind in the mid lane. And DFM is just all out of sorts right now, and they don't have anything to do. There's another Enchanted Crystal Arrow going down onto Vivid. That's another kill going over, this time to Enti. But we talked a little bit about all the engaged tools that Unsold Stuff Gaming have available to them. That Enchanted Crystal Arrow, Neo jumping on top of someone, not Evie, Opperman's Jarvan, just being able to flag and drag Cataclysm onto any target he likes. And right now they're going to be starting up a 23-minute Baron. They're taking a lot of damage of this objective, but with Steel dead, there's no threat of a smite. They jump on Paz. He takes a lot of damage, forced to heal out immediately. Utapon's trying to get damage onto Opham and pick that up, but it is going to be an easy secure by Neo as they pick up the 23-minute Baron. And that's disaster for Detonation Focus Me. There's not a whole lot they're really going to be able to do. Paz is not strong enough to split push effectively against Opperman, especially when a single arrow, when Neo can come out of nowhere. The 3-man coming up from Remind, Hereti, and Enti should be able to deal with almost anything Detonation Focus Me throws at them, simply because if there's an engage that they don't like, they'll just walk away. There's nothing they can do. They throw out the Grasping Roots, they throw out the volley, they throw out all the poison that Remind is able to provide, and there's nothing that Detonation Focus Me can do. They want to siege up, but when they have so many engage tools that they have to deal with, it's not safe for them to do so. And unless they wait until really late game and hope that Unsold Stuff makes a mistake, there's not going to be a whole lot that they can do. And with the Cloud Drake finally being taken, it's going to be even more dangerous, as Opperman and Neo can run at you even faster. Neo is going to take this very quickly. All that extra attack speed coming out against a low health target does pick that up. And with a 6,000 gold lead at 24 minutes, it's not necessarily the largest gold lead, but it doesn't have to be. Just the fact that they're ahead means that they prevent DFM from playing the game that they want to. And they're going to start taking all these turrets. The Baron buff is doing so much work at the 25-minute mark. They pick up another turret for themselves. That's 4 turrets to 1, 6 to 1 in kills with the Cloud Drake, and they're going to start moving in, potentially starting to threaten these inhibitor turrets. Not quite on pace with Rampage versus Rascal Jester game 1, but still in a very, very dominating fashion. And Detonation Focus Me, well, they still need to focus on this game. The game's not over yet. The game's never over until the Nexus has exploded, but it's about as over it can be. Other than that, they're gonna have to start thinking about what they can do to fix their draft, to fix what they can do with their composition. Because right now, this composition is not gonna win a game unless you dominate the lanes. And unfortunately, with Steel getting caught out a couple of times, Saros just not able to have the effect he wanted in the mid lane on, an early power pick. They picked that Jace as their 3rd pick, and it hasn't been paying off for them whatsoever. It's almost something that you might have wanted to throw up to Paz in the top lane, let him play against that Jarvan, and then just start to push in something else, something like the Ahri. And Ahri might not be the best idea, but there's so many options that he still had available to him. The Talia, the Orianna, just something safe, something consistent. Even something like the Zed. But Cassiopeia is just a very, domineering mid laner, and unfortunately that Jace, which is something that relies a lot on snowballing to do well in the professional level games, when you put it up against this kind of lane, there's just not a whole lot that it can do. It's not set up for success. It's set up for failure, unfortunately. And right now, with Unsold Stuff being in a much stronger position around the map, they're able to just really do kind of whatever they want. They do get the cocoon down onto Remind, but there's not any more damage coming onto him. Just the Spiderlings, the Liandry's coming out, and Steel is also opting for the more aggressive Runic Echoes Liandry's, at least that we saw Tussle going for as well. DFM has a good amount of wave clear available to them still, with the Shock Blast, with the Inner Flame, with the Volatile Spiderling, and Caitlyn's Q just coming across the team. They should be fine to clear waves for a while, but you can only do that for so long. If you are stuck inside your own base, you aren't getting the extra gold from your jungle, you aren't getting any Barons, you aren't getting any Dragons, and those objectives are all going to slowly go over to Unsold Stuff. And we do see, it looks like Heretti is going to be opting for a more crit-oriented build, just like we saw on the Xayah earlier. It's going from the Essence Reaver into the Phantom Dancer into almost definitely the Infinity Edge, simply because of how much damage it provides across the team. Huge crits, huge cooldowns, you can be able to throw out that volley, and more importantly, the Enchanted Crystal Arrow as often as you want, and just giving so much threat. One of the things that we talk about in the bot lane a lot of times is a Blitzcrank hook. There comes the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. The Reddit downvote, not gonna land on anyone. Just dodged out by Utapon cross map, and it was a little bit far out for even Remind and NT to act upon. But can't fault him for it. He does have a decent amount of cooldown reduction, and he's not going to be punished too hard for it, simply because DFM doesn't have a way to punish him for it. But the threat of abilities like Enchanted Crystal Arrow, of Blitzcrank's Rocket Grab, of Thresh's Death Sentence, all of these hooks that you see down in the bottom lane, oftentimes the threat of landing them is more impactful than actually landing them. Simply because it gives you a long-range engage tool that you wouldn't otherwise have. And just having that Enchanted Crystal Arrow means that Detonation Focus Me, as long as it's up, they need to respect the fact that at any time, any of them could be engaged upon if you don't see where Heretti is. We do see Paz building towards that, full Yordle build. The Runaan's Hurricane, the Blade of the Rune King, and the Frozen Mallet will be completed soon, but Opperman has already finished his 3rd item, picking up that Gargoyle Stone Plate, the exact same build path as every Jarvan around the world we're used to seeing. You remember old GA with the MR and the armor? Well, here's new GA. It's called Gargoyle Stoneplate. I hope you enjoy it. Just get 50% damage reduction across, across your tank. It's pretty good. But right now, Unsold Stuff is just starting to set up vision around this Baron. The next dragon's going to be spawning in about 30 seconds? 15 seconds. And that's going to be the next objective they take, almost definitely. Neil will be able to take that very quickly if Heretti and NT choose to show up. It'll be pretty easy, but with the next Baron live right now at 30 minutes, they do see Vivid having just completed his back. Unsold Stuff is going to be in a great position to do whatever they want. I've also picked up the Rylai's, increasing NT's ability to really take down and chase down anybody he likes with those plants, with the slow provided by the Rylai's. And they're just more than happy to just do whatever they want. They do not land the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, but Utapon is forced to flash out of that one. Interesting 90 caliber net, moving him in potentially the wrong direction. NT is getting knocked down pretty low from these accelerated shock blasts coming out from Saros. If I had to guess, he's probably building towards a Duskblade as his next item so they can get a little bit more vision sweeping, so they have more freedom to move around their own jungle. But right now, Remind's just going to be contentedly destroying any vision that Detonation Focus may have here in this Baron Pit. And the reason they're throwing around control wards instead of just regular vision wards, as you'll often see elsewhere, is simply because of the fact that control wards don't get blocked by other control wards. You can always still see them, and Neil's hitting the Baron, not necessarily the best idea, but he's going to be able to get out. He'll be able to back and sustain up pretty soon. DFM does find a turret in the bot lane as Paz is not leaving anytime soon. He's actually going to be moving towards the Cloud Drake right here and probably picking that up pretty securely for himself, I have to imagine. Or just picking up the Scuttle Crab and creating a larger safety net. He is picking up that Cloud Drake. Gonna be able to equalize that pretty easily. Neil is nowhere nearby to contest it. But that is the start of the Baron. They do pick up the Cloud Drake. Opperman is not nearby, but he has his teleport available, looking for a good opportunity. Steel is looking to really keep up his namesake, but there's the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, lands onto Utapon. He doesn't have anywhere to go. Excuse me, that's Vivid. But there goes the Repel. That is the first kill, and Paz is here on the backside, but he's not the Yordle you necessarily want to be going in 1v5. Not with this build anyway. You'd be wanting something like a Kled, something like a Rumble, but they're going to go right back to the Baron, and he's getting chunked out a little bit. But DFM have a chance to contest this. They don't have the greatest thing. They do get a stun onto Remind. He's going to zone you up, but here comes Neo over the wall, trying to get everything. Opperman jumps onto Utapon with the Cataclysm, passes on the backside, doing tons of damage. Does not quite finish off already. Finally takes him down. He's going to get a double kill on the backline, assuredly, but Saros, on the other hand, does end up being the third kill in this 3-for-1. Neo is going to be running after Paz really quickly. He could definitely win that, but they're going to go right back to the Baron round 3 as Opperman Remind and now Neo are going down on it. It should be pretty easy to do. They have plenty of damage. The only people left being Paz and Vivid. There shouldn't be any way for them to contest this, is there? And no, there isn't. They do pick up that Baron for themselves, and that is a huge advantage. A 15,000 gold lead here at the 34-minute mark. And their second Baron of the game, they should be able to start pushing in, start taking these inhibitor turrets and cracking the base of Detonation Focus. Looking back at it one more time, Utapon's going to be in a very bad spot as they do hit the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, the Cataclysm onto him, and he's not in a good spot. Remind is going to be able to run after him really quickly, but Paz on the backside. This is the Yordle build, and the 2v1 power that this build has, simply because of the Runin's Hurricane building up the enhanced auto attack off of the W, is fantastic. And he actually picks up a Last Whisper as his fourth item. We see this a lot in ADCs, and Cannon is basically an ADC, but he still does a healthy amount of magic damage off of all of his different abilities, including his W, simply because it is it adds extra I believe it's magic damage. I'd have to look that up, but it's a very interesting choice coming out. A lot of different cannons will opt for something like a Wit's End, but it does make sense now. He is going to be picking up that Giant Slayer, moving towards Lord Dominic's Regards in order to really help him shred down Neo and Oppamen. And even Remind, who has a much larger health pool now, sitting on the fully stacked Rod of Ages and the Rylai's. And he's nearly full build. The only thing he has left to do is trade out the Corrupting Potion and pick up another item. He's sitting on that Rabadon, and it wouldn't be surprising to see something like a Leandre's, but more likely a Void Staff, to really just sink home all the Twin Fangs in just a moment. And right now, as USG starts to collapse on the last turret outside of the walls of the base for Detonation Focus Me, it's looking grim. It's looking very grim here for for Detonation. As they come in, they need to find a way in, but the only thing they have is a good cocoon, and then Zeros or Paz just jumping on their face. We could see a strong flank coming out from Paz in the very near future, but they don't have a whole lot of time to do it. They do see the cannon minions starting to do damage to the inhibitor turrets. And remind down here, he doesn't contribute all that much to his siege necessarily, but he does clear waves like a boss, and as Paz heads down to the bot lane, there's no risk of a flank except out of a teleport. So there's not going to be a whole lot, but this is the siege power of Detonation Focus Me. Even while they're behind, they just throw down a bunch of traps, getting some good damage onto Neo, but he should be able to sustain that in just a moment. There's not a whole lot that Unsold Stuff can do other than continuing to feed minions to the turret gods, getting a little bit of damage here and there. They don't have a Mountain Dragon. They don't have an Infernal Dragon. They just have the auto attacks coming out from, Ashe, who's not the safest ADC, but still pretty solid, as well as, any cannon minions that do happen to spawn at the right time. They're going to be going in, doing some free damage to the turrets until they are cleared out. But right now, the Baron buff is only left upon Neo as we see it expiring here on Remind down here in the bottom lane. And he's sitting on well over 100 CS lead over his lane opponent. 418 CS to 289 on Saros' Jace. We do see good leads for Paz and Utapon. But unfortunately, again, they just don't have ways to force their will upon the game. They have to wait for USG to make a mistake, and with 12 gold up, even if they make a mistake, it's not necessarily a game-ending one. They've only lost 2 turrets, one in the top and one in the bot lane, and with this next dragon coming up, it's going to be a lot more difficult for Detonation Focus Me to really do anything, even if they were to receive a clean, even if they were to build up a clean ace while they have the triple ADC composition. They could take a couple of neutral or Unsold Stuff structures, but until then, they're just waiting for Unsold Stuff to make a big mistake. And we are ready with only the 2 Cloud Drakes. We're seeing this Elder Dragon come up at 38. Low emphasis on the dragons this game, but the Elder Drake could be what Unsold Stuff Gaming need to really push through. We see how quick it's coming down. Neo, Oppamen, and Heretti just shredding it down with the massive crits coming out from Heretti, as he does have the double Zeal item, as well as the Infinity Edge Essence Reaver. Able to get the Ranger's Focus stacks up super quickly, get massive hits off of all of those auto attacks, and right now with the 1 Dragon Elder Drake burn, it's not the most impactful thing, but any damage is helpful damage. Oppamen immediately goes in, does tons of damage to Utapon, steals on the wrong side, forced to repel really late, and that is the inhibitor turret going down. Paz does teleport back here on the backside, and they're looking for a little bit more good damage onto Oppamen, but he's going to be able to walk right out, and with the base cracked, that just means that USG are going to have to come back a little bit later. They do blow Paz's teleport, and that's going to be plenty. That's all they need to do. That means that he can't go down to the bot lane very soon, especially with the Baron spawning in about a minute. DFM might be able to get this turret back up. They really need to put gold back into their team, but Oppen's going to be teleporting onto the backside right here. Enchanted Crystal Arrow, ooh, complete field goal. Neo comes in, misses as well. All these engage tools are missing, but they got, you know, strike one, strike two. Opperman can't miss right here. He goes in, he gets into the middle enemy team. The Paz is slicing Maelstrom, is coming across the rest of the team, and Neo is going to be jumping on him. Remind is going to go down eventually, but it's not before they are able to pick up so many members of Detonation Focus Me. That's a 4-for-1 so far. Opperman's going to be able to find Vivid very soon, prevent him from backing, and that is going to be the end of game one, as Unsold Stuff is going to be able to push in. They still have her ready. They still have NT. They still have Neo. Opperman does give up the chase on Vivid, but with 30 seconds before the next player comes up, NT's not going to be able to do a whole lot. Vivid's going to try and stop this minion wave from getting to the enemy base, but NT's not going to let him do that. Tons of damage. Here comes Neo. That is going to be the ace coming out for Unsold Stuff, and now they're just going to start wailing on these Nexus turrets. Still 12 seconds left until Steel comes up, but they don't yet have the damage. They don't have the minion waves. And that was actually a really great move by Vivid, preventing the minion wave from arriving for Unsold Stuff and preventing the end of the game right then and there. The Baron is live right now. We're going to see Unsold Stuff go back and immediately head to that objective, as Detonation Focus Me are still respawning. They're a man down for another 15 seconds. And Unsold Stuff is going to be able to go directly to that objective. If they start it right away, they'll get there in plenty of time. And Detonation Focus Me won't have the resources to poke them off effectively. Saros is just unfortunately not doing the damage that you would need from that kind of character at this point in the game. And a little bit of hesitation right now from Unsold Stuff, but better safe than sorry overall, and they are definitely being safe. 15,000 gold lead on them right now. Neo and Remind are starting it up, and they're they're finishing it already. That's super easily got up 3 cannon minions with the Baron buff here in this lane. They are going to be able to take this pretty easily and then transition bot lane if they feel like they need to. But Remind's going to be pushing in. They got super minions with the Baron buff in the mid lane. They are hitting this inhibitor turret right now. There's not enough traps set up by Utapon. And Vivid is getting caught out a little bit. There's not a whole lot they can do. Saros is trying to find a way in, getting some accelerated shock blasts and good damage down onto the members of Unsold Stuff, but it's not going to be a whole lot. They don't have a wave here in the bot lane. It's actually pushing hard against them, but with 2 inhibitors down, Unsold Stuff have plenty of time. They have more than half their Barons still remaining. Detonation Focus Me is staring down the barrel of the gun. And just, I don't think they're feeling lucky, man. You know, Alpin's going to get this cleared out. Look at all the damage that Titanic Hydra does. It's actually kind of nuts how much wave clear that does provide. Remind is way forward. This could be a pick if Detonation Focus Me were to deal with it. Nobody from USG is close by, but with the Zonias and the Saras both available for him right now, he's feeling pretty peachy. And as the rest of Unsold Stuff do start to come in with this last minion wave, Detonation Focus Me is on the ropes. They need to make a miracle play happen, and it's going to be difficult to see who it comes from. It's almost definitely gonna have to come from Paz. A great flank, a good slicing Maelstrom, getting good damage on everyone, but he's not gonna have an opportunity to do so. As even here, there's tons of damage going down onto Saros. Paz is getting forced in by Opperman. They still have the Baron buff as the next wave comes in. Haredi is getting a lot of damage down onto this turret, and it does go down. The Enchanted Crystal comes across. Utapon is going to be the first to fall. Saros is going to fall immediately after him. That's 2 kills already. Opperman's going to be super far in the front, but he doesn't need to keep going. They already have the triple inhibitor, and now they can just start walking things in. Paz is trying to get things out of the base, using the slicing maelstrom to slow things down a little bit, but he is going to be another kill, and that's 4-0. Vivid is the only member of Detonation Focus Me left alive, and that is going to be the end of game 1. GG USG as we take the lead here, 1-0 over Detonation Focus Me, week 2 of the LJL. And the problems for Detonation Focus Me stemmed from the fact that their composition did not have any engage tools available to them. they didn't have anyone to go in other than a flank from Paz. Or potentially from Steel, maybe something silly coming out from Saros if he's able to get like a nutty flank and just get directly onto the back line. They might have something to do there, but unfortunately they just didn't. They didn't have a way to do it. Unsold Stuff's vision control was clean throughout the entire game, and they just really they didn't have a chance. They didn't have anything that they could do up against the power, all the engage tools, not necessarily even pick tools. They could just run at you, and we didn't see Neil land almost any ultimates on that Warwick. He didn't land nearly as many suppresses as we might have hoped from that champion, and instead, they are able to take the game. Once again, we'll be back in a couple of minutes. We'll have to see exactly what it is that Detonation Focus Me chooses to do in order to bring back the series, as they're now trailing 0-1. They did not have a good draft, but if they are able to bring it back, we will have a very good series on our hands. But for now, we're going to take a short break. See you in a few minutes.
日は LJL2017 サマースピリットラウンド2デイ2の模様をお送りしております。さあレボルさん、ゲーム1アンソールドスタッフゲーミングの勝利から。
フォーカスミーの戦術取った戦術というのが全てのレーン
Welcome back once again, everyone. This is Josh with Joshi Howard coming to you live from Seattle, Washington, bringing you all the action from LJL. We're in week 2, day 2 of the LJL, coming into game 2 of Detonation Focus Me taking on Unsold Stuff Gaming. Last game we did see Unsold Stuff Gaming have a strong compositional lead in the game, really able to find all the engagers they needed against this team here. Detonation Focus Me, you see Utapon there hanging his head as they try and talk over what exactly it was they needed to fix from last game, and ultimately it definitely seemed to be a composition thing. They weren't able to really build an advantage, or strong enough advantage anywhere to really push through the fact that they didn't have a way to start fights. They were relying on just having enough poke between the Jace, the Caitlyn, and the Karma to really shove through anything. Unfortunately, that was not the case. Saros did not have a good time in mid lane. While Utapon and Paz both individually, potentially won their lane, they were not able to build up an advantage strong enough to make up for the fact that Remind started the game 4-0. And Cassiopeia is a champion that scales very hard. And just like we saw in the game earlier between Rascal, Jester, and Rampage, if you give a character like Caston early leads, it's much more difficult to deal with them later in the game. Simply because, when they have that early game power deficit and oftentimes early into the mid game, they aren't that strong yet. But when they get to kind of skip that phase of the game and just go straight into the part of where they're already a strong character, it's much, much, much more difficult to deal with them. So right now we're gonna be getting into champion select in just a moment, and we're gonna have to see. I don't think that USG necessarily needs to change anything, but Detonation Focus Me needs to find something. They need to, pick up instead of a Caitlyn, perhaps a Varus would have been much better. The change of corruption, being able to really lock down a target, start a fight would have been great. Something like a Galio or the Gragas with the explosive cask, or the Grand Entrance. And Galio's not even the best answer here, but Gragas would have been a fantastic option. Kled in the top lane on Paz would have been great, just able to get in and just force a fight no matter what. We haven't seen Paz play that style of true engage tank. He played Gragas last week, but we haven't seen the Jarvan come out of him. We haven't seen the Kled. We haven't seen necessarily, the front line that we necessarily want in this kind of matchup. But right now, we do get right into it. Lee Sin banned away from Neo right away. And Unsold Stuff Gaming on red side, banning the Zac first is much more forgivable than what they were doing on the blue side. It's not okay to first ban a Zac at this level of play, because it just gives your opponent so much information, and you give the free ban over to the other team since you're banning it now. But Syndra taken away from Remind, Galio taken away from Saros, most likely, and we're probably going to see another ban directed at either Neo or Remind, two of the stars, especially in the early game of the team. I wouldn't be surprised if it was an Orianna ban, or potentially even an Elise ban, if there's something that Steel feels he's comfortable on outside of those top 3 champions. And it is actually the Thresh banned away from NT, and likely we'll see the Ivern banned away from Steel. Ivern is actually a pretty solid ban right here. We haven't seen Steel play it, I don't believe. No, he played Sejuani and the Lee Sin in their last set, but he is going to take it right here, take it away from Neo. That is something that he uniquely brought to Japan in spring, and we saw how effective this champion can be still, even after the nerfs, and something that was very effective when played by Tussle. Neo is hovering on this early Evelynn once again, and I'm not sold that it's something that you can pick early in the draft. This Jarvan pick is a much safer pick, even if it doesn't get an early lead in terms of the lane, you are able to play much more defensively and just go tank and be an engaging, a massive engage tool for the rest of your team. And that's exactly what he is going to be able to do. But right now, DFM is going to have to pick up a couple of things. Looks like they're going to pick up something like a support, a Tom Kench. And I wouldn't be surprised if we followed up with something like a Kog'Maw, someone who can just do tons of damage while provided a ton of safety, but still something like a Varus or an Ashe would also be great options. They both do plenty of damage at this point in the game, and it does solve the problem of not having any engage, which they were struggling with earlier. And after that, we do see Xayah being locked in for her ready. Not necessarily a strong counter, but definitely a strong champion in and of themselves. And with Tom Kench being a very interesting early choice in the draft, having a lot of protection available for the ADC and potentially the mid laner as well. We are starting to see the bans coming out. Paz's Fiora being banned out reminds Orianna banned out. Not a surprise. Orianna's actually been a huge champion here in Japan, just like the rest of the world, but potentially even more so. We've seen it picked banned, I believe, nearly 100%. Brox picked it every time he could. It was banned. If it wasn't banned against Remind, he did pick it in their set against Rascal Jester last week. So it's really just no surprise it's going here again. The Heimerdinger ban actually banned out by USG. I don't really know what to make of that. We see an odd smile coming out from both DFM and USG's coach, so I wonder if that was kind of a panic, or maybe there's some strategies that DFM do have up their sleeve that they've been using in scrims or been seeing in solo queue. But I'd be a little bit surprised. Olaf is hovered here for Neo, and that's a interesting decision. Unfortunately, if you pair Olaf with Jarvan, you definitely get into the situation of I'm Jarvan, I'm helping, because Olaf can't get through the Cataclysm walls in any way other than the Blast Cone. And at that point, if you don't coordinate the Cataclysm particularly well, you don't have Olaf trapped in there with them to do everything that character wants to do. We do see a couple of options being cycled through here. Is the Renekton locked in here for Paz? And so that's going to be a very aggressive and potentially brawly top lane between that Jarvan and that Renekton. Both of them doing plenty of damage to each other early game. And if and if Steel and Neo do choose to spend a lot more time up there, that could become a very snowbally game. Saros is hovering over this. LeBlanc does lock it in, and it's without the Cassiopeia available to him. Remind is having a little bit of a pinch champion pool. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw something like the Talia come out. Plenty of damage and options of potentially outplaying Saros, or other strong things that we could see are the Ahri, but he is going to lock in that Fizz. Now, Fizz is something I've wanted to see in Japan for a little while now, simply because it has the ability to flex both into the mid lane and into the top lane. It definitely looks like it's going to be going over to Remind right now, but I've been wrong before. We have seen Jarvan in the mid lane just have massive base damages, massive damage on the Cataclysm. And we're a little bit slow on the trading right now. They still have about 10 seconds to go. There it is. That should be where we're going to finalize everything. And we're going to be getting into the game with the Fizz and LeBlanc, an incredibly volatile matchup. And Saros looks not super pleased with how things have been going. He's not been having a very strong season so far. He's suffered. He had a good game on Galio in round 1, but he did not perform on Jace. He did not perform particularly well on Ahri so far. Now this is going to be his 4th champion, his 4th champion to try out, and he's going to be going up against Remind's Fizz. And it doesn't necessarily matter who's playing it. Fizz is going to have a little bit of a weak early game unless he can get some strong trades up against LeBlanc, but the range differential between those two champions should allow Saros to bully around Fizz for a little while. And right now, we do see, again, a very strong composition coming out for both teams, and both teams do have the engage problem solved. Paz with a good flank will actually be able to get onto the back line. LeBlanc can find picks as well, and the Enchanted Crystal Arrow is always one of the best engagement tools brought out by any ADC. The only thing to even come close to rivaling it being the Chains of Corruption from Varus, and that's exactly why the two teams are, or the two ADCs are such popular picks. It's simply because they do provide that engage potential. But right now, we're going to be going directly into lane, and unsurprisingly, we do see Haredi and Indy hitting directly into the bot lane. Get some of those seats down, provide a little bit of early aggression. But we also saw how well Utapon and Vivid played around the planes in the last game. So if they're able to do the same this game, it's going to be a very good position for them moving forward. Your mind is also down here. So this is one of the interesting things we see surrounding Zyra play is always, Zyra goes down to the bot lane, wants to get her seeds all around the bottom lane as quickly as possible. And some adaptions see the other team coming down, try and get an early kill onto the Zyra, but then further adaptions also sometimes see all of the team with Zyra on it just heading down, hoping for the other team to really have a strong attack. Right now, a 0.5 KDA coming out from Saras off of that last game, and compared to a 14.0 KDA coming out from Remind, and that's just the difference of how those two games started. Saros was not in a good spot, having to lane against, I believe it was a double buff mid laner once again, and Cassiopeia is a very scary laner already, even without the double buffs. But here we go, we're seeing some good damage, lots of damage being put down onto Haredi already. Rhyming. But Saros is starting to put some good damage down here onto Remind, just getting auto attacks in whenever he can, making... Oh, and that's an early E, and getting to see that is going to potentially give Saros a lot more pressure in this lane, simply because of how long that cooldown starts off. I believe it starts off at like a 15-second cooldown, as being your only really form of engage or escape. Neo jungling at very low health, but that's normal. That's what Olaf tends to do. And unlike in the game where we saw Tussle pushing around Wyvern simply because of the way that that clears, Olaf clears very quickly, but he also clears at very low health, as we're seeing here. He's gonna use a smite here, I'm sure, to get himself back into a good spot, but he just gets so much free attack speed, and here we get the lifesteal as well. And if skill had shown up, there would potentially be an early kill onto that Olaf, but really setting him far behind, especially just having the ghost. But he's able to clear very effectively, get that scuttle crab, hit that level 4, and be in a good health position moving into the early stages of ganking phases. But Saros here, not necessarily having as strong of an early game as you might have hoped early in the game. You do expect him to bully around Fizz, but the CS lead is not as large as one might have hoped. And Steelo right now, getting spotted out by the Scuttle Crab, is not going to be able to have a successful gank against Haredi and Anti down here. He's going to clear out a little bit of vision, but that's going to be about all that they're able to do. Get that control word down, potentially back. Anti wants to get that destroyed as soon as possible, simply because he knows that it does present an opportunity for Steel to come back. But here we go, good fighting up here in the top lane. Paz and Opperman trading auto attacks and a couple of spells as well. And that's one of the things that makes Renekton so strong, is because he's not gated by mana cost at all. He's able to just continuously push on the opposing laner and sustain back up in the exact same way that he is putting down damage. We are seeing a bunch of movement around, and That was very interesting. I believe the colors had the selected over Steel. He does go in, take away the Raptor camp from Neo. And it is, we're seeing a very interesting thing coming out already right now, as both the mid lane and the bot lane here for Detonation Focus Team are building up CS leads, and is manifesting as about a 200 gold lead, which is always nice to have, but we're definitely going to be waiting to see exactly where First Blood will go over to, especially if it happens in the mid lane. If Seros or Remind can get ahead of their opponents, they're going to be in a great spot to really start snowballing the rest of the game. And I expect to see a lot of attention right now, as Steel and Neo are mostly mirroring each other. If they continue to do that around the mid lane, and an early brawl, simply the mechanical play of those two fantastic mid laners could have a lot to do with how the rest of this game does end up playing out. Utapon and Vivid not having as much success dealing with NT's plants here this game right now, and with Neo down here in the bottom lane, we could see a large fight in just a moment. Zeros getting some good vision, getting a little bit more idea as to exactly where Neo is, but Neo is in a good spot to cut off Zeros. He is forced distortion over the wall. And with Opperman moving down towards the mid lane, getting a little bit more vision in the river, it's going to be very dangerous for Zeros to really play aggressive. The sun is starting to rise here in Seattle as we see the waters coming up from Mind not landing onto Saros, and with that cooldown no longer available, it is going to give a good opportunity for Saros to start pushing around. Paz teleporting back here to the top lane, picking up that Phage and the cloth armor. No potions here. He's going to start moving on. The Opperman doesn't quite get the animation cancel proper, but it was made much more difficult to do on the 7.10 patch, so it's not necessarily surprising that players are missing that. There we go. We are starting to see some good damage coming down from Saros onto Remind, even though he has narrowed this CS gap as you would expect to happen from a post-level 6 Fizz. But there's a lot of volatility in this game right now. Paz goes in, does not manage to get the stun down onto Jarvan. Instead, he's just going to flag and drag away. But Vivid is here in the mid lane, providing a lot of safety and potentially a lot of pressure onto your mind as he clears out these control wards. Ethereal Chain still managing to do a little bit of damage despite the fact that he's no longer rooted up, simply because he's untargetable. But those chains do stay on, they will still do damage, but goes in, gets a little bit of damage, not a whole lot coming out there. Saros just using his ultimate to get a little bit of poke down with a hot shot coming across from Utapon. They do have a good idea of exactly where Remind and Neo are on the map. Since Steel is in a nearby spot, it will go down to a different question of where exactly he wants to apply pressure right now. He's currently staying pretty much even. It's always difficult to have a good sense of the farm coming out from that champion, simply due to the way that he CS his Krugs don't work the same way. He misses out on, I believe it's 8 CS, raw CS by that number every single time. Every single time he picks that up, but he's not necessarily falling behind otherwise. And Steel and Neo, excuse me. Steel and Neo are matching each other for the most part right here, just down in the bottom half of the map. With the first dragon available, it is a cloud dragon. That is something that both Renekton, Jarvan, and Olaf will really enjoy. Not necessarily the rest of the team to the same extent. Remind going in, getting some good damage onto Saros. he is going to be building towards, it looks like a Hextech GLP proto, or Hextech proto belt. Able to get some good damage on and providing a lot of early aggression, but Paz is going in onto Oppum and not doing a whole lot of damage to each other right now. Simply willing to make a trade because he has built-in sustain and LeBlanc does, and Jarvan does not. The clone coming up here, not going to be convincing enough. They still have a good idea of where he is, but here comes Steel. He has Daisy. Remind is forced to flash early. Does get snared up, but here comes the FBL change. Tied down once more. One more auto attack should do it. The red buff is ticking down, but the crafting potion is going to keep him safe and sound for now. But that's the flash down and potentially another great opportunity. Neo's coming in. He does have the Ragnarok available, but Remind is low. He's going to be charging forward, trying to get onto Steel. He does not have a red buff, but he does have axes. The shield is going to come out, but not going to be lasting long enough for Neo to really secure anything off of that. And right now, we're still sitting nearly dead even gold, as Paz is just trying to get pushed around a little bit more by Opperman in this game. Not necessarily showing the kind of proficiency on Renekton in this matchup that we might want to see. But it will be alright overall. He's still going to be a fearsome croc as we start to get more attention towards this bot half of the map one more time. Nothing particularly exciting coming out in terms of builds. Saros is going to be building towards a Hextech Gunblade. The Hextech Protobelt coming up for Remind a little bit further along by opting to go for the Kindle Gem as opposed to the Sorcerer's Shoes that Saros is opting to pick up really early in this lane. One of the interesting things that we often see in the bot lane is the difference between a BF Sword and a Bilgewater Cutlass, and right now we are seeing that. He built up the Ash Paz, goes aggressive onto Opperman one more time, but not a whole lot coming out of that, just trying to push him out of lane, force all the mana, honestly attacking the mana a little bit more than the health of Opperman. But the Bilgewater Cutlass versus the BF Sword, in terms of power, the BF Sword very clearly does more damage, and there's really no way to argue that, but if you aren't able to get significantly favorable trades, you do end up with situations where the Bilgewater Cutlass will just out-sustain the BF Sword, and trades won't be meaningful, and so we'll often see a lot of ADCs start to target the support a little bit more. We'll have to blow through potions, blow through other resources other than just their lifesteal. Jump the water, misses again. That's the third one that he's thrown out that has not yet connected. Very fast Ivern here, and that's what happens when you build those mobility boots early, as I'm sure he has. Gold looking pretty much even across the map. Small advantages in both the in the mid lane, in the top lane for DFM. A small disadvantage in the bot lane as well. Saros is starting to, is doing a good job with pushing around Remind. As long as he doesn't have that Chum the Waters available, his threat level is much lower, and he knows it. Still moving around, likely going to find Tussle here. They keep mirroring each other. Oops, misses the first undertone, not going to be able to do anything further with that. Just going to move towards the Scuttle Crab and get a little more vision control down here around the Cloud Drake. We saw that neither team prioritized it super heavily in the previous game. It'll be interesting to see exactly how it is they move around in this game. But Sarah's going to pick up that blue buff, the second blue buff offered up by Ivern. Neo going to have to get his up, hand it over to Remind as he hops over the wall. Hops right back over. But ADC is finishing up a couple of items. The Blade of the Rune King and the Essence Reaver coming out for both of them right here. And it is in a quick spot until Heredi picks up that the Zeal. Most of his damage is going to be coming out from a couple of about 2 auto attacks and a Blade Collar. Just getting a ton of damage down, all in quick burst. You tend to see, especially with the Essence Reaver build on Xayah, a lot of focus towards... Remind, not doing a whole lot. Misses the chunk of water once again. That one actually landing on a clone. The blue bluff will be open very, very soon. But it just takes one. It just takes one fish to really turn this lane into a very, very dominated lane. If Fizz can get a lead right now as he teleports back. Uh-oh. Getting good damage. He is going to have to land ethereal change. Does not land it. And because of that, and with Optiman right on the other side, DFM is going to back out a little bit one more time. And we're going to sit with the only goal difference coming out right here, pretty much in this mid lane. It's a CS difference, as Saros is able to bully around Remind a lot more powerfully than he was, or at all, in the first game these guys played this split. Paz and Aquaman not really doing a whole lot of damage to each other. We're going to see Paz use the Cold Meek in just a moment, heal a lot of the damage that they were doing, but here comes Steel with Daisy. Doesn't quite land the Q yet, waits, does get the flash out of Aquaman, meaning that we are likely going to see this turret going down, or taking a lot of damage as Remind and Neo are starting to come up. The bushes are being put down, and there goes Aquaman. He does have the Cataclysm, but isn't choosing to use it. The Chum of Waters does land to Steel, and there's the Cataclysm. Lots of damage going down onto Ivan. He is going to be first blood. Paz and Saras are going to have to run as they don't have anything left. Here comes Neo, still trying to get a little bit on. He does blow the Ghost as well. But a little bit of overextension there by Detonation Focus Me is going to put a lot of gold into the pocket of Remind's Fizz, and that's not the target, not the champion or the player that you want to see that kind of advantage starting to be built up upon. Rift Herald is going to be taken pretty smoothly here by Neo and Optiman. There's no steal to steal away the Rift Herald. And that is a large win more button for this team as they start to move around. Depending on where it is that they put it, that could give them a lot of advantages. It's not just the first blood, but also the first turret and even the first Cloud Dragon of the game. Uh-oh. Steel's getting found out by Neo right here, taking a lot of damage. He doesn't have his flash available. He is going to have to use the redemption, but here comes Saros. Neo is going to be Ragnarok. He doesn't have a flash available, and it is going to be traded right back. The Steel's in a little bit of an awkward spot. Opperman could find him very easily, but they don't quite see him. He does go on to Saros, does not quite manage to hit the knockup. He does have Cataclysm in just a moment. The ethereal change coming out. It's not going to be a whole lot, but Steel and Paz are here. Daisy's Stampede is going to be coming around. Paz jumps over the wall. He does not have his flash available. Daisy is going to try and get the knockup. Does land it onto Opperman, but it's not going to be enough. There's no Chum the Waters. There's no ultimates really available right now for Detonation Focus Me. Saras is going quite aggressive right now. Good, very good damage actually onto Remind right there. Gonna give him plenty of CS right here. Really trying to make up for the deficit in the first blood gold. That did go over. And Paz is going to secure that first turret for himself with a solo gold, getting another kill worth of gold just onto himself, as well as plenty of gold for the rest of the team. And that's where the 2,000 gold lead coming in right now for Detonation Focus Me. Opperman opting to very early finish the Titanic Hydra in this lane, getting that extra sustain, that extra health, just to fight up against Paz in these long fights. And right now, Paz is in a very good spot to potentially start snowballing. Enchanting Crystal Air misses, but does force the flash out of NT. And that's going to paint a large target on the head of Unsold Stuff Gaming's bot lane. When one of the members there doesn't have the flash, especially Zyra, who is still fairly squishy at this point in the game, without an escape, it should bring members of Detonation Focus Me down. Potentially a 4-man dive to really bring home the small advantage they've built up for themselves right now. And we do see the full Zeal item, the Ruin's Hurricane, being built up by Utapon, opting for that instead of the Static Ship, as we saw earlier in the day by Yutori. Again, going for the very popular, ever-present Ruin's Hurricane that's been the mainstay of the competitive scene for quite a while now, actually. Ryan has finished that Proto Belt, is working towards the Lich Bane. Hextech Gunblade, on the other hand, finished for Saros, as reminded Neo are starting to head up. Paz does not have his flash available, so he's going to have a little bit of a alligator sense to really know that they're coming here. Optiman's likely going to flag and drag in a moment. It still stands right outside the vision here. But it's going to be okay. The clone is heading up here. Does it trick Optiman? No, it does not. Not at all. And we've seen a couple players really able to use that second part of LeBlanc's ultimate quite well. Saros, unfortunately, has not had any success with it this game. But the Rift Herald is going to be spawning here in the mid lane, going to be taking a lot of damage onto the mid lane. A trap being set here a little bit by Neo, knowing that they're going to be coming around to try and stop the Rift Herald. They don't wander close enough, though, and right now Saros and Steel should be able to clear this before it hits the turret. And indeed they do. It's taken down pretty low, and it is finally killed here by Saros. Ultimately, the Rift Herald just needed to be used before it ran out on the timer there. And Daisy Stampede going in, it's their own Rift Herald. Who needs to get the objective when you have Ivern on the team? Chum the Water comes out, again missing, not landing onto anybody, and the Hextech Protobelt being used simply for wave clear. Paz and Optiman are going to find each other once again. Paz does get the stun down, some good damage. The full Black Cleaver stacks all down, taking a lot of damage off of this Jarvan. And he's just going for these long fights, but here's your mind. He doesn't have the Trumbo Waters, he doesn't have the Hextech Protobelt, and Paz should be fine to just walk out of this right now. Steel's around and should be able to help. Saros is going to be pushing down onto this mid lane, getting some good damage onto it. Steel is here as well. They should be able to take this very quickly, unless Neo is able to wave clear, hit that undertow. But nope, that is going to be another turret going down in favor of Detonation Focus. I mean, passes around the backside, not necessarily the most effective thing for them right now. But Saros is going to be clearing out a couple of wards and forcing Herodian Entity to really back away from that tower and potentially get the next objective for that team. Forced to use that. Here comes the Righteous Glory. Is going to slow him down. He is going to have to flash out in a very odd direction. Just second Distortion is going to come out, and he doesn't have a whole lot, but the Devour is coming out from Vivid. He does get Saros out of there. Safe and sound. He's going to be able to go back and be all Gucci. Teleport was blown there by Optiman without actually getting anything for it, which is going to give a good advantage here to Paz if they do choose to start going for this Cloud Dragon or really just a large turret dive here in the next couple of minutes. NT's flash is just coming up once again. And the 2,000 gold lead sitting on here for a Detonation Focus Me. They do have a couple of item breakpoints coming in a little bit earlier. But there's Paz and Steel finding Optiman right here, getting a little bit of damage onto him. He's just going to flag and drag out over the wall. He'll be alright, but Neo not necessarily in the same spot. Again, the clones coming up from Saros are cute, but they're not particularly effective. Right now, we do see a decent lead coming out for Utapon in terms of itemization. He is about half an item ahead of Heredi right now, hitting that earlier power spike with the Blade of the Ruin King. And even though it does look like he has a CS lead, be aware that is likely very deceptive due to all of the plants that are put down by Zyra still counting as CS on 7.10. They stop counting towards CS on 7.11, who will stop being bamboozled by Riot's plans, but the double chain's missing there for Saros, the single chain missing as well, getting some damage done anyway. Chunk of Waters is put down onto Steel. Here comes the Righteous Glory once again from Neo. He's going in very fast, not even having to use the Ragnarok yet, but he is using it right now. Steel is in a very bad spot. He does have his flash available, does use the Lock of the Iron Solari, but here comes Vivid, and they do get the kill back onto Olaf. Remind is very low, but he's going to be able to use that Playful Trickster and manage to get out. And he is here as well, as the ADCs are moving around in the bot lane jungle. Utapon's going to be able to hit the bot lane turret once again as the pings go towards it. Has, using the aggression that he's built up, is starting to build up another CS lead for himself, and gets a second top lane turret. Right now, that's making up the bulk of the gold lead that Detonation Focus Me have, is just getting these neutral objectives, and they're providing so much more threat with the Ashe, with the Ivern, with the Renekton. Oh, flashes in, does get the stun down. Remind is not long for this world. Chunk the Waters does land onto Paz, and here comes Vivid and Utapon, gonna take another turret. Very interesting rotation using the Abyssal Voyage to really just bring members of the team wherever you want, and they're likely going to be able to get good damage here on the bot lane or the Cloud Drake if they choose to do that as well. Both of them are strong options. Anti in a very awkward spot does get stunned up. There comes the Enchanted Crystal Arrow as well, but Paz is not going to be able to do a whole lot. Never mind, he turns around, instantly bursts out that Zyra, and there goes another member. Heredy's not got a whole lot left to do. He is getting slowed down by the passive from Ashe. Optimum is trying to get out. Vivid tries to get a little bit more, but with the ethereal change, there's another stun coming out from Paz, and they're just going to get a full A's. They keep finding members of Unsold Stuff Gaming, and that's going to be another turret, and they're going to start moving towards the inhibitor turret. It's only 27 minutes into the game, and with the Daisy leading the charge, they are going to be able to take this very quickly. Your Mind is the only one available to defend, and they're going to get a 27-minute inhibitor. NT is now alive. Leo is going to be spawning in just a moment, but there's nothing that Unsold Stuff Gaming can do to defend that inhibitor turret. There's still not a dragon. Neither team putting any emphasis on this Cloud Drake at all, either last game or in this game. And right now, Detonation Focus Me is in a fantastic position. 10,000 gold lead. Massive item spikes coming through. Second item, the Banshee's Veil being built up by Saros. We have the Infinity Edge just being completed. Locket, a second Locket being built up by Vivid's Tom Kench. They're in a very good spot. Steel, looks like he's going to be found right here by Remind, getting some good damage down, but the Blast Cone is going to send him into a position where he's going to be totally K as Vivid comes around with the Devour. Saros is finding some good damage onto Neo, not going to land the second set of chains, and he is going to be able to Ragnarok his way out. The Righteous Glory not doing a whole lot. The Enchanted Crystal Arrow, the Reddit downvote, not going to be enough as it goes wide right on Heredia and Neo, but that's going to be alright. That's not a particularly long cooldown, especially with the crit chance and cooldown reduction that the Essence Reaver is providing. They're going to be able to sweep out good vision here on the Baron, and potentially get in a very good spot. Paz is pushing in with super minions there in the bot wave. Optimum does have his teleport as well, but it's going to be difficult for him to compete with his 3-0-3 3-item Renekton right now. Full Colossus, or Gargoyle Stone Plate, and a BF Sword up in that top lane right now. They do give the ADC another red buff, and they're going to be ready to pounce on anything as soon as they do it. Neo does not have the Ragnarok, not going to be in a position to really advance on Utapon, and here comes Daisy, and Steel Paz is coming around. Ragnarok should be coming up in just a moment, but it's not going to be coming up nearly in time. Saros is finding his way onto end. He finds a second member, and with the jungler and the support dead, that's going to be GFM turning directly towards the Baron. There's still some decent tools available for Unsold Stuff Gaming to try and contest this, but it doesn't look like they're going to be in a position to do so at all. Remind's going to be the only one anywhere near enough to do anything about it. And with all the ward coverage, Zeros is going to try and find him. The Chum the Water does land onto him. He's in a potentially bad spot. Remind is getting some good damage. He just needs one more. He is not going to be able to find him. The Locket really coming out clutch right there. And there he goes. He jumps over the wall, does use that Zonia's, but he misses the flash. But the Playful Trickster is going to be enough. One more auto attack over the wall is all YouTube1's going to need. 303, 404, 304. The only person who's died on this team has been Steel so far. And that very unfortunate first blood, but that's all USG has to show for themselves right now. They only have the one kill. No turrets, no dragons. They did pick up the Rift Herald, but Paz is here. You're going to start knocking on the doors of the middle door. They've already knocked down the bot lane door. He's just going to be able to really start pushing in right here as well. He surely has enough gold now to go home, buy that Guardian's Angel, and really be an incredibly threatening Crocodile to the backline of Heretti and Enti there. Meanwhile, on the other hand, all the shields available coming out from Vivid, coming out from Steel, should be able to keep Utapone alive for much longer than he would otherwise have a right to live. And it's going to be in a very dangerous spot. The Baron buff is coming in, getting some good damage. Utapone is going to use his own Baron buff to bring his cannon minion to the mid lane as quickly as possible, and that's exactly what we're seeing. He does have plenty of ability to take this down, and there it is. That's the second inhibitor turret going down to the 31-minute mark. They're moving on to the inhibitor itself. Paz is on the side. Daisy going in. They get a lot of damage onto Optima. He's not able to flag and drag out. He is going to barely survive for now. Paz keeps wanting to go, but Remind and Neo on the backside aren't able to do anything. They finally do find Olaf. He's going to be the next one to fall. Goes down to Paz as well. And with 5 members still in the base, Steel is still looking for Remind. If he can keep him away, that's going to be more than enough. They do pick up the second inhibitor, and they're going to try and find their way onto Optimum and the Nexus turrets. They have plenty of minions. They still have the Baron buffs, and that's going to be the first Nexus turret falling pretty easily. And Remind and Steel both recognize that the game is over. They're having a dance party over in the top lane. Kaz is not quite satisfied with that, trying to look for a little bit more. Kaz's TP canceled. That is going to be 1-1 as Detonation Focus Me tie up the series. We're going to go to Game 3, and Detonation Focus Me figured out what they did wrong. They solved their compositional issues, and then their strong lanes and individual play was able to bring them through that game. As Remind's Fizz, while it did get the only kill in the game with the Chum the Waters, was unfortunately not able to bully through Zeros' LeBlanc and Paz's Renekton. And ultimately, the two games we saw were basically, they were pretty one-sided, both of them, largely due to an early lead being built up by one team, with very little focus on the Dragons, but they are able to pick up early turrets, pick up a couple of early kills, and really just push that through. But for now, that was Game 2, Detonation Focus Me versus Unsold Stuff Gaming. Detonation Focus Me tie up the series 1-1. This is Joshua Joshi Howard. We'll be right back in a couple of minutes.
2day2 の模様を
Welcome back, everyone, to the Game 3 between Dead Nation Focus Me and Unsold Stuff Gaming. This is your host, Joshua Joshi Howard, coming at you live from Seattle, Washington. We're nearing 6 in the morning, so I do stand by one of the things I was saying earlier. Seattle might be the worst possible place to be casting Japan from, but we're here anyway. We're going to be getting this last game underway in just a moment. In the last two games, we've seen both Unsold Stuff and Detonation Focus Me take strong control of the game, which is something that we do like to see overall from a region, as the top teams do play against each other. These games tend not to be very close. We tend not to get the nail biters like TSN versus C9 in the spring playoffs, where a single mistake does end the game. While those are very enjoyable games because neither one is able to pick up an advantage, it's not very common. If you do see a team pick up an advantage at this level of play, it is often something they are able to drive home and really take control of the rest of the game. Now, we're at a point right now where both teams were starting to develop some interesting pick ban choices. Unsold Stuff is opting for a first ban on Zac on both blue and red side, taking it away from Steel. We haven't seen Steel play it, but that makes sense. Both of the sets that they've played so far have been on 7.10 when Zac is at the height of his power. And you don't really want to see anybody on Zac right now. It's just such a strong position to be, when you just have that power. And unless you're getting cheesed by someone, like Hustle's Ivern, which I just think was such a fantastic drafting choice, it's going to be very good. They're not opting for the Zac early ban. Perhaps they've been listening to me a little bit. I'm sure the casters and the analysts in Japan are saying the exact same thing, but they are going to be banning the Galio and the Tom Kench right away, with Neo's Lee Sin being taken away. Now, it's an interesting thing that that's what they're choosing to ban. Yes, it's the most powerful jungler after Zac, with Elise being only slightly below Lee Sin, and clearly in the same tier. If Zac is an S tier, Lee Sin's like A tier, and then Elise might be like an A minus tier. It's still a very strong option, but here we go. USG is not even banning Zac. Definitely having a good option, forcing Detonation Focus Me to ban it away if they don't want to play against it, because it's a large marked difference from what Unsold Stuff Gaming was doing before, and there is the Zac ban, meaning that we're almost definitely going to see Neo's Elise coming out here. Okay, I was completely off base. We do see the Ashe picked up. Ashe has been one of the key picks for both teams in this series. If you have that Ashe available, you just have a super safe, super reliable engagement tool, because you can just throw it out, and if it doesn't miss, just like the Chum the Waters from Fizz, you can just back out a little bit and wait for the cooldown to come back up. But instead, Steel is going to be picking up the Elise. Instead, he had a solid game on it last time, but he was also getting caught out fairly often in the game before that. So if we see the Steel from game 2, we'll likely see the reverse sweep coming out of Detonation Focus Me, but the Thresh also being picked up, and Remind potentially picking up this Cassiopeia very early in the draft. They are indeed. Now that's a very interesting choice for them to be making right here. They do pick up their bot lane and their mid laner, because just picking up a mid laner this early in the draft really says two things. One, you aren't prioritizing a counter pick for that champion. And the Varus, like we were talking about earlier, having the other ADC with decent engage options. But it says to me that Unsold Stuff Gaming is looking to pick up an unusual jungler. Something like that Evelyn. Something like, potentially, I wouldn't imagine Graves, because Graves, specifically nerfed in ways that they wanted Elise to be able to counter him a little bit more. But something like Kha'Zix, something like a Rengar, that we don't necessarily see quite as often, or even, a Jarvan jungle, or like one of the on-hit junglers would actually be really cool to come out from Neil. You know, a Master Yi, a Xin Zhao, where the Jarvan ban is coming in, being taken away from Optiman. It's something you always want to do, because especially if you have the Cataclysm and are able to layer down Cassiopeia's W, grounding everyone inside, they don't have a way to leave. And that's one of the most terrifying things that you could possibly do. Zed being banned away from Saros as well, trying to limit the options that he has to deal with this Cassiopeia in the mid lane. I don't believe we've seen Saros play Zed in quite a long time. But that's gonna be alright. You know, it is definitely a respectable ban, and the Olaf ban coming out, targeting Neo once again. You know, he had an okay game at best last game. So it's going to be interesting to see what we pick up here. I would imagine we'll probably see, since they already have the mid laner selected by Remind, the Ziggs. That would be a very interesting choice. Sarah's giving a little laugh right there. Don't think that's the one we're going to come up with. But something like a Vel'Koz that can just outrange the Cassiopeia, I actually like a lot. The part of the problem, though, is it is very, very vulnerable to Ashe's ultimate and grasping roots, and if it gets caught out, it gets caught out hard. So I wouldn't be surprised if he does choose to go. He is opting for the healer right now. But on the other hand, the top laner, Cannon, has not been receiving a lot of attention despite having, you know, being a very strong champion if the rest of your composition is available. And again, Neil is going to be opting here for the Warwick, quite likely. I was not impressed with his Warwick play overall. He landed maybe one ultimate, and that was essentially point blank. And he'll be in a difficult spot. He does need to do something with the rest of his team, but have the Enchanted Crystal Arrow to start things up. But Vivid picking up the Urgot for Paz. That is a very interesting choice, and I really, really like it. One of the things that you used to pick Urgot for, and still do, is to shut down ADCs. And what is top lane Cannon other than another ADC? He has the similar thing that we used to see from characters like Warwick, you know, just flash ult, pick a target, this target's dead, and he's in the middle of the enemy team. And as long as he itemizes properly, and is able to withstand the significant magic damage coming out of Cassiopeia, as well as the Zyra, as well as the free armor that he gets, you know, to deal with Ashe and Warwick, he should be in a pretty good spot. So it's a very large risk, but I really do like the adaptation in the rest of the series, just giving them another tool to deal with everything in this game. So there's plenty of, there's not quite plenty, you are still relying a little bit heavily on a couple of fairly weak engagement tools. You know, a flash ultimate from Urgot, or a death sentence from Thresh, or maybe a cocoon from Elise are basically your only real tools to get a fight started. On the other hand, you have Warwick running in and the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, one of the best engagement tools in the entire game. It does look like it's frozen for me. Okay, I think we're back. Sorry about the interruption, folks. If we did have any stuttering, we will be sure to take a look at it later on, but we are loading into the game, and look at this. Detonation Focus Me is moving as a unit, something we have not seen so much throughout this entire series at the beginning of the game. They're moving towards the top lane with Thresh there, an early death sentence with this Urgot, with the damage provided by, this is scary. We are starting to see Paz starting to get a little bit of damage onto Optiman. He doesn't yet have the slow, just going to be hitting him with that Q. Not a whole lot. Ooh, flashes forward, does get Optiman's flash in exchange, but that is potentially a very dangerous spot for Vivid to be in now in the bottom lane, especially against Ashe Zyra, who are going to be able to put so much poke down onto him. What an opening game. This looks like a strat that they've practiced, but not something that USG necessarily knows how to deal with. They've shown to be a strong team overall, and I believe they'll be able to, they should be able to respond adequately. But now, early level cannon without flash against an Elise, one of the best early gankers, simply by saving Cocoon, is going to be in a great position. DFT on the Urgot, I can't honestly say if that's standard or not, but it's a very, very interesting situation. We'd also see Itapon opting for the Warlord's Bloodlust, getting, a little bit more lane sustain, especially with that Death Sentence landing, getting some good damage onto NT. I'm just excited for this game. There's so much going on with this game. Just surrounding this Urgot pick, the Vel'Koz pick, just a very unusual composition for Detonation Focus. I mean, we haven't seen Urgot played in quite a while. Ooh, Sarah's taking a lot of damage right now. He's still level 1, not necessarily having a good wave clear because he opts for the Q at level 1 instead of the W, so he doesn't have the same kind of early pushing power. Not going to be able to get the CS nearly as easily, and look at that complete reversal of the first game that we saw. Remind having the only kill, having a 0.5 KDA, and ending up 1, 2, and 0 on the game. Just a very, very rough and very back and forth series right now. Both games, like we've said a couple of times, very dominant by one team or the other. Steeler right here, getting his second buff, is going to be heading to the top lane very soon to deal with Paz, or to deal with Opperman with a lack of flash. The interesting thing that we'll end up seeing, and I'm not convinced that this Urgot is necessarily a strong counter pick to the cannon, simply because in a solo lane, you are outranged. You are relying, especially early on hitting the E, getting a lock on for your Qs, and poking him out that way. But right now, Steel is just moving around, gonna pick up the Battle Crab, make sure he's a little bit safer on this top half. Potentially trying to find Neo out in the jungle before he has a chance to get that Tiamat. But he's just gonna be down here in the bot lane, yelling at all these poor Krugs. They're just trying to say hi to mommy and daddy. But Paz doing a good job so far of at least staying even and pushing in Opperman, who does have to play defensively. And look at that, lands the E, gets a good chunk of damage down, forced to lightning rush away. Yeah, we're going to have a lot of attention, a lot of camera work focused up here in the top lane, just to see how it is that Paz chooses to operate this character, because it's not something anybody's used to seeing. Steel and Saros moving around here in the mid lane, or the bottom half. Do get spotted out by the Hawkshot, are just going to have to head back to their own side of the lanes in just a moment, as both Saros and Remind opting for that early game cleanse. And Steel, nope, not going to opt to go for the Cloud Drake. Now, I don't expect to see this taken at all. Ooh, good chunk onto Remind, getting that third proc of the, what's Vel'Koz's passive? I can't remember. Study? Something like that. But, getting a lot of damage, true damage off of it, but he is fairly far behind in CS right now, even though he's trading quite well with Remind. Getting some good damage right there. He's moving forward, getting a lot of movement speed off of that Q and forcing him away. But here comes Steel, flashes forward, gets a stun down onto Ash. That sentence lands next. All the damage coming across. Utapon's going to get rewarded with first blood off of those two flashes. And great reaction by Vivid, seeing immediately the stun landing and being like, hey, I got this. We got you, fam. And Utapon already up a little bit in CS. Again, hard to tell. We haven't been paying a lot of attention, but some of that's definitely going to be the Zyra plants. Ooh, more damage getting put down onto Remind. Another true damage proc going down from Saros. But he is being forced out. He is an entirely skill shot based champion. Meanwhile, Remind is going to be like, hey, I'm here. I land a Q. Now take half your health bar. But Detonation focused me in a good spot right now. Unfortunately, it's Detonation focused me. Getting early kills onto you, Capone, is always good. You always want to have your damage dealers able to do a lot of damage. But they need to they need to allow the enablers to get ahead now as well, because if they can't help you out from starting these kills, it's not going to make the same amount of difference. You could have a million kills. Actually, no. If you had a million kills, I don't even know how that would happen, but you could have an incredibly fed ADC, but if they just die because they get shut down, they get ulted by Warwick, they get hit by the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, and they just fall. It doesn't matter how many kills they have if they're dead. They don't have any gold. They don't bring their team fighting power to the rest of the team. So they need to get Urgot a little bit farther ahead. He has a small CS advantage, which is going to be equalized a decent amount as soon as his wave hits the turret. And a little bit onto Steel and Vivid, which will always help. You always want to help these people out. But a Cole coming out for Opperman in this lane, he's very confident he should be able to just farm up the rest of the lane. And with Remind, with that ward being destroyed, Paz is going to have to back off a little bit until he sees Remind on the field once again. Vivid moving forward, the Moby Boots trying to get another hook onto Enti, who does not have Flash. And if they're able to do that, that'll be fantastic for the team. Not quite landing a whole lot of that. That Seismic Shock, or Seismic Eruption, had landed onto Remind, it would have gotten a lot of damage. And with items starting to come out, a couple of Amp Tomes coming out for Saros, it is in a good spot right now to really start pushing down in the mid lane. Paz with the tier, no surprise there, that's been a core item on Urgot for as long as Tier the Goddess is built into Muramana. And probably even before that. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw another Iceborne Gauntlet picked up there as well, simply because he wants to be tanky. He just needs to survive as long as possible. Let Utapon, who has a decent lead already, really do the damage. Urgot's going to be, in many cases, likely an initiation tank in this game, while still providing plenty of damage. Neo and Steel are going to be fighting each other a little bit. But Paz is just looking to force Opperman away, saying, hey, you have a Cole, that's not actually a real item. And I'm just going to be able to push you around with all of my base values, as he does have a solid freeze going. Steel has already backed, but Neo is coming up here. This could be a very dangerous position for Paz to be in. With the Steel going on, I do like that ward in the middle bush. He does see him, spots it, pings him out, saying, hey, we do have that guy here. And he's doing a good job of not looking like he's changing the way he's moving at all. So, we do see both the ultimates used by Heredia and Enti, but not necessarily getting a whole lot. Here comes Steel, not landing the Seismic Eruption onto it. That would have very easily been a layer TC into the Lifeform Disintegration Ray, and probably a dead Snake, but Steel is going to find Neo here in his own jungle, but not going to have the support of his team right now, especially since bot lane has been fighting so much recently. With the blue buff change going over into the mid lane as well, Remind's in a much better spot to start moving around. Neo does have his ultimate. There's no ultimate follow-up from Heredia or Enti, and Utapon does have his flash, but from Fog of War it's going to be much more difficult to predict that ultimate coming out. Vivid not actually having any wards to put down, and this could be a potential dive coming out from Neo soon. But no, is he actually gonna pick up this Cloud Drake? No, he's not. These teams don't care about that. Cloud Drake is a really interesting Drake, and a little bit polarizing. I remember there was an interview with SKT a while ago where they actually said that they prioritize Cloud Drake over all the others, whereas a lot of pros really like to play with Mountain Drakes, because it gives you so much early power over over the objectives, over the turrets, and it's pretty much always useful. But so is Cloud Drake, so is Ocean Drake, and so is Infernal Drake. They're all always useful. But if you're trying to rush down a Baron, trying to rush down inhibitors, especially with these fairly well-rounded team compositions that we're seeing these days, partly due to the 10-ban system, where it's harder to build like a full composition around any one idea. Still not looking too much. He does see the blast cone get destroyed, so they do have a good idea where Steel is at the moment, especially since Newton and Vivid just bat. No way for them to get all the way up top already. But a decent CS lead coming out from Paz, that Freeze doing a good job of helping him out as he builds up all this CS lead right here. Neo is spotted out as well by the sword. A lot of people collapsing right now. Interesting death sentence being thrown out there, dude. You know, you miss every hook you don't throw out. But Neo and Popman are going to be finding Steel here. He does use the repel to get out of it, but he is ulted right here by Neo. Can't miss that one, point blank. That is another kill. Or a kill being traded back to Unsold Stuff. And that is going to be Neo again prioritizing this Rift Herald, and this Warwick is going to be able to do it on his own, if not necessarily quickly, then very safely. He's going to stay at high health throughout the entire process. But Saros is going to be popping over here, just going to say hello. He knows that Remind did go back to base very recently. And so he is going to force Neo away. Neo's low on mana, not going to be able to do it without a whole lot of help. At least not comfortably. And with Steel back in the action, it's not going to be the easiest objective to take. We saw how effective characters like Lee Sin and Elise are at securing these major objectives with Tussle in their set earlier, being able to secure not only the Baron, but also the Elder Dragon first team, which eventually would win them the game. Interesting choice coming out from Utapon right now. He does have the Quicksilver Sash completed before he even starts building towards more damage items. His only damage right now is going to be that BF sword. And he's got good damage mitigation coming out from the Quicksilver, from that Ninja Tabbies, and from that Doran Shield. So he'll be sitting alright for a little while, but it does raise the question of, Caitlyn already has, a power trough in the next about 5 minutes or so until they start, 5-10 minutes until they get completed Infinity Edge, completed Ruins Hurricane. So pushing that back even further by getting the Quicksilver Sash could come back to hurt them quite a bit. The Remind is up here behind Paz. The ward should keep him safe. There's a teleport ward right behind him, but Paz is spotted out by Remind. Gets bolted up by Neo on the other side, and that's another ultimate, and a flash coming out from Opperman. It looks like, no, he already used it. But they are picking on this Urgot. It does have a CS lead, but is not able to really build anything further than that, and it'll have to really start to make its mark in this mid game, where it will really shine, really shut down someone, and potentially just, remove Heretti or Optimant from, serious contention in this game. Again, though, neither of these teams are paying any attention to the Cloud Drake, which is perhaps not surprising. Neither of their compositions benefit a huge amount. If I had to pick one, I'd say Detonation Focus Me benefits from it a little more. Simply, how much threat Thresh provides when he has a Cloud Drake. Just walking forward, he can get so close to you before he throws out the death sentence, before he needs to. and Steel has unfortunately been getting caught out a lot. And it's leading to a lot of Detonation Focus's problems, not just in this game, but just in general. They've had, he's had a rough time in pretty much all of these sets over the past about week. Or over the past split, simply because he's getting caught out. He's not able to provide nearly as much for the rest of his team, simply because he's dead. But we do see Saros picking up the Leandries early. Going to be able to go toe-to-toe with Cassiopeia in terms of damage, as long as he was able to maintain the range he wants to maintain. Which unfortunately means he's going to be largely out of auto attack range for a lot. We're likely going to see, a mana item coming out pretty soon. A Morellonomicon, most likely, potentially something like, a Hextech GLP. And right there, with his Seismic Eruption down, he's potentially in a very bad spot if there were a Neo there. But they ping him out, they know where he is, they're not worried about that. USG should have a pretty good idea that DFM's down here. Look at all those plants that just pop up. Tons of damage being put down onto Vivid. But with the core to force down here, 4 members of Detonation Focus Me, they should be able to take this fairly securely. They do throw the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, but there goes the Descent onto Zyra. No chance to do anything. Throws down the Ignite onto Vivid, but it's not going to be able to trade it back. Uses both her Ignite and the heal from her ready to try and stop that. So Saros is here to stop the mid turret from going down as well. And Utapon's still able to keep going. There's nobody on the map who's going to be able to respond to this, and that is going to be the first turret group going over to Detonation Focus Me once again. Being put down with his bot lane, and now Detonation Focus Me is going to be picking up this Cloud Drake, likely uncontested. They know Neo's on the top side of the map, so he's not going to be available to try and smite steal this. And with the way that he's been moving around this game anyway, it doesn't look like something that they're likely going to be wanting to do anyway. But Steel right now is not in a great spot to try and contest this Rift Herald either. He does not have a whole lot of mana. He did use his smite on the Cloud Dragon. And spotted out right here by this ward. Neil's just not confident enough in their ability to take it fully. And it is just going to reset. It's only got about a minute left on its lifespan. Unfortunately, Void Scuttle Crabs aren't known for living lifespans longer than 20 minutes. But here comes Vivid getting the Cloud Dragon, doing a lot, getting the Death Sentence down onto Neo. He doesn't have a whole lot of anywhere to go, but that ultimate's going to heal him up for quite a bit. Paz uses the ultimate to trade places with him, but here's Remind on the backside. Saros is coming in, getting Neo as the first one. The White Form Disintegration Ray is focused on to Remind. That is a 2-for-1 so far, but there they go onto Harry. Paz is getting lots of damage. Hoffman will go down to the ace in the hole. One more Death Sentence will be all that's needed to find another kill. Paz is so tanky right now. Ooh, just barely walks out of the queue. The Utapon's going to be able to bring up the wave in just a moment. There's not going to be a wave coming out for Unsold Stuff Gaming, and right now Heredia and Utapon are fighting to try and to really move this around. But here comes Saros, and that's going to be the deciding factor. That's so much damage being put on down onto the ADC, and that is another kill. 6-3 in kills right now for Detonation Focus Me, as they are going to be able to take another turret right now. We see the pings coming out from Unsold Stuff Gaming onto all of the different outer turrets for Detonation Focus Me, because they are low in the top lane and in the mid lane. If they had managed to pick up that Rift Herald, that would be pretty easy, but we're going to take another look at it. The Cloud Drake is going to allow Vivid to get really close. He gets the Death Sentence on to Neo, not necessarily what he wanted to do. The Repel from Steel is going to keep him alive, but Paz is like, hey, I want to be in the front line. That's where I'm meant to be. But again, we're seeing Unsold Stuff starting up the Baron very early. They have a composition that does it pretty quickly, but Saros is here. He does a lot of damage right now with a magic resist reduction caused by the Baron. They're in a pretty good spot. Steel is going to go over. He gets ulted right now by Neo. His forced repel early does go over to Neo as well. Unsold Stuff Gaming is going to have that. Paz does show up a little bit late, and they are down a member already. Very good, very decisive movement from Unsold Stuff. They did see the teleport being used by Paz, and do if he's going to go down to the bot lane. We're going to go down, we're going to head over to the Baron where he can't come very quickly. Utapon moving very aggressively right now, but without a whole lot of options except for the Enchanted Crystal Arrow for that engagement. It's not necessarily a terrible idea, but these turrets right here should not stand for very much longer. With the Baroned up minions being able to really push forward much more aggressively, and the small man advantage just around the entire map, they should be in a good spot for Unsold Stuff Gaming to equalize the gold. I didn't see what dragon is going to be spawning up next, but that could play a significant factor in the rest of this game, depending on how it is these teams do choose to interact with it. They've picked up a total of 3 dragons over 3 games so far, which is frankly unheard of at pretty much any other level of play. But here comes Mood. He does have that Cloud Drake. He kind of wants to get onto her mind, but he recognizes he doesn't have any backup yet. Opperman takes that bot lane turret, the healthiest of the outer turrets for Detonation Focus Me, and now we're going to see Saros in an awkward spot right now. He's going to retreat towards the rest of his team, but that should be plenty of interaction for him right now. They are going to pick up this mid lane turret as well, equalizing the turrets and equalizing the gold. As Detonation Focus Me moves around, Paz is not in a good macro spot overall. While he's down here in the bot lane without his teleport, he won't be able to join the rest of the team, and it's almost definitely going to be a 3rd turret going down again for Unsold Stuff. And both teams, well, they're definitely fighting and definitely scrapping around the entire map. This is, you know, the 3rd game of the series. They both are not quite as willing to take risks. They're both really interested in finding the win here, because this is for everything. The other 2 games might as well not have mattered. We're just going to be playing a best of 1 right now. And right now, it is a slight favor to Unsold Stuff Gaming, but with the next dragon spawning in about 1 minute, we're going to be, you know, that's going to make a large difference in how these teams do choose to operate for the rest of the game. Marmana is completed onto Pass, so he's doing a good deal of damage between that and the Black Cleaver. It'll be interesting to see exactly how he chooses to itemize. It wouldn't be surprising for something like an Iceborne Gauntlet, a Trinity Force, or really there's a lot of options he has available to him. He's likely to go straight tank at this point, something like a Frozen Heart, so he has a large, massive mana pool to deal with, and really just throw Acid Hunters for the rest, you know, the rest of these prolonged fights that we're likely going to be seeing, because we do have double ADCs for Unsold Stuff, and arguably, if you consider Urgot an ADC, another double ADC for Detonation Focus Me. So these 2 teams just want to kind of run at each other. Neither team necessarily has a strong front line. You have Warwick and a little bit of Urgot and Elise, but you're mostly got 2 back lines and mid lines as well. Vivid is going to be taking a little bit of poke, and with the Infernal Dragon being the one that is going to be spawning, we already see both teams how much they do choose to value this one dragon. And right now, the positioning is definitely in favor of Unsold Stuff, but the amount of vision on both sides is, you know, they have plenty of vision where they are, but they need it where the other team is. The Death Sentence does land onto Neo, misses the Seismic Eruption, misses the Cocoon as well. They're not going to be able to get a whole lot off of this. Desira is using her ulti as a way to get out, but Paz is flashing forward. He needs to land one more E. If he does so, Steel, if he lands a Cocoon here, could make it. He does land it. Paz is going to be able to get it, and that is going to be a kill. That is going to be a man advantage for Detonation Focus Me as they start to move towards the Infernal Drake. But USG is already moving towards the mid lane. They want to be able to stop the Infernal Drake by providing pressure elsewhere on the map. But it could come back to bite them as Steel and Paz are coming around the back, and he does not have his ultimate. Neo's in a dangerous spot. The Cocoon does land, but you can't be disabled in the middle of that ultimate. The Detonation Focus Me with the man advantage for about 15 more seconds. Opperman is still dead. He will have his teleport when he comes back up. They are going to turn around and pick up this Infernal Drake. Death Sentence does not land. Saros is trying to stop it. anyone from coming in, but there comes the ultimate from Paz, pulling in Neo. He doesn't have any way to get out. He only has his flash, but the damage reduction is going to be doing so much work. Another kill going over to Steel in this game. Paz is looking for a slow onto anyone, and now Remind is in a very awkward spot, but EFM's not going to worry about that. They're going to try and take this mid lane turret while Neo is still dead, and they still have a 5-man stack here in the mid lane. And it looks like they want to keep going for even more. They have a cannon minion available to them right now. And they're all starting to hit these spikes. There's a Loon's Echo and a Leandri's coming out right now for Saros. We are sitting on 2 items for almost every member in the game. There's the Blade of the Ruin King Runins completed for Opperman. The Titanic Hydra and Cinderhulk available for Neo. And we just see, as we start to go back, the double locket coming out for Detonation Focus Me. Who needs to have shields built into your kit when you can just buy them? And that's exactly what they're doing right now. Utapone is in such a strong position. 3-0-4 on this Caitlyn. Infinity Edge and a Static Shiv built on, as well as the Quicksilver Sash that you can use to get out of the Petrifying Gaze from Cassiopeia. He's in a fantastic position to get out of the Infinite Duress from Warwick. And he's really set up to really carry this game, even though the gold is very even. I'm sure Detonation Focus Me feels like they're ahead. They have a CS lead in the bot lane, they have a CS lead in the top lane. They're up 8-4 in kills, and while they're tied 3-3 in turrets, they should be feeling very strong right now. Enchanted Crystal Arrow comes out, does not land onto Steel. That would have been a long-range ultimate from Neo, but that's exactly what we're good for. The Baron is live one more time. Vivid and Utapon a little bit worried. They don't want to be standing on a ward. Even though there's no Enchanted Crystal Arrow, there's still always a possibility of, an opponent flashing towards you, just trying to get you down. And now that Utapon does have the rapid fire cannon completed as well, he'll have this massive range, and the sieging coming out of the Vel'Koz Caitlyn combo will be fantastic. They'll be able to dance around these objectives and really take whatever they want, as long as they can prevent the Ash Arrow from landing. And look at that, just good damage coming out. Single headshot, single crit, single Q from Vel'Koz. Between those two things, he's already down to half health. He is looking towards Paz right now. Paz is looking back, though. He uses the ultimate, pushes Neil into an odd position, but they do get the distance onto Optimum. He used the Quicksilver Sash to get out, but the slow is coming out from the shield on Paz. He has the Black Cleaver as well. There's a Life Form Disintegration Ray, but not quite enough. That's a lot of resources used to only... Actually, they didn't really get anything. By committing the ultimate from Urgot so early, they put themselves in an odd spot, but Neo does have to back, and it means that Detonation Focus Me can move up towards this top half of the map, and they are going to just clear out the vision. Spoke too soon, he's going to be auto-attacking something, right, but they should be in a pretty good spot should they choose to open things up. They do need to wait for cooldowns, though, so we're going to see a lull in the action for about a minute, unless Heretti can find a strong Enchanted Crystal Arrow once again. Yeah, I really like this. They are able to do it over the wall. That blue trinket does not see it. It is denied by the control ward, and Steel is taking a lot of damage, but he's going to be pulled over by the Dark Passage. That was cute. If they if those had been 2 Mountain Drakes, that probably would have worked, honestly. Steel did have to use his locket, but that's not a whole lot of resources to really be dealing with, especially since you have another one. But it also plants the idea in USG's mind, and now they're going to be much more diligent about checking what's going on. They do see that USG is starting it up once again, but BFM's in a good spot. The teleport is committed by Paz, and they should know that they're no longer on the Baron. Oop, good damage. Enchanted Crystal Arrow again misses, but great damage. Seismic Eruption lands onto Neo. He is forced to flash out. Ace in the Hole does land onto Remind, but he's going to be alright. He's got He's got that Zonia's Hourglass, he's got that Rod of Ages, and now DFM having the inside track towards doing damage to this mid lane turret as well as towards the Baron. NT just backed, and so did Neo. I don't know if they saw that, but they're in a great spot. They are clearing out all the vision right now. The Hawkshot comes through, and they are starting up the Baron. They're in a very awkward spot. They don't necessarily have the same number of ultimates, but if Az can get on, he does get on to remind. He does use the zone. He's already in a very bad spot as well. But here comes Oppen slicing Maelstrom, going across the entire team. Steel's the first one to go. Paz goes next. Vivid goes next. Utapone and Saros are the only two members alive. They do manage to trade back Remind, but that is plenty in exchange. The exchange rate going very well in favor of Unsold Stuff right now. And they're looking right back towards the Baron, doing good damage to Neo. If there's anybody who is going to be able to stop this, it is going to be Saros on this Vel'Koz. He's going to be able to get so much damage across these members, and he dies to one more Q. And there he goes. He goes down. The Luden's Echo is going out. Saros is in a great spot. Unfortunately, he's going to get jumped upon by Already. And Neo should be able to tank this up, but here comes Utapone. He's in a great spot. Oh my god, look at that crit coming onto him. He uses the Quicksilver Sash, gets one. No, not quite. He just needs to get one more auto attack, and now he's going to be able to turn onto Neo, who does not yet have his ultimate, but he's so fed. And there he goes. That's a double kill going over for Utapone. Optiman's going to be the only one who will be able to walk away with the Baron buff. That is a gold lead once again for Unsold Stuff Gaming. Dead Nation Focus Me is not willing to let that go unanswered. They are going to be picking up this Infernal Drake once again as they move towards the third dragon of the game. They bit the bullet, they picked up the Cloud Drake, and now they're rewarded with 2 Infernal Drakes spawning in a row, and that's going to be absolutely massive for Saros, for Steel, or not so much Steel, but definitely Paz and definitely Utapone. That's going to give them so much multipliers, as it does look like it looks like he'll be completing a Mercurial Scimitar on Utapone very soon. Is that still the BF sword? I think so. But anyway, I digress. We're in a very good spot overall for Dead Nation Focus Me. Utapone's in a fantastic spot. He has the tools to be set up in the rest of his game. He has so much gold. He's 5-0-5 right now, with nearly 100 gold lead, or 100 CS lead on his opponent. Uh-oh, Neo's coming around. He is looking for a good ultimate. That is a 90 caliber net onto Neo. The Enchanted Crystal Arrow does not land, but here comes the Slicing Maelstrom out of Opperman. The Infinite Duress lands onto Vivid. That's a great target for it. On the backside, Remind is going low. There goes Utapone. The shutdown comes out. Paz is on the backside, though. But the slow coming out of Ferretti is going to be plenty, as it's a 2-for-2 right now, with 1 carry down on each side. Vivid does go down during that, and honestly, if there's anyone on Dead Nation Focus Me who should be taking that ultimate, it would definitely be Vivid. He's going to be tanky enough to survive most of it, and right now, Heretti is also at a point where he's doing plenty. Ooh, God! Saros does damage. And he doesn't have any magic resist, and while he does have a couple of, he does have some health coming out of his build, it's not going to be nearly enough, but Freddy is doing so much damage right now, and it's not even the highest damage build. He doesn't even have the Essence Reaper, he doesn't have the Infinity Edge yet. It's going to continue getting worse for Unsold Stuff Gaming. And right now, with Utapone 6-1-6, 4-1-4 there on Saros, we're going to spoil for a really big fight where we were talking about earlier. These teams are so even in terms of gold. 3,000 gold lead in favor of Unsold Stuff, but the 3 Dragons, 2 Infernal on the favor of Dead Nation Focus Me completely erases that difference. And really, if whoever is able to find a good fight, a good pick, should end up winning this game. Baron won't be live for a couple more minutes, but Neil's already here. I'm not quite sure what he's looking for. He does get spotted out by the Scuttle Crab, as Paz is on the other side. Both top laners have their teleports available once again. It's definitely a very scary spot for both teams, because it's just so dangerous to be anywhere on the map right now. unless you have strong vision in the areas surrounding it. Remind and Neo are moving up top here. If they get onto Saros, that will be a very dead... Uh-oh. He did use his Seismic Eruption. He's not quite going to get jumped on. Neo was looking for it, but he was able to stand far enough back that there was no actual threat of that ultimate actually landing. The Cloud Drake and the Moby Boat's moving in great conjunction here on Vivid. He's able to move around plenty fast in order to really find anybody he needs to. But the Infinity Edge and the Bloodthirster being finished up for Utapon, I do like that as well. All the life steal, all the overhealing that it provides, giving him plenty of extra health before these fights. Whenever Neo tries to jump on him or Opperman, he should be able to life steal up very effectively. Unfortunately, it does mean that there's no room in his build for a Last Whisper. And while there's not that much armor being built on the side of Unsold Stuff Gaming at this point, there is still time. It looks like Neo's going to be building towards a Frozen Heart, which will be plenty of armor and plenty of attack speed slow right now. It's a little surprising that they didn't opt to get that a little bit early, especially with the, you know, both Paz and Utapon being these double 80 carries. And potentially even a Randuin's on Neo or a Righteous Glory, something for him to run really fast and make it virtually impossible for him to miss his ultimate. Paz right now is still in the bottom lane. And that feels like it's going much farther than it used to. But I'm sure it's not. It's just a, you know, trick of the camera angles. Remind is looking for a fight here. He did get spotted out by that ward as they see him heading back out. Steel is looking for something, but he's really far out as well, and he's throwing up a little plant barrier. Did that go through the plant? Here we go. Neo's looking, Heredy's looking, and he's looking. Good damage onto Heredy. Just a single Q coming out from Saros is enough to really discourage, you know, a whole lot of aggressive moves coming out from Unsold Stuff. And right now, Utapon and friends are able to move up, pick up this blue buff off. They are trading. They should be trading their own in just a moment. And the way that this map is divided and the way that these teams are moving around is incredibly interesting. Vivid's moving forward. Paz does have his teleport available, but the Death Sentence is blocked by a plant there from Anti. And right now, DFM have inside tracks towards a lot of the mid lane, but they're in such a dangerous position. Neo is using that movement speed and attack speed buff right now as the Elder Dragon's going live. 39 minutes. Turret does go down, and he's in a bad spot though. But with that does... Oh my god, they get the Death Sentence onto Neo. He doesn't have a whole lot of anywhere to run. He does go down as a jungler down. Why is the Elder Dragon's coming up? And he is nowhere to be found. And this should be going over to Detonation Focus Me. A triple dragon is absolutely huge in terms of this Elder Dragon. They'll be able to take this and immediately turn. We already see them starting to move towards the Baron. And they should be able to pick that up no problem. Neo is still dead for 30 seconds. Getting caught out by Paz, getting too close was such a big deal. Vivid is looking for a death sentence. Paz is looking for anything. Oh, flashes forward, gets the play, and he's not long for this world. He does go down, gets his ultimate off, but not doing a whole lot of damage right now, and they are going to be able to shred this Baron so quickly. And with both the Baron and Elder Dragon, they should be able to find... Oh my god, the death sentence. The Cocoon does land so much damage. The Lifeline Disintegration Ray comes out. Paz is going to be able to get anything he wants right now. He is going to take Remind for a ride. Heredy and Opperman are going to try and take this mid lane turret. It's going to be difficult for them to really do anything after that. Vivid is making so many plays around. Heredy's not going to do anything. He does use the ultimate, tries to stun them up. Steel might not live either, but Heredy is the first one to go down. Steel is stunned up, and they do manage to find one back by Opperman and Heredy. But it's... Oh my god, that's the Elder Dragon, that's the Baron. And 4 kills being traded back for 1 kill and a turret. But DFM should be able to get way more than that with all the resources they have on the field right now. Vivid going top lane to deal with that wave. The only people on the field here to deal with the push coming out from Utapon, Saros, and Paz are Neo and Enti. They have plenty of CC, but not necessarily a whole lot of damage. And right now they're pounding down on the first inhibitor turret. 41 minutes in the game. It reminds up in 5 seconds. Just looking for anything they can. They do get the first one. And he's looking to try and stall them a little bit. That could be a classic textbook overstay if they do choose. You know, if he does bait hard enough. But he's not going to be able to. And look at the gold total still. It's only 74.9 to 74.1 thousand gold. These teams are still neck and neck. Detonation Focus Me has the Baron, and if they're able to really push through it and get, you know, the rest of the standing gold on the field, they will be in a fantastic spot, and that's exactly what they're doing as a 5-man unit, while they still have the rest of their Elder Dragon. It's only going to be up for about 15 to 20 more seconds. And with Remind on the opposite side of the field, this is actually very, very dangerous for Unsold Stuff. They're all scattered around the field. If they try to contest at all right now undermanned, they will lose the game almost instantly. Opperman does not have his teleport available. He is going to have to either find a good flank here or a fantastic, or not even a teleport. He'll have to back one of the two. But look at how much damage U21 is doing to that turret. It's already down to quarter health. It's down to nothing. That's the second inhibitor going down. They're going to be able to move on to the second inhibitor. Detonation Focus Me is going to be able to take 2 inhibitors. Now all they got to do is they're going to go back, spend all the gold they just earned for themselves, and then we'll see them head top lane and do the exact same thing while the pressure is made around the rest of the map by the super minions. There's no Baron for several minutes. There's no Elder Dragon for quite a while. Each one's going to pick up this red buff in 2 shots. And they'll be able to just go around, and they are in such a dominating position in this game right now, even though the gold is so close. They have so much map pressure being provided by the minions. They have this Baron buff. It's about 3/4 done, or excuse me, about 7/8 done, so they got about another 30 seconds or so, plus however long it's going to last on steel. But man, look at that. There's no damage being put on to Vivid in terms of magic damage. And Neo and Remind are looking for a miracle play. They do need to find a good flank. U21 is leading towards them a little bit. Good damage being put on, but now they see him. Vivid doesn't yet have the flash. The Righteous Glory is not enough to get them close enough. And right now, DFM, they're ahead, but they need to play smart. They need to play in such a way where they aren't going to take unnecessary risks. Vivid looking for the death sentence, not landing onto Andy. Cocoon being thrown out as well. This game is hanging on a razor's edge right now. Throwing out just skill shots, just trying to find something. If anybody finds a good engage, then Enchanted Crystal Arrow splits the field post. That's a field goal, ladies and gentlemen. U21 crushes down this third inhibitor turret, and if USG is going to fight, they need to do it now before it goes down. NG takes so much damage, but U21's in a bad spot, is forced to use the 90 caliber net to get out, but Remind is taken down into the middle of the enemy team. Neo's not going to be long for this world. There goes Remind. There goes U21. He's getting onto Heredia, doing so much damage, picks up Neo as well. Heredia's got nowhere to go, and that's a 3-kill lead right now for Detonation Focus Me. They're laughing. They know this game is over. There's nothing left to stop them, and they're going to be hitting onto this Nexus turret, and that is going to be the game, ladies and gentlemen, and the set. Detonation Focus Me take the set 2-1 over Unsold Stuff Gaming. And what a beautiful set. This was some fantastic play coming out of both of these teams, really showing that Japan, you know, the criticism we had of these teams' play last split, they're working on them. They're getting better. They're being much more decisive. Even though we are still seeing new problems, Steel is still getting caught out. It's taking them a lot longer to close out the games because of it. There's a couple odd drafting decisions overall, but it's going to be okay. Japan is looking to be in great shape coming up for Rift Rivals next month, where they get to play against Oceania and the LMS. I'm sorry. Yeah, they're going to be able to play against these other regions and really show what it is that their team, or that their region can do, and they are they are a wildcard region that you do need to at least respect. They aren't completely wasting their time. They are a good region. They are fixing their problems. And I can't wait to see these guys. For me, I definitely have to give player of the match. While we did see some good play coming out of Vivid, while we did see some good play coming out of Saros, I do believe it is going to have to be Utapon once again, really able to move forward and, really do the damage his team needs, be aggressive, make movements, not getting hit by the arrows so much. Interesting Paz. Paz had an interesting game on the Urgot. You did find a couple of very key ultimates, which really helped out quite a bit. But definitely, very, very impressive play all around from Detonation Focus Me. Everything that we were saying about their game last week against 7th Heaven is kind of falling away. They're doing a fantastic job today, and if they can continue to hold that up, they are looking to be near the top of the standings. They just need to, again, the junglers in Japan are very aggressive, but the thing is, they're getting caught out because of it. If, with a little bit more team coordination, instead of just going by yourself, bring Vivid, bring Enti, bring Dara, right? If you can bring these players out, you won't get caught out, and you won't die. And just put your team behind for no real reason. Look at how much damage is just being done to the turret. And Heretti, just a very crucial arrow, setting it kind of at the body of the team, but just not actually doing anything with it. Enti flashes forward, gets an ultimate down, doesn't do that much damage, and Utapon is able to just caliber net out of that ultimate that Opperman was putting forward, and he was just forced out of it. Remind didn't have anywhere to go, doesn't even get his ultimate off in that fight, and Utapon, he's trading damage with Heretti, and Heretti made a good case for why Ash is one of the highest damage AD carries, especially in the late game. But unfortunately, it is not enough. Man, today was a great day of League of Legends, ladies and gentlemen. We saw some great play coming out from Rampage over Rascal Jester. It was a little bit shaky in game 2, but it was so exciting to see how they were able to bounce back. How, even though Rascal Jester has some strong players, they don't work quite as well as a unit. They just have a couple of stars. And it's just completely, I don't know. Japan is looking so much better this split than they were last split. And the international experience that they gained, and the international experience they will continue to gain at Rift Rivals coming up very soon, is going to be fantastic for the region, and I'm just so excited. I'm just so excited to see how these teams progress. There are a couple, there are things that they can do to improve. Their drafts need to get better. We saw that Nation Focus Me just lost a game entirely because they didn't have a way to get onto their opponents. They didn't have a way to force a fight if they needed one. The Zac first ban on blue side by Unofficial Stuff Gaming was baffling. Not something you'll see in just about any other region at any other point on this patch, but they did it anyway. Rampage actually just had some great drafting today. And so if those three teams can really, those are the three teams that were really carrying the torch for Japan last split, and they look to be doing the exact same thing this split. Already, Unofficial Stuff Gaming, they took a game off of Detonation Focus Me, they took them to 40 minutes before really dropping anything significant in Game 3. And if they can continue to do that, we are going to have at least 3 teams again. And we are going to end up giving the player of the match great second game on that Renekton, where he was able to really take control of a lot and get onto the back line and do plenty of damage. The Kennen game was unfortunately uninspiring, but he did have a lot of playmaking available on that Urgot. He does throw down the ultimate, suppress a target, trade places with them, and he got a couple fantastic ultimates. He got the first one, the key one at the very end of the game, on to remind the star of Unsold Stuff, putting him in a very dangerous spot. But with Eisen Rebel looking to be signing out, I'm going to have to be signing out as well. We got an interview with Paz here that will be up on the LJL stream. But for now, this is Joshua Joshi Howard bringing you all of the action in the LJL for the rest of the split. I'll see you next week. We do have an article coming up on Monday to break down everything that happened this week here in Japan. So, look forward to that. But until then, we'll see you next Friday. Hope to see you all there. Have a good night.
ボットレーンと、僕がキャリーできるように頑張ろうと、前日から思ってて、ピックもかなりミッドの番を中心にしたので、それが功を奏したんじゃないかなと思いますね。
なるほど。そしてそのドラフトに加えてなんですけれども、その春からの変化というところで、特にゲーム2ですね、非常に丁寧なゲームコントロールで、なんていうか、干渉というようなゲーム